Oi, oi, it. We're back. Welcome to another day. Freaking Dogecoin's up like 22% in the last month. It's nuts. That's freaking nuts. Anyway, welcome to another day. Went to bed early last night. How you doing, newbie? Yeah, the vertical's not gonna work for dash cam. I think I did get like a pretty good subscriber out of it though. Hello.
You have the mobile order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have another mobile order?
No. They gave me the wrong food.
Something?
Yeah.
Yeah, just drop it.
Gotcha, ma'am. Yep. Trying to get some breakfast. Hello.
What's going on, man?
I got the wrong food here. I was supposed to get a sausage McGriddle and a sausage biscuit. I didn't hear you correctly.
No, it's alright.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah, they should have gave me like a free extra hash brown or something. But yeah, I was watching this video. Nick Johnson. I don't really like Nick Johnson too much. Like, he pops up a lot. Like, I do watch. But it's like his tone. His tone, like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know. Like, he's got a wife, but as a prop. You know what I mean? I don't know. But anyway, he was making a video on Micanopy, Florida, which I was like, God damn it, you're gonna ruin it. I'm surprised he didn't get chased out of Micanopy, Florida with guns. This stuff that he's done to other cities. But yeah, I don't know. It was pretty interesting still. It was still, I don't know. It was still Micanopy. Yeah, Micanopy is like this old town from like 1820. They've had a population of like 600 people. It's always been a small town. A lot of like oak trees, you know, like middle of the town. There's, you know, where the town square is, a lot of oak trees still hanging. What's up, Kev? Good morning. I made it up early today because I made it to sleep early last night. Hey, couldn't give me 2 seconds to execute my turn. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's why they had to paint the lines so far away, and people just be walking right up the street. Anyway, I'm out here. Another day, another 100 views. This shit's hot. Alright, I'm logging in now. Should actually probably drive back over to the Dunkin' Donuts. Yep, just keep them coming. Pay no attention to the guy that stopped here trying to turn himself. Maybe I'd like to catch the light too, you know. Oh, no, sorry, that's not gonna happen. Yep, good job. So thank y'all for tuning in. Whoa. Turn that off for a second. Can I squeeze through? I could probably, no. Maybe after the, yeah, after this pack 2 here. Come on, come on. Come on, you're in an SS, come on. SS El Camino. Can't believe that's still on the road. I mean, I can, but I can't, you know what I mean? He's probably spent thousands of dollars to keep that shit on the road. Ah, damn it. No, I can't. There's 12 cameras, this communist light right here. Most communist light in the city right here. Yeah, this town's only gonna get worse too, man. It sucks. But yeah, I was already thinking about maybe buying land in Micanopy. It's a little bit cheaper up there too. It's weird. Up around there, Fort McCoy, Florida. Oh my God, you can get a quarter-acre land for like $6,000. You do like off-grid living on a quarter-acre. Good morning, Jazz. Are you friends with Reba? Yeah, I know. Ultimately. I'm surprised they're kind of surprised they're not like tattooing three-dimensional barcodes onto us or something by now already, actually. I mean, we still, you know, we still kind of do, but not exactly 100%. Like, we got to tell them all that information where they can pull up our barcode on the screen, basically. You know what I mean? I don't know. It would almost be easier. Like, I don't have to tell you, I don't have to remember my birth date. I don't have to remember, you know, what city I was born in. I don't have to remember my middle name. just scan this barcode. Why are you wasting my time? Do you have your ID? Yeah, it's right here. It's like, yeah, man. I guess I'm gonna hang out over here, close to this. Used to be a Toys R Us. There used to be a Toys R Us. I'm just playing. But now I was thinking, if I ever become, like, if Bitcoin hits, if my moon bag that I have for Bitcoin, if that hits, I should. We should put our money together. We should build a 20-story McDonald's in Micanopy, Florida. I think it would be hilarious. Just like, the people of Micanopy would love us for it. We'd have this, like, you know, corporate national landmark 20-story McDonald's. It'd be a couple floors, would be like a casino, you know, maybe up on the top, you know, like maybe the top 2 floors would be like hotel rooms, and then the floors underneath that would be like casino, you know, and then, you know, like it'd just be like 3 stories of dining, like a big huge, you know, 10 or 20-story McDonald's in Micanopy, Florida. Oh my God, it would go over so well. And if you have the money to do it, you've got the money to do it. People want to make, you have the right to make money. You know, that's what this lady was saying. This lady, she was a resident of Parrish, Florida, down in Manatee County. And she'd lived there for 70 years. Hang on, I'm eating. It's a little, hang on, I'm gonna flip the camera. It's better if I'm actually talking and stuff, but whatever. But yeah, this lady lived in Parrish County, or Manatee County, down in Parrish, Florida. She lived there for like 71 years, her whole life. She was talking about the, you know, it's like, well, it was all orange groves. Everything that you see when now they're breaking land to build houses and stack houses right next to each other. It's like, there's nothing you can do about it, because ultimately they have the right to make money. And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, like, wow, that is so disgusting. Like, if you think about it, because people buying these houses, like, they don't take the $400,000 out of somebody else's account to cover that loan. Like, when you go and get a home loan, they don't take that money from somebody else's account. They literally they reach out to the government, and then the government gives them like newly printed money to cover that loan. And then, so basically they're splitting all this land off and then plopping all these houses out, and it's going to allow them to print for all these thousands of houses that they're building and planning on selling here in Florida. Because, you know, people, it's not a bad place to live, like, other than trying to duck on the hurricanes. And then really the hurricanes, they get you days out of work. You know what I mean? Really, ultimately, you know, they'll get you days out of work and stuff, because just like a snow or a blizzard type of situation, it's like the opposite, basically. But yeah, pretty much you can get a hurricane every year where you don't, you know what I mean? If it snows, they still expect you to show up to work. There could be like, you know what I mean? I thought it was crazy. I'm like, you know, I'm like, dude, I'm like, even if I'm like 20 minutes away from my job during the snow, you know, when it's snowing, it's like, it could be a 2-hour drive to get somewhere that's 20 minutes away normally, you know, and then you're like risking your life the whole time almost, if you don't know what you're doing, which I'm from Florida, which I, you know, didn't know what I was doing. But yeah, I'm like, damn, I can't believe they even want us to drive to work in this. I'm like, this is terrible, you know? Like, I don't know. I was like, if this, like, I don't know, there's stuff like that, like, it's stuff like that everywhere. But yeah, she was, I don't know, the way she said that, like, how people well, you know, what can you do? Because people have the right to try and make money. You know, if you can buy this patch of land for $1 million, and then not even sell, break it up into quarter acres or even eighths of an acre, and then not even sell the land, lease it to somebody for like 50 or 100-year term. You know what I mean? And then it just allows the government to keep printing. It gives them like gives them the best reason to keep printing, basically. That's like the best reason to print, I think. You know what I mean? You're gonna print for that instead of printing to go to war. You're gonna print for housing. You know, it's okay, I guess. But still, it's like as they print, they're debasing the currency. That just allows people buying houses is what's causing the prices to go up everywhere. It's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? And everybody wants to buy a house. Rumpelstiltskin was a good man. I don't know what day it is. Wednesday. Yeah, I should have drove to the beach last night. Well, no, I've been going to bed early here recently. I don't know why. Right. 100K a year. That's about where we're at here in the U.S. too. They consider 125,000 a month or 125,000 a year is the poverty line. I make like a tenth of that. Like my investments, the stuff I'm invested in the last month has gone up by more than what I actually work for. I'm actually tempted to sell because I almost see a crash coming. Doge is up 22% in the last month. I think it might be smart. Sell, and then probably, I don't know, man. But that's not even that much, really. It went from 9 to 11. That's 22%. Bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah, it's kind of bullshit. I appreciate it, kid. But yeah, it's unrealized because I haven't pulled it out. Basically, I'm still building a moon bag. I want a moon bag of Doge, a moon bag of Bitcoin, and a moon bag of Shiba, at least. But I'm thinking like a moon bag of Doge, say 100,000 Doge. 100,000 Doge would be like a moon bag. And if it goes to $1, then boom, $100,000. I think it'd be like, right now, I think it'd be like 11,000, 12,000 probably. If I had the 12,000 right now today. Oh, I got this guy on the phone. I don't know what he's doing. He's staring at me though. Oh, he decided to turn his head and mind his own business. That's weird. I don't understand. Nope, the doors are locked. We're good. Anyway, this is my job now. What do you want? Funny you decided to start moving when you had a camera on you. He wants to get my tag number. That's probably what it is. He's trying to nonchalantly get my tag number. Loo. Oh, that doesn't work. I don't know. It would ultimately be hilarious if he's like, I don't know. He's acting like he's on the phone with the cops, like the way that his posture and everything, and how much he's looking at my car. He looks like he's on the phone with the police. But there's no signs that say I can't park here or nothing. I'm on the easement off of the side of the pavement. You can see the pavement right there. I'm literally off the side of the road. This is a named street. I'm at the end of a named street, parked on the side of the road. This is just where I park because it's right here behind Sonic, and then I'm not in the Sonic parking lot either. Yeah, that's what I say. Florida's the fountain of youth. It really is. What's the first thing you need to live? And then, like, after fresh water, basically everything else you're putting in your body is killing you slowly. Even the fresh water is probably killing you slowly. But yeah, we're here. We're loaded up. Sitting in direct sunlight now. This spot's better for later on in the afternoon. I should have already known that. I'm up early. I gotta park in the Sonic. I'm sorry. But it's not, I don't think it's gonna hurt anything. The Sonic's not really that busy. Kind of like ever. Unless they're giving away something for free. Let's do it. That's kind of the other thing I don't like about logging in too early in the day. Is people, you're not planning on dropping like a $20 tip when you're ordering like breakfast or lunch. You know what I mean? It's very rare someone's even got it like that. Like, I'd have to be delivering to Asmon or something like that to be expecting a $20 tip like before 11, which I don't. You know what I mean? It's just something to think about. You know what I mean? There's more. Just psychologically, I wouldn't be dropping $20 on a tip. Like, unless it was like, maybe it's like a Valentine's Day brunch type of thing or something. I don't know. They brought me breakfast, kind of. The DoorDash guy bring us breakfast in bed. You know, he might get you might get a $20 tip on that, kind of, sort of. But normally, just women ordering Starbucks, you get like $2-3. And sometimes they'll stop and order for like the whole office too, because they'll want to make it worth it. And you're carrying like 6 drinks and shit. $3 tip. Don't worry, I'm gonna tip him. Okay. You sure? I can help you with it. No, I tipped him pretty well. But yeah, nowadays, man, retirement is working part time. You know what I mean? So that's the way I see it, man. I'm retired early by just choosing to work part time, fighting against the system as much as I can. To like I still do want to have shelter. I want to have a place to live. You know what I mean? If no shelter, at least a place to live. But I'm gonna do it on a part time schedule. I don't give a fuck. It's like 15 hours of myself every week that I didn't have to give them. And for what? What are we building toward? But they say in a way, like, I don't know, like, I've heard like Bitcoin and Dogecoin were created in a way for like people that have enough money that they're gonna go to Mars. They made them have to buy into Bitcoin and Dogecoin, so that way, like, people that, if you're early enough to Bitcoin and Dogecoin, you got in too, and then them buying that ticket, it was money put into the fund. You know what I mean? So like later on, that eventually you'll get to the price, just whatever you're holding would equal about the amount that it would take to be able to go to Mars. So like they like one Dogecoin, they assume like one Dogecoin eventually will be worth one trip to the moon. Like a one-way flight to the moon would be one Doge. I don't know if it's gonna quite go that far, but I think it's gonna be about the price of a bottle of water on Mars. It just seems fair. Like, oh, are you thirsty? You want a bottle of water? Well, it's gonna cost you one doggy coin. What? Like, yeah, we're on Mars. You know how hard it is to get water out here? It's just, and we'd have a water-based economy on Mars, basically that way through Dogecoin, which would be nuts if it actually plays out that way. Because the global aspect of it all, it'd be easy to bring the Doge economy to Mars somehow too. Like people be trading Doge back and forth. All you would need is like a Wi-Fi signal, basically, which they probably already have. Like I bet you Mars already has Wi-Fi. Maybe a small little area. But yeah, I'm logged in. I'm waiting for something that's worth it. That first order, it was a $6. It was $6.08. So the person didn't even tip a whole $5 for the service. And then it was over 6 miles on the drive too. So I was like, no. He says really where you make your money is people that do tip $5 for the service, and then they live like 1.5 mile. You're like, boom, boom, bang, here you go. As long as the restaurants are on time, you'll make your $5 real quick. But yeah, I should have went down to the beach. The little beach town would have been better. I could still go, or just trying to drive down there during daylight. It's tougher. It's better just wait. Like 12 hours from now, if I drive down there, it's gonna be a way smoother ride. Hold on for a wild ride if the bots choose to continue to engage with me. Just saying. But yeah, they say something about like the odds of Dogecoin. It's better than a lottery ticket. You have better odds on Dogecoin having a moon bag worth of Dogecoin. It's better than the odds of a lottery ticket. And people win the lottery. So that's like a lottery we can all win. Collide. But yeah, I think a $1 Doge It's definitely still possible. $1 Doge. So if you can get them for like 11 cents, watch it go. Even get up to, they were talking like 65 cents would be like a good mid-term place to sell. And you could cash out at 65 cents per Doge. And then sell like half, maybe buy double the size of the moon bag that you need, right? And then when it gets to that 65 price point, sell the half that you bought as extra, and it would, basically the other half of your bag was free, and you probably still made some profit. Like the price of buying double was covered because it went up to 65, and then you sold half of the stack. You know what I mean? I was like, that's a pretty good idea. And I'm like, I still think Doge is going to go to $1 at some point. $2, 20 is a stretch. 20, that's a pipe dream, but it still even could, man. Hang on, I was just looking at the math on that. It's like it doesn't even have to hit a $3 trillion market cap. Like if it was at a $3 trillion market cap today, it would be $20 per coin. Which 3 trillion and the amount of money that they're going to print and everything too, that's nothing. 3 trillion. That was like the stimulus bill was only 3 trillion. The stimulus bill would have went all into Dogecoin. $20 per piece on Dogecoin. But granted, every 10 minutes another 10,000 coins is produced. So you know what I mean, so the faster the better. But I think because of that, it's a perfect level of inflation for like on a global scale. Like every country on the world, every country on the world has to follow the like Dogecoin based economy, where only 10,000 new Dogecoin can actually be like printed or added into the ecosystem between everybody and every country. Only 10,000 new coins could be made globally every 10 minutes. So there would be some inflation still, but it would at least be under control globally. Which, like inflation's kind of the natural order. Like, we all want to make more money as we get older. Fucking Autobots! Yeah, I always thought the Decepticons were better. If you really watch the movie, right, the Decepticons, man, they come in, they kick ass, man. And then the Autobots will come and like gangbang them, 3-on-1 type of shit. You know what I mean? That's how they killed the Decepticons. Most of them, they, it's some kind of 3-on-1 fight or 4-on-1 fight. Because the Decepticons are just that badass. It takes more than one Autobot. Be like the 2 motorcycle bots, and then fucking Bumblebee versus like Starscream or some shit. 3 Autobots versus 1 Decepticon. That's the way I always saw the movies. I was like, man, they're just ganging up on him, man. Of course you beat Megatron. It took 5 of y'all. They need like a Megatron, but you gotta hit it with a shrink ray, right? You have like a Megatron, but it's like the size of a Tic Tac. That shit would do some destruction. And you wouldn't even know where it's coming from. It's the size of a fucking fly. It's a Megatron the size of a fly. Oh, the Decepticons and Autobots. It's the Transformers. the two different factions on the Transformers. The Autobots are the good guys, and the Decepticons are supposed to be the bad guys. Which the the Autobots, they want peace, and the Decepticons, they try to destroy. They're trying to take over Earth for themselves, or whatever, trying to get rid of humans for the Decepticons to have rule on Earth. With the Autobots, they want to live peacefully amongst the humans. But yeah, if you watch the movies, man, it's like most of the Autobots, they're just ganging up on the one Decepticon. That's how they win their fights. I stopped watching after a while. They made like another 3 movies or something. I didn't follow. Even just from the first movie to the second movie was like kind of weird, and it, like, I don't know. And the third movie got even weirder. The Allspark. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was like, I don't know, it was supposed to be like, originally it was the price of the amount of electricity it took to send an email. That's what the original price of a Bitcoin. They figured out how much that cost. I don't know. It's, in a way, it's like on South Park, the Pinewood Derby episode. They have like a space villain, mobster type of guy. He's like an alien mobster, and he comes to Earth, and he's like, "Hey, yeah, I got a bunch of cash I just stole from the Galactic Federation. Y'all are gonna help me hide it." And they're like, "Oh my god!" Because he's got a gun, and this gun can shoot anybody on the planet. This gun will, like, the bullet will find anybody on the planet, any specific person. He can fire this gun, and it hit that, So they all freak out, like, "Oh, he's got a gun! It's an alien with a gun!" Just one alien with a gun. The whole planet's bowing down. One alien with a pistol. And he's like, "I got a bunch of space cash, and if y'all are gonna help me hide it." And so they help him at first, because they didn't know what to do, and then they eventually stab him in the neck, and he like plays dead. And so then they take the money, and they're starting to spend the money. They divided it out between all the countries, and they start to spend the money on stuff. Like, hey, we built a bunch of hospitals and water parks down in Mexico, and so the aliens come back, and they're like, "Hey, what's going on? Because we've seen that y'all built a bunch of hospitals and water parks down here in Mexico." And then he gets on the phone, he's like, "Mexico, what are you doing spending the space cash?" And then, like, after a while, they're like, "All right, the jig is up." He's like, "Y'all failed." He's like, "Space cash is only worth what you as a planet decided it was even worth." And it's like kind of with Bitcoin, it's like there's 21 million credits. There's 21 million pieces, and then the planet is deciding the price on it. It's literally almost just like the same situation as the space cash, but it's like plugged into a computer and everything as well. It's kind of weird. But in a way, like, the other side of it is, like, Bitcoin and crypto is supposed to, like, help us envelop into computer technology further and faster too, because now they're like putting a cash incentive on it. You know what I mean? Like, you buying this computer equipment, also helping the market buying. That's why Nvidia is going through the roof, Microsoft is going through the roof. All these different tech companies have taken the place of oil companies on the Magnificent Seven, and then part of that is because of crypto. People buying into all this, and then it's gonna help the computer like 100x inside of itself, basically, because now we've got money involved. We've taken computing power and then added money and currency monetization into that, which is where it should have always been. You know what I mean? We can't be counting paper notes by hand as humans. You know what I mean? Like, as 2% different from a monkey in our DNA, like, we're sitting there counting paper notes to be, instead of trusting what the computer tells us. And part of it, yeah, the computer can make errors. That's why it's more than one computer. It's like it's a computer bank of, like, millions, maybe even billions of computers at this point that are all connected to each other through the Bitcoin network, through mining. You know what I mean? If any one of them tries to change anything on the board, you've got 999 million other computers that are going to correct it before it hits the. It's like like the banks. I bet they do have some kind of computer system built in between them all, but it's probably only like like the five biggest banks basically have like that kind of computer ledger basically between them. But it's honestly, it's the next step forward. We're going from paper currency to electrified currency. It's the difference between like a wooden grandfather clock and a digital alarm radio clock, but with currency. That's just the way I see it now. And then they're free to print as much as they want because I have a piece of 21 million of the opposite. And it would take a lot of people getting together for them to say like, oh, you know what? We need 42 million Bitcoin. 21 million Bitcoin's not enough. We need to introduce another 21 million that people can start mining today, which they could maybe do when we get to the end of the mining. When we get to the very end of the mining in like 2140. We might. I don't know. I don't think so, though. I think people are going to be greedy and be like, no, I'm not splitting my Bitcoin in half so people can keep mining it. You know what I mean? But that's basically what would have to happen. The value of your Bitcoin would then be cut in half, kind of. And then they would restart mining, basically, you know what I mean? Whatever. Something like that. But the first 21 million would have already found a home somewhere. So they'd be sitting on, they'd be a good seat in that new economy. And then release another 21 million for them to mine for the next 150 years. And then just watch computer technology go absolutely fucking insane. Because we're almost to the point, like I say, we're taking the computer to work. We're not taking the car to work. You know what I mean? Taking a car to work, that's last century. I have better semantic memory than episodic memory and prefer trading in goods and communicating with hieroglyphs. YouTube chats. Yeah, I almost feel like, I don't know, I thought that way at times too. I'm like, what if the currency like just used to be called Bitcoin, like way, way, way back? Like, we'll find Bitcoin on the wall inside of the pyramids or something. There's like the Bitcoin B. This was the currency that they had back then. And they've basically just been inflating the currency since. It'd be nuts. It'd be like a box within a box type of thing. The currency just eventually made its way back to Bitcoin, being called Bitcoin again. But nah, man. Well, it's like all geometry and algebra. It's just algebra. But no, I appreciate y'all watching, man. Viewership is already up. Like, this is, like I said, I think this is day 20 of me doing this. I haven't counted exactly, you know what I mean? But I feel like it's the third week I've been doing this. I could probably look back and see when I bought the phone. Whenever I first bought the phone, pretty much it was the day after. Not the day after I bought the phone. I don't know, man. But I think I counted it up. And I got up to like, I got up to 11 or something like that. And I don't know. That's why there's a question mark. This could be day 20. I'm still waiting on Reba to correct me. Reba's supposed to be the fact checker on the channel. That's why I keep them around, because they're supposed to be my fact checker. The other day they were trying to pass it off onto me, and I'm like, no. I'm like, wait, no, that's your job, bro. You're the one that's supposed to call me the liar and bring me the shit from the chat GPT, what it says. Because I'll be off on my numbers, just saying a number that comes out of my head naturally. I'll be off on the numbers, and then he goes and looks it up, and it's like, oh, it's not 66, it's actually just 62. I'm like, okay, so then I was off by a couple. My imaginary number was off by a couple. Oh well, yeah. Ooh, divide it by the square root of I. But he doesn't seem to remember to do that, right? He doesn't know how to divide by the square root of an imaginary number. Like, so it's like, it was even close. Like, didn't give me credit for that, Close but no cigar. Well, that's why I'm smoking a cigarette. But I appreciate you being here, Greg. Like, I'm the type of dude that, like, if I do make it on this YouTube shit, I'm gonna be paying my moderators, because there's people that they'll have a robot moderator, right? And like a night bot or whatever. You've probably seen it. They have like a robot moderator, and they pay for that. They pay for this subscription on the robot moderator, but then they don't divvy out their human moderators, which I think is a little fucked up in a way. I'm like, you could pay a robot $10 a month, but you can't pay your actual human $10 a month. I don't know. And this is a dude that supports you and everything too. Like, they've been there, they're your moderator. You give them a little kickback, and they'll probably, some of them would probably just send the $10 right back in a super chat or something. It's like, it's a circular economy. But yeah, like, if I turn this into like an actual like employment thing, I'm gonna divvy off my moderators. They might get to the point they're making like $1,000 a month from off of my channel being so big, which I think would be a cool price. If I could give my moderators $1,000 a month just to be a moderator, they don't even do anything. They just basically, if somebody says something that pisses them off, you get rid of them. And you get like $1,000 a month because the channel's that big. Which could happen, you know what I mean? Look at how much money fucking bigger channels they just give away to random people, which would be ultimately kind of be the same thing. But if I could make a video where I'm just buying somebody's groceries, and then it gets enough views that I can continue to buy people's groceries, that'd be sweet. I don't know how exactly that works, but somehow it does. And I think it'd be even cooler, like, doing that shit in the Philippines too. Going, somebody's, there's a family of 6 in the Philippines shopping or something, and you just buy whatever you want, grab it, double, get another cart, fill that. But man, yeah. Yeah, what they're doing to the state of Florida, I almost want to go to Georgia. I might even be able to get land for cheaper up in Georgia. Maybe outside of Savannah. Maybe like an hour outside of Savannah or something. Could probably be actually cheaper than what I'm actually even looking at around here. Bitcoin's under 80. But yeah, basically I woke up this morning and I threw $50 on Bitcoin and $50 on Doge. But it's okay. It's okay. I had 125 in my account, so I'm good. I have the money to cover it, and whatever money I make today will cover me putting the 50 already in those. And that's when I realized, man, I should have bought Doge a month ago. I could have bought like 1,100 coins for $100 instead of like 900 coins for $100. 1,100 Doge, that's a lot. That's a lot of Doge, man. But yeah, I almost got a new with Uber. Almost gonna have to jump it up. 100 Doge minimum per order. I'm not taking the order unless it's at least 100 Doge. But I'd be hitting, I'm down at a 25% acceptance rate, basically doing that. Don't accept it if it's not at least $11. But now the $7 rule is just, that's enough. Because the $7, that's a $5 tip. They don't want to drop you $5. Then with the like with the rate of inflation, that's only $2. They didn't have $2 to tip me if they didn't tip me $5. That's just the way I see it now. It'll be that way forever. Until it's like, oh, it's $1 now. The dollar's already 10x'd. It's already divided by 10 in my life. Which it pretty much has. That's what I say. I think we'll see it in the fuel costs with like kind of the fuel costs. It'll go up to, it was like $2.75 before it started going crazy. Right? I don't know. Not everywhere, but I know here it was. I remember seeing gas for like $2.65 at different points. I got videos with it being $2.65 in the video just from like 6 months ago. But I could see maybe it 10xing, maybe gas going all the way up to $27 a gallon. And then people would think, oh man, it's expensive, it's gone up. It's like, no, the dollar fell. The dollar fell that much. Gas 10x'd against the dollar. Because remember, the dollar's priced in oil. And oil is getting scarcer and scarcer and scarcer and scarcer and scarcer. So that's going to happen. You know what I mean? Oil's going to be 10x what it currently is, priced in dollars. And gas $27 to $30 a gallon nationwide. But I think that's how they'll do it, man. And with fuel going up, it justifies the price of everything else going up. And then you get $1 million buy-in to have a house. $1 million minimum. Like, there's already no $100,000 houses. That's why I figure a moon bag of Bitcoin, a moon bag of Doge, and a moon bag of Shiba. And then any way it could go. I think Shiba honestly could be the new penny because there is no penny. And then if you do, there's 600 trillion, I'm just rounding it up, but there's 600 trillion Shiba in existence. There's currently, I think, $200 trillion in existence. But that's on top of, that's just in circulation. You know what I mean? That's not dollars that have already found a home in real estate. If you were to look at everything on a global scale, price everything in dollars as the denominator value, I think they're at like $1.2 quadrillion for everything. If you were to price the air molecules, the price of a pen laying on a table, the price of your phone, the price of your car, the price of your neighbor's car, all the land on the planet, all stocks, all the artwork, everything, it's all $1.2 quadrillion. But they plan on printing at the same time too. So now this quadrillion is going to turn into about 5, maybe 8 quadrillion globally. There'll be everything in the world will be divided by the dollar still for some reason. yeah. Basically, like I don't know, the Chinese yuan I think is going to get stronger, but it's not. It's not going to go up to get stronger as the dollar and euro are going to fall against it. But basically, the way that they have that built is like it's not even safe to put your money in yuan. I don't know. It's an interesting stance. But like I said, like they got rid of the penny. Oh wait, okay, this was my initial. Okay, so you have 1.2 quadrillion dollars versus half as many Shiba Inu. If there's 600 trillion Shiba Inu, right? So there's half as many Shiba Inu as there are dollars. So for Shiba Inu to equal a penny, eventually, I think is kind of inevitable. It might happen outside of my life, but I honestly think something's gonna have to replace the penny digitally because they can't continue to just rip us off on pennies. They're gonna have to pay it. Like, well, do you have a digital form I can take? Can you shave off that remainder and give it to me rather than giving it to the CEO? So I can still stack microdecimals of a penny nowadays. And that's another part of it too. Is like there's always been a remainder we could never calculate. This little tad bit under a penny type of stuff that would pop up everywhere, and that would just get kind of thrown into the pockets of the CEOs. It would go straight to the top. Not all the time. Not every corporation's like built like that, but the majority, CEOs make like 200 to 300 times what their employees make. Their medium employee, they think they're 300 times more valuable than their employee that's been working there for like 10 years. Which is a little fucked up. You know what I mean? Something's a little off there. Because, granted, you worked hard, but did you work as hard as 300 people that work for you work? Anyway, waiting on an Uber Eats order. It's almost lunch hour. We're here. Couple more weeks in the car. But yeah, man, I got my moon bag of Bitcoin already. So now I'm working on getting a moon bag of Doge. And then I've got like half the moon bag of Shiba already too. Just from 50 cents here, 50 cents there, 50 cent here. It's like weird. As I buy $50 or $100 of Bitcoin or Doge, there's always like 50 cents left over. I buy $50 and then there's 50 cents left over. That extra 50 cents, I usually just put that on the Shiba or Pepe. That's the other direction it might go. If it's not Shiba, it might be Pepe. But I could see it being Shiba. I mean, if Doge $1 and Shiba a penny, would almost make sense, sort of. Like a Shiba would be a piece of a Doge. That I don't know. Which they kind of already are. Like one Doge is X 1,000 Shiba or some shit. But the difference between Pepe and Shiba is they're tokens. They're not proof of work protocol. They're like a tokenization, like it's a proof of stake, not proof of work, proof of stake. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Sausage burrito. $10 5 mile just came in on Trip Radar. Hell yeah. I got 5 completed and 9 rejected. I need to complete 20 before I reject 40. So we're like right on cue, right on pace. I appreciate y'all being here and hanging out, man. A few more chats would be better because, you know, like eventually I run out of things to talk about if the chat's not talking. You can pop in, you know, say even just morning MFers. Whatever you want, man. Morning MFers. Still waiting, you know, we need more females in the chat, would be nice as well. And oh yeah, let me read off this comment this lady left. Hang on, because I thought it was weird. She didn't actually understand it. I don't know. I had to explain it to her basically. Let me see here. I'm gonna go back and read it off. She asked because I'm like the short that I made, living in my car to save money. It's called car camp. It's a hashtag car camping, hashtag van life, hashtag Bitcoin. It's a short that I made where I was just asking people to subscribe. You know, it's just an advertisement. You know what I mean? It's like a commercial for me. But anyway, she's like, "What is your content? What am I subscribing to?" And I'm like, "You're subscribing to help a homeless person be able to get a house someday. The content is my life. If you've ever given a homeless person $1 on the side of the road, it's the same thing as subscribing for free here on YouTube. I figured I would rather beg for subs than beg for change on the corner, and I have always felt like this is what I should have been doing while I've been working everywhere else." I feel like that's the perfect answer. If she doesn't subscribe back to that, I'm like, I'm sorry. Sorry, Karen. You know? But yeah, you get it. Like, even if you don't want to watch, just like subscribe, hang out till I get to 1,000. You know, get like a good bit over 1,000. You know, like I'm at like 1.1K, and then just unsubscribe because you're tired of seeing my videos pop up in your feed. But you wanted to, you know, you at least wanted to help me. You know what I mean? Hopefully, as time goes on, my videos will get better too, which I do plan on. You know what I mean? I've already upgraded my phone. I've already divvied in so far, and I'm not even at the point where I'm making anything from it. Not that I'm really trying to like get rich off of it. I don't think that's gonna happen. But if I could make just $200 a month off of it, would be, you know, nice enough stack of change where I could feel like I could leave the state because I have Uber. I could drive for Uber and then also just keep producing the videos on YouTube. You know what I mean? It'd be a little bit more freeing. I'd get cash from a different alternative than the parts store job, which is a dead end for me anyway. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to equal out to anything for me. But I don't know. Those of y'all that get what I'm saying, you get what I'm saying. You know, those of you that don't, you just stopped watching. But it's okay. But for the amount of attention that it would take to just like scroll over the video after you subscribe to it, it's like that's the $1 or the $5 that you gave to a homeless person. But I'm not trying to be out there begging, you know what I mean? And I know, you can't have a car and not have a job. You know what I mean? So for me to keep the car, I'm gonna need to keep a job. You know what I mean? But yeah, Uber's drying up. Uber, like, I don't know, it's been drying up the whole time I've been doing YouTube. Trying to live stream it, and then now the orders are like half what they were. There'd be some days, man, I was running like 17 deliveries, fucking 12 at least. Now I'm getting like 6. hanging out on Uber for like a 10-hour day and then getting like 6 deliveries that are actually worth taking. But yeah, this Sonic has got to be so chill, man. Manager's out front talking to his buddies from high school. He's got 2 different buddies pulled up in 2 different cars, and like the 3 of them are all hanging out. Getting that salary man money. But no, it'd be cool, man. Like eventually I'm making a video, like I'm in a little teeny tiny bar in Japan, just getting drunk with the 2 locals that hang out in the little teeny tiny bar. But yeah, like I said, it's going pretty good, man. I'm getting subscribers pretty quickly, which I thought it would take about a year to get to the first 1,000. So I'm like right on pace with that. And now the subscriber count is actually looking pretty, it looks better than it just being like 285 or something. It looks more like a channel that's like starting to come out of the box a little bit more. Like, I don't know, me as somebody that would be subscribing to another channel, it's cooler when they're at like 800-900, you know what I mean? It makes you like, oh man, I'm like one of the last, like one of the last guys that made it here. You know what I mean? And then it's like a couple more weeks of process, and then they're probably gonna make that last, you get to watch that last 1,000 happen. You know what I mean? But it takes a decent number before you get people's psychology like that, or I don't know. And then you got like viewers that have viewed you for a while. They've never subscribed. People, for some reason YouTube's putting you on their feed, and they do click on your videos, but they haven't subscribed. The closer you get to that 1,000, they'll probably be like, you know what? I've watched like 80 hours of this guy. I haven't subscribed, and he's almost there. Get that like subscriber number 999 feeling. That's why I reached out. I was at 419 subscribers, and so I sent a post out, and I was like, hey, whoever's subscriber 420, let me know. I'll send you a free gift. Dirty pair of socks. Nobody ever reached out, tried to claim they were subscriber 420, which it's a pretty big milestone. Subscriber 420. Subscriber 420 was more important than subscriber 500, basically. But subscriber 500 also, they know who they were. You know what I mean? It was fucked up. I know I curse a lot, but I'm a pirate. I can't help it, man. A landlocked pirate. Only I'm not trying to be a thief either, though. You know what I mean? I can work a little bit. Not that hard. I can work this day for my daily bread. Instead of just giving it to me, I can still work to get the daily bread. Like, that concept makes sense to me, even though I'm a pirate. But you're like, you want how much to live on my land? How much is it for a sailboat? Fucking. Just trying to eat off the land is expensive. It sucks I don't like seafood, man. I'd be eating off the ocean more. Just the smell of fish, just like it's not pleasing. I don't know how people eat it, you know? Like I feel like we crawled out of water because the food was better on land. Come on, hold me over there. But yeah, it's like every city in America is turning into a Tweaker Geographic. And we're paying for it at the same time. Paying for these cities to turn into fucking Tweaker Geographic channels. But I appreciate the likes, guys. Just a few likes away from 100 likes. Thank you to everybody that's liked so far. I know I don't say it enough. 640 subscribers is the official count. Thank you, everybody. Channel's come a long way. Like I said, probably next Monday I'm gonna do more of the First Amendment auditing. Monday be Amendment Day. Because that went pretty well. It was surprising me how well that went. Like, even still, there's a bunch of views piling up on this video. And I even seen one of the other guys, that does it. They only have like 100K subscribers. He was doing his live, and I was like, oh, see, he already took my idea. Yeah, he was doing his live. He had like 355 people watching live or something like that. He's like inside an office or something, like talking to a dude behind the counter, and the dude behind the counter's got his phone out recording him back. It's just like some stupid shit. You're supposed to be working. Why did you have your phone out recording somebody? Like, we have cameras in the office. I don't know why you thought we needed you to pull out your phone when you're supposed to be working. Just record this guy. We were watching the live stream. We were already watching the live stream. Yep. But yeah, like retirement nowadays is working part-time. It's sad, but it's true. Hell yeah. Oh man, sorry, the chat has not been updating. My bad, guys. I think you might make 1K subs next month. I don't know about that. I'm hoping by October. Last chat I got was the smiling face. For some reason, it didn't give me the star, the apple, or the pie symbol. I think that is the clock or the. It didn't give me any of those emotes. I just like looked over here to log on my other phone, and it showed me the new message, and I was like, wait, I don't have a new message. That's when it hit me. Like the chat unbeat itself or whatever. Anyway. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Now we're up to 4 likes. Hell yeah. Reba probably already showed up and gave it a thumbs down, so we're good there. Probably Reba and Jasmine probably both came in and thumbs downed it. It's good. Like as small as the channel is, somebody thumbs down. If somebody is thumbs downing all my stuff, it's like hitting a battleship with a missile on a battleship board or something. God damn it! One fucking dislike. 2 more of those, and this ship's gone. And then they got 15 accounts and shit too, so it doesn't help. But I've never been that cruel to somebody else. Like even me with my accounts, you know what I mean? I just go back and like I just want to talk more. Like they tried to mute me, and I'm like, nope, First Amendment, I'm coming back. I want to change account. Like you're not gonna put me in the corner, you know. I'll change accounts and come back and keep talking shit. But I'm not gonna change accounts just to give them another thumbs down on, you know what I mean? I don't even like thumbs down and stuff unless it's like 100% like YouTube, you're fucking stupid for putting this in front of me. You know what I mean? Like it was one lady, Lindsay Unfiltered. I was starting to get a lot of videos from this lady. Her channel name was Lindsay Unfiltered, and it's just this old. She looked like she was either Greek or Italian. You know, curly hair, dark hair, nails always did up, makeup's always on to the nines. She's always got all this gold jewelry on, and then she wants to talk about food stamps and stuff like that. And it's like she's getting all these millions of views from people talking about foods, talking about a situation she shouldn't even, you know, she has no fucking part in, you know. And it's mostly just her watching other people's videos and then commenting over the top. So it's like, it's not even really like, I don't know. Like, granted, there's not much going on here either. You know what I mean? But I don't know. But yeah, if you can see what the channel can become. You know, it's just like Jack Black's YouTube channel. But if, you know, Jack Black was using it to make it. Eventually it will be. Man, I'll have, like the aliens in Jurassic Park, I'm going to make a spoof movie of it. Because if they won't make it, I'll make it. Fuck it, you know? Because they could tell AI software to make an aliens in Jurassic Park movie. Make it a 3-hour-long feature film for theaters. Make sure it's good enough that it's actually going to go to theaters and not Netflix. That's all they tell the AI to do it. And then sit there for about 4 hours and come back with the movie. Come back with a 3-hour movie in like 1 hour, I bet. Aliens in Jurassic Park. And that'd be nuts, dude. Fucking, you know, fucking Sigourney Weaver aliens, right? In Jurassic Park. And you know, aliens should win ultimately, somehow. But then the dinosaurs would still be alive somehow or another. I don't know, somehow or another. something underwater survived or something. Cause like crabs, man, crabs are like spiders underwater to me. So if you're eating crabs, you're eating a spider. It's the underwater spider. Calling out spider riders. I mean, crab, like, I don't know, like, the Bible says if it's pleasant to the eye, I don't know how crab is really, like, I don't know. It doesn't look good. Just grilling up an insect over here. You want some? Damn it. Yeah, I've got nothing compared to like some of my friends and shit too. That's why I'm trying to talk Crunk, and Crunk would be a good guy to do the show with for Saturday nights and shit. That's why I told him, just like, man, see if your job will give you Sunday mornings off. Like, they can still, you know, if they do need you on Sunday, tell them that, you know, you schedule me after 3 p.m. Because I got this little podcast I'm going to do with a buddy of mine. He's building a YouTube channel, and then, you know, he'd help my channel in such a big way that there'd be people that would jump over and subscribe to him on his channel. You know what I mean? He might not even be, like, making videos and stuff and have, like, 1,000 subscribers. just from being on my Saturday show. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It'd be weird, but yeah, like I had one buddy named Derek. Man, his imagination was like 10 or 20x what mine is. Mine, it's kind of simmered out, fizzled out a lot. I'm not like some of the 8-year-olds the way that they can imagine things. And with all the recording devices and stuff that there is nowadays, man, like if our military is listening into that stuff, imagine the technology that's going to come out of like nowhere, basically from just the military listening to all the citizens closer, and then all these ideas, all these designs and things that people can they can spew it out in words well enough. You know what I mean? And then there's like somebody in the military, somebody in the army that's already fucking putting this shit together. The moment you're talking about it, it's already becoming a experiment. Some of the stuff. Which, if they really are that far on the ball, then yeah, we should be in pretty good shape. The rest of the world's got nothing on us. The ideas that we have as Americans. Yeah, like I said, it's like Oscar the Grouch and Elmo put together into an actual human. If you were to cross an alligator with a gorilla somehow, if an alligator and a gorilla could mate, and then after about X a million years of evolution as well, this is what you get. But I still do believe in a God, because it's like weird how after all these thousands or millions of years that we predict, the Earth is still kind of in a pretty good balance. So if the Earth is these 4 billion years old, as they say it is, it's amazing how well of a balance it's kept. So that part, I don't know. Like us trying to tell our father how old we are. And it's like, no, I remember when you were born. It's like... I think I might get out there and panhandle. Think about doing it. Just out there holding the selfie stick in one hand and then holding the feed me sign in the other. Four to 5 times a week. That must have been because the 25-cent corn dogs. I can't blame you. I can't blame you on that, man. Give me 4 corn dogs. Stat. On the fly. 25 cents a piece. You mean 4 for $1 right now. Yeah, it's just really slow, man. This is where I would apply. If I was going to work fast food in this town, this is where I would apply. Hell yeah. Chocolate shake, man. That's another good way to go. Dip your corn dog in a chocolate shake. Oh yeah. use the corn dog as a spoon for the chocolate shake. But yeah, man. I remember my first Krabby Patty. It was like 18 years old. Just finished, doing that, and then went up to the store. They had a Krabby Patty, and I was like, what? I had to try it, because it's the first time I ever eaten a Krabby Patty. It was nothing like I imagined. Nothing like I imagined a Krabby Patty was going to taste like. It was horrible. First off, it was like gummy. It was like gummy, right? So I thought, well, okay, well, it's gummy that tastes like a hamburger. And then I ate it. I take a bite. I'm like, nothing. It wasn't even like a Krabby Patty with jelly on it type of taste. It was just weird. How they called that a Krabby Patty, I have no clue. Anyway, like I said, we're down here, man. I should have drove down to the beach. I could do it right now and drive down to the beach town. I'd be able to get this Uber quest done tonight if I drive out to that beach town, which would pay for the drive out to the beach town. But just driving out there now with this daylight hour traffic and shit, I'm gonna do it after 10 o'clock. Try to get one more day in here. Then hopefully, I'll drive down there. Maybe hang out the whole weekend. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Go hit the club. Go hit the club in St. Pete, man. Y'all down? We coming? We're going? Like stanking like fuck too. Go to the club stanking from like 4 feet away. Like what? But yeah, sometimes it's a good thing that there's no smell on the stream. I'm sure you can just, watch the stream long enough, it does kind of hit your sense of smell probably after a while. starts to seep in through the speaker somehow. Too far. Yeah. It's kind of crazy, man. I feel like McDonald's increased the price, and now I'm hungry more often too, as well. The prices went up, and then they put something in the food where, like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like hungrier more often now. I just ate a breakfast, and I'm like, yeah, let's right over to Taco Bell and get a chalupa. That sounds good. A chalupa and a Baja Blast right now. That sounds pretty good. I wonder how much it costs to get the number 6 2 chicken chalupa supremes, but upgrade it to steak. I wonder how much that costs. Yeah, we got 6 viewers in here somehow. How y'all doing? I'm partaking in a substance that is illegal in 24 states currently. And so because I'm partaking in a substance that's illegal in 24 states, I've got the camera facing the other way. And I'm not exactly camera ready. I'm getting up from outside, I'm getting up from inside of a car. And I've been live for almost 2 hours now. Hell yeah, dog. Lifting the dream. Lifting the dream up over my head for everybody else. I had this one homeless guy who was telling me when back in taxes season, this was years ago, about 10 years ago, and like I was telling him, he's like, yeah, I actually go and file my taxes. I was like, what? I was like, yeah, you go file your taxes as a homeless person. You just go in there, you tell them that you landscaping and you made like $10,000 a year under the table. And it's like, that's basically what you're doing. You're working landscaping for the city. I was like, what? He goes and files his taxes and gets a tax return. I thought it was funny. It's like, the homeless guy's gonna go file his taxes. Which is dumber. Which is even dumber, too. It's like, I'm a homeless guy that has to file my taxes. Like, I'm homeless and I still gotta worry about filing my taxes. And it's money that they owe me. The stupidest part. Like, y'all can't figure that out on your own. I don't understand why they pass that shit off to you. Just... I go pay fucking H&R Block $300 to find out that the government owes me $800, and then get $500 back. It's just the whole process. This is kind of stupid. So I'm ultimately trying to get to the point where I technically don't even make an income. I've got no income to actually have to claim with the IRS because I don't even make an income. What I do is I sell oranges on the side of the road. If you watch Reno 911, there's an episode of Reno 911 again. He's like, I'm just, what I do, I sell oranges. He said, oh yeah, you're selling oranges? Yeah. And then I just reach in the car and I put it right in the people's lap. I'm going to hold a sign. I'll be on the side of the road holding a sign that says oranges, in quotes, oranges for sale. Some days it's better than jail. I appreciate y'all hanging with me, man. Like I said, it's only about like week 3 of even doing this, and viewership is up like 200%. 200% increase in viewership is pretty good with me. And eventually, if I get to the point of like 30 to 50 people watching, it's a legitimate channel at that point, even at that small a number. So thank you, every one of y'all, man. That's what I see. Like I'm 100,000 subscribers away from actually being able to go buy a house. Until then, I'm still working. I'm doing my thing, saving up. Hopefully, building moon bags. If I'm not building moon bags, there's probably no way out of here without the YouTube's help. Just be getting harder and harder each year. Oh God. Sorry to hear that, man. You gotta watch out, man. Eventually, your boss will crash out on you for crashing out. You gotta watch out, and can't be doing that nowadays. Sorry to hear that. He must have really pissed you off to push you past that point 2 days in a row. Get out of here! He's a Florida swamp monkey, driving for Uber Eats, delivering tacos and burgers through the Everglades heat. I appreciate y'all hanging out, stopping in for a moment. So like I said, logging in on the Uber, got the Uber going, but nothing's happening, man. Dying out. And because they got the quest going, I'm trying to do the quest. I want to do the quest. Oh, wow. Yeah, she's a kid. Yeah. There's like this kid about half my age has 2 kids of their own. That's nuts. She looks like she's about half my age. She's got two kids she's pulling out of the car right now. That's nuts, man. Yeah, let me dress the boss down now. This girl with 2 kids. She's about half my age with 2 kids, man. It's crazy. Oh, she spotted me. She spotted me. Oh, 3 kids. Holy crap, 3 kids. Whoa. Holy crap, hola. I hope that music's not too loud. It shouldn't be. They're playing like Lady Gaga, Madonna 2.0. Yep. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Crashing out on your worker. Wish your worker was, wish it would fucking stay on the ball enough where they didn't have to get chewed out 2 days in a row. I can't. I don't know if I could work because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough Spanish where I can be a construction worker. I'm not trying to say that in a rude way. It's like it's an actual reality, factual thing. Because I live in the state of Florida and everything as well. Just 7 viewers, 8 viewers, new high score, 8 viewers, 8 concurrent viewers. Thank you all. Thank you for tuning in. Like I said, the real estate idea is more or less just a huge joke. But, I'm gonna look into it a little bit. If I can at least if I can at least get a real estate license and then cut out a realtor when I go to buy my own shit, would be cool. At least pay it off my license by buying my own shit through myself. I don't know. Then I might could turn the whole YouTube channel into like, touring houses and stuff. Maybe even have to build a second channel to do that with. Is that Papa? Now, where's Daddy at, man? That's the other question. Was he military? Used to be. That's what it was. Like, you didn't see Dad because he's in the military. He's overseas fighting. America. Where's your daddy? He's in Vietnam. I was like, where's your daddy? He's in the state penitentiary. There's like so much resin in this pipe. Ugh. From a chandelier. Hope the chat's not messed up again. I appreciate everybody, man. Viewership is going up. IRL streaming, the life of a homeless Uber driver. And hopefully I can become a real estate agent. If not, and if I can't be a real estate agent, YouTube, at least let me mop the floors and clean the bathrooms at the corporate office, man. It'd be nice. I think even that would be cool. You know what I mean? Like the guy that's the janitor at YouTube is live streaming himself while he's cleaning. He's cleaning the bathrooms in YouTube. I think it'd be interesting. He's live streaming himself cleaning the bathrooms in the YouTube corporate office. There's a niche for that. You'd get a whole gang of other janitors. What's that lady doing? Anyway, I guess they're mad at me because I didn't accept that one Dunkin' Donuts one that was a ripoff. $3.99 a month with 0% APR. I have to get down on some of that. Hell yeah. Yeah, I've been doing stuff like that for years too. I remember I was moving pergo wood flooring around for my grandfather when I was like 14, doing stuff like that, helping him make the cuts on the corners and putting the stuff up against the wall. Like, I know flooring pretty well. And then my cousin, he knows flooring pretty well as well. Like, I don't know. We've got between our family and then half of us being out of work and shit. I don't know why he's never thought of like making a flooring business. And then I'd have a job, he'd have a job. A couple other people in our family would probably all have a job through the flooring business or whatever. Which I could probably do it too, but I don't know. I don't have enough patience where I could run like a whole business and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm better as a worker. But yeah, doing flooring itself, it's kind of just like putting a puzzle together, and then it's only perimeter and area that you have to worry about as far as like mathematics. You don't have to worry, you know what I mean? You don't have to go that far in depth. You're only doing the surface. And everybody wants nice floors. Everybody just wants to upgrade their floors. Everybody's spilling shit on their rugs. You know what I mean? It's like it's not like being a barber. You know what I mean? But there's always going to be a need for somebody that can put in floors really well. Somebody that can lay on tile and carpet, and wood, laminate, like any surface you'd want, basically. I don't know how to do terrazzo, but I'm sure my cousin would, because he's been in flooring for so long. It's an idea, and it's not really like, it's not a dream either. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. If he needed a worker, if he did, create like a whole business or something, I wouldn't mind working for my cousin, at his flooring business. I wouldn't even be like an asshole boss about it, like, hey, my cousin's the owner, remember that. You know what I mean? I might do it as a joke or something. You better share that joint with me. Remember, my cousin's the boss. We was chilling for a minute. A bunch of new subscribers. I'm pretty sure a couple of them are gonna fade out. I'll lose a couple of subscribers, but I'm sure it's gonna stay over 600. It's well enough over 600 that it's gonna stay over 600 at least. Which that's cool. I mean, going from like the 535 that it was all the way over to 600. That's a big leap. Impressions click-through rate is going up on my last video, which that's not bad. It's not getting a whole lot of views, but that's the respect that's given to delivery drivers, you know what I mean? That's the amount of respect that is given to delivery drivers. You make a video about the respect given to delivery drivers, it doesn't get any views. YouTube doesn't put it forward to an audience of nothing. Because you can see, like, you know, you can get a lot of views off of YouTube recommendations, you know, but this particular video, they didn't recommend it to anybody. That's the respect that's given to delivery drivers. You get it. I don't know. Probably not. It's alright. It's another Monday. But yeah, man. W's in the chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you. W's in the chat. Hell yeah. Yeah, like I say, Rumpelstiltskin was a good man. Come on now, give me an Uber order. Super duper order. But yeah, I gotta send some money over. I was hoping to like save. I made like $51 yesterday on the 5 trips that I ran. Thank you, noob. W's in the chat. But eventually, you know, we'll get to the point where we're running raids together and shit, man. Fucking in VR. In VR, running a raid. Generational fight for World War IV. We're gonna fight in VR. World War III's fought over drones. To the new page. Yep, so 125. They've already taken 50. I'm down to 75. I try to take the money out of the bank as fast as I can, man. I don't even like having a bank. I'm trying to get to the point I don't need a bank anymore. I technically I make no more income. I don't make an income where I need a bank account for that, you know. There's no income, so I don't need a bank account for that income to go. I can't get direct deposit because I don't, you know, there's no reason to have a bank account because I get nothing direct deposited. But I've still got so much in my wallet. Hell yeah. Dr. Filbert. Nancy. 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 Dr. Filbert. But yeah, this country's getting invaded. We gotta leave. Coming soon to a city near you. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that. Bluetooth in this. Hang on now. Here we go. This is gonna be a good one. This is by Cash Jordan. I'm not sure how many subscribers he's got. I'm not even gonna look. I know he's got like a bunch. It's gonna make me jealous. But Cash Jordan, you know, he's basically like, I think he's an affiliate of Fox News or something like that. It almost makes sense. It's like, you know, a Fox News affiliate that operates on YouTube. Because I could see them eventually doing that. You know what I mean? Big YouTubers would be bought out by NBC or something like that. Push forth an NBC agenda. You know what I mean? I don't know. But it's Cash Jordan. 2 hours ago, he posted this. It says, "No more homeless."
We are no longer going to tolerate people on our streets. I'm not going to tolerate it as a father, and I'm not going to tolerate it as the mayor.
So, big changes are coming to San Francisco, and that is going to be terrible news for the homeless industrial complex, which for years has gotten rich off the backs of the less fortunate, using them as an excuse to get endless public money without solving any of the crises they exist to fix. But now the mayor of a city synonymous with this issue wants to do something about it, which is going to involve doing the one thing that might actually help those in need.
A major homeless shelter in the heart of San Francisco will soon close its doors, but advocates warn the timing could make an already strained system worse. Closure is part of a larger trend with 2 other sites that recently shuttered. The city is on track to lose more than 450 shelter beds citywide.
Now, why do they come here? Why not go to Des Moines or someplace like that? Because the city of San Francisco and the state of California gives them money.
There's a body business where they bring homeless people to the city to make the money off them. They're from all over the country. They're brought here because this is the epicenter where they're making all the money.
New city data shows some parts of San Francisco are seeing a sharp drop in tent encampments. Mission saw a 17% drop since June. In the Tenderloin, it's down 67%.
So the street conditions in San Francisco have improved all over. We still have a lot of work to do. We've just seen improvement that we haven't seen in years.
Back at Nasser's store, she says sales are down at least 30% in recent months.
Set up shop here, and I don't want to have to keep calling SFPD and saying, hey, I need help. You need to clean up the area.
Yeah. They need they need smaller, more affordable housing. You know, like when there used to be single wides, there used to be single wide trailers that were like 600 square feet that they would sell. I got a new comment. Let's see here what we got. I got a like. Somebody gave me a like. Somebody liked the comment that I said, "You're subscribing to help a homeless person being able to get a house someday. The content is my life." If you ever given a homeless person $1 on the side of the road, it's the same thing as subscribing for free here on YouTube. But like I said, yeah, if you're in that same boat, man, it might be a long ride. But once I make it to like 1,100 subscribers, just go ahead and unsubscribe. You know what I mean? It won't bother me. I'll understand. Like, you know, like suddenly 60 people just unsubscribe. I'll get it. You know what I mean? But it just kind of, that's weird, man. It's weird that it's even 1,000 subscribers, I guess, because YouTube knows how hard it can be to get people to subscribe. It's weird because they use the word subscribe in the first place, I think is what the problem is. Because, like, people relate it too much, older people and stuff, you relate it too much like a magazine subscription. You know what I mean? So you think it's going to cost, just like there's a cost involved with subscribing, even though it's free. You know what I mean? Just the wording that they put on it. Although I do like it better than follower, because me, I'm a Leo. You know, I'm not trying to be a follower at all. You know what I mean? So I guess subscriber works better for like people with that like level of psychology. So that's part of the reason I never got involved on Twitter or X, just because everybody's a follower and everybody's following each other. And I was like, y'all can't just be friends, you know, like you'd be Facebook friends. MySpace, right? I'm like, I don't understand why everybody's following each other now. I was like, I never made an X or a Twitter account, like, kind of for that reason. And it was just kind of stupid because we all moved from MySpace over to fucking Facebook, and then it was like all our parents got on Facebook, and it's like the younger kids who were starting to move over to Instagram and Twitter. You know, and it was, I don't know, like I'm not like we keep doing the same shit over and over again. You know. I don't know. So apparently, yeah, this is not day 20 because day 11 was 6 days ago. But then day 17 was 4 days ago. So day 17 was 4 days ago. But then yesterday I didn't do one. Like, I didn't do one Monday either. So, I don't know, day 17. And then I have, this is 18, just doesn't say the day on it. And this is 19. So yeah, this is day 20. No, day 20 was the vertical. This is day 21. Day 21. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Day 21. Day 21. Hell yeah. Day 21. Day 21. Hell yeah. Day 21. Hell yeah. Day 21. Hell yeah. Day 21. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Day 21. Hell yeah. Day 21. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But anyway, yeah, I've been making videos since like October-ish. There was a couple of videos that I posted from before that, but that was more, I'm still learning YouTube and stuff. Like, the first video I posted, I didn't know, like, I was trying to figure out how to even post on YouTube. Kind of. I'm sure that makes sense. Yeah. The first couple of videos, it was like, how do I even do this? Let's go to the oldest. I'm gonna do a live reaction to me watching my oldest video. Here we go. A live reaction. Me reacting to my oldest video on YouTube. Here we go. It's called Through Hiking the Shangri-La Trail and the Pruitt Trails from 6 years ago, with 132 views in 6 years. 132 views in 6 years. Alright, here we go. Live reaction. I'm opening up the video now. I don't know why I'm getting an advertisement for my own videos. What the fuck is this? Hell yeah. I remember that day.
And working at this place.
I remember that day, man. It was a pretty good day, man. I was out there trying out some of my hiking gear for the first time. Basically, out there just walking around, trying out that trail. It's cool. It's basically just a slideshow of some photos with some music underneath it. Anyway, comments disabled. That's weird. Whoa, comments disabled. Oh, because the kids are made for kids. Made for kids videos you can't comment on? That's crazy. But yeah, Chronicles episode 15. No. Yeah, that's not Chronicles. Chronicles didn't start there. The episode, like the video I made right before the Chronicles started, has like the most views. And then the Chronicles started, and then episode 15. Yeah, episode 15's got the most views out of any episode. '41 did pretty good though, like 121 views. Appreciate y'all. Cause yeah, the Chronicles, man, it's like it was tough for them to even bust 100 views. A lot, 33, 52, 45, 38, 24. You know what I mean? It's just me like starting the channel out. But yeah, it's cool to look back some of that stuff. Wondering how this video made it to 484 views. Hey everybody, welcome back to another Florida Swamp Monkey video. Another day, same shirt. So yeah, still out of the car. Made it up into Uber Diamond. Didn't want to, and for the last like 30 hours that I've been in Uber Eats Diamond, I haven't gotten any order. I mean, well, I've gotten orders, yeah, but only like late at night. Yeah, Platinum. I don't know why Platinum's better than Diamond on Uber. I don't know why. But Platinum, they give you like $17 every order that comes through, like $17 order. Which I'm almost back into Platinum again because I fell down so low with the 25% acceptance rate. I'm not even gold right now, but I can get back up to a 50% acceptance rate, and then like because it knocked me out at Diamond, I have to start over with points and shit again. So I can be a Platinum driver for a little bit again. After 10 p.m. when every other driver is offline, pretty much it seems like. Yeah, my phone is, now that I'm a Diamond driver, I'm getting like half as many requests, like easily. The exact reason I didn't want to be in Diamond is just there's too many people that are in Diamond. I can't, sit here for 3 hours waiting for an order in the big city, in the bigger city. Right? That doesn't happen. Usually, about a half hour probably usually at most here in this city, and you get some kind of order somewhere. But this is Chronicles episode 0. This is like the prequel, basically right before Chronicles started. The title of this video is Same Shirt, Different Day. Homeless Uber driver. Living in a Corolla. Same shirt, different day. Homeless Uber driver living in a Corolla. I got 34 likes on it, and then almost 500 views. It came out 2 months ago, probably almost 3 months ago now. But yeah, but even still, like, in 2 months' time, like, as at this point, I think I was only like 116 or maybe 125 subscribers. Like, since I started the Chronicles and now, I've gotten another like 500 subscribers just since starting the Chronicles and now, which that's really good. I don't know how much further I'm going to go with the Chronicles. I might end it. My 41 might be the last episode of the Chronicles. I don't know. Like, I'm still going to be doing the Uber driving and stuff. Like, I'm currently logged in right now. But I don't know. To make a montage video type shit of like a couple of days put together, I can still do it. I don't know, it would hit a slightly different audience than the live streams do, but it would basically be like the same thing the live stream is, just smushed into like an hour video. 3 days of the live stream, but I'd be recording it on this other phone. You know what I mean? I don't know. To keep making videos on the Chronicles. I feel like the format's already almost changed. I don't know. And the one good thing with the live is, like, I don't have to spend time editing. So it's like basically it's more time I can spend live. And then it makes the live stream longer. You know what I mean? And it's some people that they some people they might be using my videos to fall asleep too. Or, without even realizing it. They put on like a 10-hour video and then fell asleep to it. Woke up to go pee and the video was still playing. Go pee and then like go back to sleep. The video is still playing. Which is good for the channel, the people that are doing that. And then, more and more I get the point that's like happening worldwide or whatever. Not everybody, but whatever. I don't know. But yeah, with like really, really, really long videos that I'm able to make through live streaming and stuff too. It also saves data on my phone. So I don't have to, me trying to make a 3-hour video takes a lot of data space on the phone itself. You have the room to be able to do that. Then reformat it. I don't know, it's a bunch of, like, you have the footage twice basically, one way or another. And it's just better just to be live. Because like the moment it's finished, it's already kind of trying to post it on the YouTube for you too. It just kind of skips a step. It's a little different a broadcast, but I don't really watch my mouth as it is anyway. But I appreciate y'all hanging with me, man. We're getting through it, man. I'm gonna buy a couple more of these shirts. I gotta get some funds together to do it. What's that? Oh. Pepe's below 4. 5 zeros and a 4. Pepe's below 5 decimal point, 5 zeros and a 4. Good time to buy Pepe. But like I said, I don't know what's going to happen with Pepe. I know based on its market cap, I'll tell you right now. What the possibilities of it is. Because it's a stretch. It's a long, might not happen. But I'll tell you what you might be looking at. If it does happen. There we go. Log in here. Gotta log in twice. Everybody left. Why did everybody leave? What the fuck? We're down 3% today. So Tuesday and Wednesday was bad for crypto this week. Freaking Epstein. Fucking everything up. Bitcoin below 79. But alright, here we go. We got, that's a long shot, right? It's a long shot. Okay, but for Pepe to go from where it's at now to a penny, we're looking at 1,000x return. 1,000x. For Pepe to go to a penny would be, about 1,000x. And then the market cap right now, the market cap 1.69 billion, right? So say if it were to 1,000x, go to 1.5 trillion, which could. I mean, as much money as they're going to print, for a trillion of it to land in Pepe is not absurd. It's not absurd to say that, because it's already at, 16% of a trillion. 16% of $1 trillion has already made it into, well, no, not doing that right. But yeah, 1.7 billion dollars has already made it into Pepe. Pepe could lock up $1 trillion. It could be $1 trillion that gets like thrown into the market cap of Pepe, which is nuts. even for it to like 1 trillion. 1 trillion. It's like all they want. That's all they wanted out of Bitcoin. It's not crazy to say the same thing could probably happen with Shiba, and Shiba's currently at 3.7 billion. So Shiba is like twice as big, and then some, as Pepe. So Pepe could double just to meet where Shiba is. Pepe could double, more than double, just to meet the market cap of Shiba currently. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think Pepe's not a bad one because the potential that's there. But at the same time, Pepe, anything could happen there as well. You're gambling on it. But for the, what is it? How much did I put on Pepe? Yeah, for the $40, for the $40 I've got on Pepe, if it ends up being something significant, and I'm not gonna really miss $40 today. It's not gonna really change things for me. Yeah, $40. Thank you for the $40 super chat. I'm just playing. That'd be like the only way that it could change things for me. I'll point the camera that way again. They're starting to get busy now. Noon o'clock on Wednesday. Sonic's full house right here. I might go chill up there at the beach, man. Shit, ain't nothing pinging on this fucking Uber. Might as well wait till if they're forward along back in. That's a long time to be hanging out there on the beach. It's like if it was a live stream of a beach scene right now, it would be better than this crap.
Sun is setting in the sunshine state. He's chasing every moonshine, looking for some shade. Got his dog shirt on, golden hour glow, navigating traffic with the digital flow, rolling through the drive-thru, delivery on lock, watching every candle, waiting for the shock. No boots, no camera, just a vibe so sweet. The baddest damn on the Florida street. He's a high-speed hunter in a low-cap world with the doge on his chest and his back.
Yeah, the weird thing is too, man, like I'm getting more view time out of the live streams than I was the Chronicles. I'm getting more view time out of it and more views total. So doing the dash cam dashboard, ride-alongs is actually kind of being better for the channel than the long format Chronicles episode that I was making. And even though like I got a lot of subscribers since I started the Chronicles, it wasn't off of the Chronicles though. It was off of shorts and live streaming. Like sometimes, like I go live if I'm, it take me a minute, you know what I mean? But if I'm live for like 4 or 5 hours, I close down the live stream, I got like 3 new subscribers. But yeah, it's like the channel's growing, getting an audience, kind of, sort of. Even just to break you need 250,000 minutes watched, basically, between all of your fans somewhere around the world, even yourself, yourself on an alternate account. I think even you viewing yourself, it's still a view, because they could still throw an ad at you. You're watching your own video and they throw an ad. There's still ad revenue to be made on that. It's like a view is a view.
Swamp monkey.
Uber. 12 o'clock on Uber. Nothing's going on. Nothing about nothing. Another 3 subscribers. Whoa, dude. What the crap is going on? 643 subscribers now. What the crap? Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Those of y'all that were just hanging out with me.
But yeah, it's
turn the volume down. Turn off the Bluetooth.
Bluetooth disconnect.
Oh,
Waiting connection.
off me. Bluetooth. Off me.
Waiting connection.
Off me. Off me. Off me. Yeah, I'm trying to be quiet for a moment. Pretty good day so far, man. I hit a new max. We had like 8 viewers concurrent. It was nice. Not doing a First Amendment audit. That was like the most viewers I've ever had concurrent. Made it to over 20 likes the other day while live streaming, which that's the most ever. Channel's getting up there, man. Oh. Broke neck. Appreciate y'all hanging, man. Makes the day a little bit easier to get through. Yeah, I'd probably drive down there to the beach tonight. It'd be nice if I can get like 5 orders throughout the day on the Uber and then drive down to the beach. Get another 10 down there on the beach tomorrow for sure. And then quest is complete. The trip down to the beach was free, man. That'd be worth it. Appreciate you stopping in and hanging out for a minute. Yeah, like I said, right now I'm logged in on the Uber. I've been logged in since 2.5 hours. One request. 2.5 hours. Ridiculous, man. Ridiculously slow. I don't know if maybe people stopped ordering Uber because they know I'm gonna be the one delivering it. Every time we order Uber, it's that fucking homeless guy. Was he like the only driver in this city? I guess. It's always... I try to be quick too, you know what I mean? I don't know, like, if it ain't there quickly, it's because of the restaurant. How you doing? Yeah, another day, another $30, maybe. But yeah, I think, man, as Bitcoin goes up, Dogecoin's definitely gonna go up too. That $1 Doge is definitely gonna happen at some point. How likely is it for Dogecoin to equal $1? Can you read it? You normally read the stuff. Can you read that? No, they're not reading it. Almost an 800% price increase. Let's see here. Hell yeah. When do you think Doge will equal $1? Between 2027 and 2030, based on 12 different sites. That's based off of three key components: the maximum growth targets, ETF catalyst, and aggressive predictions. The long-term outlook beyond 2030. The consensus target year 2030 is widely cited. Required maturity by 2030, analysts assume Dogecoin must transit from a purely speculative meme coin into a globally adopted tool for digital micro-tipping, and merchant payments to offset the supply. Like, so instead of tipping somebody with a nickel, you could tip them with a Doge. Oh, here's the my Dogecoin wallet address, by the way. Well, speaking of that. Takes a second. Hang on, I'm trying to load it up now. This phone's slow. But I can receive Doge at either this QR code on screen now or the 27 alphanumeric code that you see there. Like I said, you can scan this QR code and it'll send me a Dogecoin tip. However much Dogecoin you want to send, I'll be able to receive. You can even send it to that keyboard address there at the bottom, D6 UBS. But anyway, if you want to send a Dogecoin tip, just scan that square thing there. What did I just buy? I bought 440 of them. $440 doggy coin. 440 bottles of water on Mars. Still logged in on that Uber, watching the Uber do nothing. Freaking concrete truck, man. Concrete truck, man. Concrete truck, man. Concrete truck, man. I'm a concrete truck type of man. Man, they're getting hit today. Is there some kind of special on Tuesday or on Wednesdays here? Maybe Wacky Wednesday, foot-long conies or something. I don't know. There's a lot of people here compared to normal. I don't think because I'm sitting here. Eventually, after a while, I have to be careful. Stuff like that might happen. Could be showing up to the Sonic wanting to meet me. Which would be cool, you know, somebody shows up at the Sonic like, hey, you know, I'm gonna buy you lunch. I'm like, all right, yeah, man. Shit, I ain't got no money to afford this, but yeah. I ain't sitting here because I don't want some tater tots. Maybe I should almost put this sign up in the window. I can like be sitting here panhandling at the same time. Maybe somebody will get it and then they'll get me some food. Like, hey, are you hungry? I saw your anything will help sign in the window. Yeah. People are already looking at it strange. They're driving by. A few little bit of nature sounds going on, man. Nothing wrong with that. I wonder if anybody can see my sign. I got this sign in the window. Says anything will help. Anything will help. I got this sign just up in the window. Somebody hooks me up with a cheeseburger. How y'all doing? Welcome, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Just waiting on Uber. Ain't nothing gonna happen, man. So I think it might be, man, people just stopped ordering Uber. because they know I'm gonna be the driver. I'm gonna give it another 30 minutes and I'm gonna log into Dash too. Like, this is just ridiculous. Been logged in since like 9:30 on Uber. 1 or 2 requests, I think. I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Even a 10-second view is helping the channel at this point. Over 100 new subscribers in the last 48 hours. I can't be, you gotta be as blessed as you are, I can only imagine the channel going from like 500K to 600K subscribers as fast as it went from 5 to 600. But hey, Amari King was able to buy a house off of YouTube. If you know who that is. If you don't, I don't think I could play him because he's a little bit too abrasive. You can't weld the dishes. You can't weld laundry. Yep. Free gas. Free gas. A lifetime supply of free gas. Hi there.
Unfortunately, my manager said you had to leave.
For what?
We can't have any soliciting over here.
I'm just waiting on an Uber order.
Okay.
I'm literally just logged into Uber. I get a lot of orders that are Sonic.
Do you think you could go sit in the Publix parking lot?
Yeah. Yeah, just let them know that's all I was doing.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. They think I'm soliciting. I'm soliciting, sitting in my car. So anyway, I got rid of the soliciting sign. That's what the problem was really over. So I got rid of the soliciting sign. And then the manager didn't want to come themselves, which is also kind of... I'm soliciting, sitting in my car. Next year they'll come. It'll be that skinny little fucking dude with the glasses. This is my soul. I've been living here before the Sonic was here. But no, the thing was over me soliciting. So, you know, I don't know how I was... I don't know. Soliciting because I put a sign up in my window, I guess. I don't know, whatever. At that point, I'm soliciting Bitcoin too, I guess, by having the Bitcoin be written on the corner of my window. Because I'm driving around with my car for sale. I'm soliciting. Oh, shit, they really want to push it? I'll go stand on the sidewalk and I will legitimately solicit from the sidewalk entrance to the place. I bet you that was a Karen complaining through the fucking speaker box or some shit. Like, bitch, just mind your own fucking business. Or buy me a cheeseburger. Fucking, if you can't seem to mind your own business. No, I bet you the manager won't even come out here himself. He'll call the police at this point. And then when the police get here, I'll just be like, oh, I thought the problem was over. Then they said it because I was soliciting. I don't understand how I was soliciting. I'm just waiting in my car for an Uber Eats order. Shit, I'd probably make more money to do that too. It's sad. Like, I'm trying to do the Uber driving because I feel like, you know, like a better person would Uber drive than just stand on the corner and beg for change. But it's crazy how much money I see them make standing on the corner begging for change. And it's people that look more able-bodied than me sometimes. But no, I'll give it another 10 minutes. That's probably what it is. That little skinny, scrawny little dude. He had to send a female out here. She's probably like an MIT or something. They made her do it. Trying to dangle a carrot in front of her face to get her to do extra shit. But I'm not mad at her. She like literally was just following one of her directives from her manager that her manager really should have. She should have pushed back on that and then, you know, like made the manager actually do it because it's more or less a manager's responsibility. You got a homeless stoner hanging out on the property and then you send your employee to do it instead of going yourself. I don't know. I wouldn't do that as the manager. Especially a female employee, too. It'd be one thing to do it like if you're a female manager and you had a male employee under you that you were, you know, like it was an opposite sex type of thing, both ways. You're a female manager and you have like a guy that you could send out there, so you know you did send the guy out there rather than you going out there as like this 110-pound female. That would make sense in that instance, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, be a manager if it's the guy I'm thinking of. Like I said, I'll give it like another 10 minutes or so. At that point, he doesn't come out here. He probably's got the cops coming, so I'll go ahead and leave before the cops actually get here. Just so then it'll look like a false alarm, kind of, sort of. After like it happens like 6 or 7 times, I had 6 or 7. After it happens like 6 or 7 times, the police will take even longer to start showing up. You know what I mean? They already got probably already gonna take about a half hour to show up in this instance. And it'll get to the point. It's just more and more bullshit. There's a dude sitting in his car waiting for an Uber Eats order. Really, I'm waiting on the shade. It's after 12:30 now. There might be shade over there on the other spot behind the other side of the hedge. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm just hanging out, man. People like to start a fire for no reason, type of shit. But definitely I need to go before the police actually get here. That way I can. Oh, cool. Oh, that's an easy one too, man. Isn't it? Yeah, that's an easy one. Hell yeah. Look at $3 per mile. Uh-oh.
Normal voltage. Normal voltage.
Like, well, I can't leave. My car
Waiting connection.
broke down where it's at. That's what I'm gonna say next time. I'm gonna start it because it never starts on that first twist. I could sit there for 20 minutes on that first twist. It won't fucking do anything but beat the shit out of my battery. Be like, I don't know, she won't go. Hell yeah, that's some good timing. And granted, it's below $7. I really shouldn't have taken it, but it's 2.1 mile. I mean, it was $6.60. Like, they just tipped the extra. They almost made it 5. They probably just rounded up to make it an even 30 on the delivery or something. It was worth it enough because the mileage was short. It's gonna be a long light. I'm soliciting customers. What? Like while I've been live streaming, sitting in the front seat of my car. What are you hitting your brake for? Alright, and unfortunately on this next one, I'm already kind of too close to the resident. I pretty much have to flip the camera on me the whole way there from the Taco Bell. Just for whatever reason, I think it'd be smarter to do that. Both these people parked really well. And one drink. Yep, one drink. All right. Be right back. Those of you that stayed,
Normal voltage.
I appreciate y'all staying tuned,
Rain connection.
kicking it, chilling still. Throwing her in reverse. We'll roll up the windows, put the AC on. We're at 86 degrees here. And the humidity's probably at 90%. Something like that. Alright, backing up real slow. We'll be constantly whipping around this drive-through. Yep, see? Alright. Trying to get out of their way as quick as I could. Calm down, Linda. Sylvia. Sorry. There we go. Oh my God. Oh my God. You don't even see it. You don't even see it. Look at this. Professional driver. Professional driver. Look at this. This is just like, what? Come on now. Professional driver. You gotta go all the way the fuck around. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's actually doing. Block the whole fucking alleyway. Take your time, you're alright. Jesus Christ. And this is why I was trying to go out this other way to begin with. Alright. Linda. Yep. Still get stuck behind the same dingus anyway. With a GoPro on his head. I gotta adjust the camera here. I'm pulling up to the residence, so sorry. About a mile from the address. I gotta protect some of the customer's privacy here. We do our thing here. Brush the hair back. Can't even tell. Can't even tell. Put the sunglasses on. And you can't even tell. There's no difference. Like Dr. Disrespect. Anyway, we're out here, man. Chilling. Grooving, popping through another day. Rolling stones. Rolling kidney stones out here. But they were talking about, damn, at the down there in Manatee County, Florida, they're building houses so fast and all the construction going on down there. The Circle K's are having trouble keeping Mountain Dew stocked because a lot of the construction workers, they prefer to drink Mountain Dew. They've got so many people that are drinking Mountain Dew that they can't keep up with it. I don't know how much further this is. That's a terrible map. Okay, is there a lot? Meet at door. Oh. I think I've been here before. I think I've delivered here once before. Sweet. And then this delivery will buy me lunch once I get this busted out. Or, oh, I did miss it. Damn it. Alright. Oh man, left. Wow. That's going to be a hell of a neighborhood. Come on, minivan, let's go. I got to bust a Unisif here. The guy behind me is going to be pissed. Alright, we made it. But yeah, the preschool, it's like in with this church, the daycare or whatever. And I missed it because I thought there'd be a separate entrance for it. I drive all the way back up. Zigzag. Wait for this car to go now. KFC is the church. The church is KFC. I don't know exactly what the acronym is. KFC. Getting weird looks from the people already. It's all handicapped. Every single spot in there is handicapped. Okay. So I'm gonna park over here. They need 8 handicap spots for the preschool. Anyway, I'm back about 60 seconds. Sometimes it's like it'll ring with an order while I'm running up to the front door. All right. Oh, looks like I gotta go all the way up and around. Not a big deal. Curbs, everything you see them. Parking curbs. Alright, almost there. Oh God. Broke neck. That's the first order of the day. First run of the day. Woo. Still in the hole from breakfast. Gotta get some gas too. Almost to the fuel light coming on the gas tank. And first order of the day, didn't even pay for breakfast. We're doing good. Off to a good start. Already hungry, planning on lunch. I appreciate y'all tuning in and hanging out for a few minutes. Even a 10-second view is helping the channel at this point, as small as it is. And hopefully here before too long we'll get an actual decent audience here an actual decent crowd of people throughout the day, different people at different times. I don't expect you to have to be here, watch the entire 9-hour, 11-hour live stream, but if you want to pop in, you got nothing else to do for about a half hour, and see how I'm doing for the day. Not much to it. I'm gonna go. They're taking their time. They knew I was gonna go first. I figured at that point I might as well just go ahead and go first because they're kind of waiting on me. Anyway, if you do like smooth jazz, we got some. So you're in luck. We got you. You found the right channel. If you want to listen to some smooth jazz while we cruise around town, you found the right place. I'll leave it at that. See what we can pop on here. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Bluetooth.
Bluetooth connection success.
Woo! All I had to do was ask her. Hi there, picking up a mobile order for Jimothy.
Jimothy, already got a Rainbow Security spot?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, but my need to go ahead and pour off me. There's 47 at the window.
Got you. Mafia status. Place in the world you're gonna hear this song is right here, right now.
Tight song by the lakeside. On a line still pre-prepared. Open with my body from fall. Gonna back a well can't ride. Gonna back a well can't ride. Gonna back a well can't pays dust and try. Got your song by feel like side. On the line still pre-clip boy. No can with my body from four. Gonna rock a well can't ride. Gonna rock a well can't ride. Gonna rock a well can't
Thank you, sir. Gotcha. Or it's the Wednesday show for later on tonight. We'll hear that song. I'm liking this one a lot, man. This is, where's that? It's in here somewhere, right about there. It's right about here. This is the song.
Park beneath the neon of the local sign, seat tilted back just far enough to see the skyline. Condensation on the glass, a fog that hides the world, while the banner of my digital dream starts to get unfurled. I've got a tripod on the dash and ring light on the seat, living in this metal box on a dead-end gravel street. They call me Florida Swamp Monkey, the king of the compact, making contact in the heat with the windows cracked. I'm just 100,000 clicks away from a front door key.
Yep.
From a kitchen and a carpet and a sense of being free. Till that silver button arrives to save my weary soul. I'm building my empire from inside this old Corolla. Yeah, I'm building my empire from inside this old Corolla. Yeah, boiling water on a burner by the the passenger side door, checking every comment in my eyes get tighter. So I talk about the gators and the humidity and the rain while I wait for the algorithm to take away the pain. Every like is a break, every sub is a piece of wood.
Yeah, actually, speaking of alligators and talking about alligators, the city of Micanopy I was talking about earlier, the city of Micanopy was actually named after the Indian chief Micanopy, which literally translated to crazy alligator. So he was Chief Crazy Alligator, although only to his people he wasn't called a chief. He was just called Micanopy. The chief is something that we adapted because we needed who's the leader, we need to negotiate with the leader. It'd be crazy if they give me a green light. Oh my god! I didn't think that was gonna happen.
I'm building my empire from inside the soul Corolla. Hit that bell, leave a light, help a monkey find his home. I'm tired of the highways and I'm tired of the road. Just 100,000 miles is 100,000 clicks.
You knew it. You knew I was gonna come right back to the Sonic.
Building up a mansion, one picture at a time. Part up beneath the neon of a local strip mall sign. Seat tilt the back is far enough to see the skyline. Condensation on the glass of fog that hides the world, while the banner of my digital dream starts to get them through. I got a trap high on the dash, a ring light on the seat, living in the smell of box of bit and gravel. Street they call me Florida Swamp Monkey, the king of the compact, making content in the heat with the windows cracked. I'm just 100,000 clicks away from a front door key, from a kitchen and a carpet and a sense of being free. So that silver button arrives to save my weary soul. I'm building my empire from inside this old Corolla. Yeah, I'm building my empire from inside this old Corolla. Boiling water on the burner by the passenger side door, checking every comment till my eyes get tired. That's where I talk about the gators and the humidity in the rain while I wait for the algorithm to take away the pain. Every line's a brick, every sub is a piece. So what I'm doing, everything they said a monk can never. Should my gym is the park scene, my office is the floor I'm at. I'm chasing down a future that is bigger than all that. I'm just 100,000 clicks away from a front door key, from a kitchen and a carpet and a sense of being free. Till that silver button arrives to save my weary soul. I'm building my empire from inside this old Corolla. Yeah, I'm building my empire from inside this old Corolla. Sometimes the battery dies and the night gets cold and dark, and I wonder if I'm just a ghost inside a trailer park. But then the screen lights up and the numbers start to climb, and I know I'm gonna make it out of here in due time. I'm just 100,000 clicks away from front door key, from the kitchen and a carpet and a sense of being free. Till that silver button arrives to save my weary soul. I'm building my empire from inside this old Corolla. Hit that Just 100,000 miles. Just 100,000 miles. Just 100,000 clicks. You love my mansion. One pixel at a time.
This one's not as good. It's like a female version of the same song, sort of.
Park beneath the neon of a local strip mall sign. Living by the dashboard light and crossing every line. They call me Florida Swamp Monkey and I'm chasing down a dream. Recording on a cracked screen, my dashboard steady clean. My backseat is the bedroom and the front seat is my throne. Testing out the signal to a world I've never known. The air is thick with humidity and the smell of cheap gasoline. But I'm building up an empire that they haven't even seen. 100,000 names upon a digital display. Trade the silver medal for a piece where I can say 100,000 clicks until the key turns in the door. I won't be sleeping in the soul Corolla anymore. Just a swan monkey rising from the heat and the dust, turning every single lake into a home that I can trust. Boiling water on the pavement just to make a cup of tea. Checking on the analytics, hoping that they'll set me free. I'm eating canned beans while I'm editing the night away. Praying that the algorithm sends some light my way today. People walking by, they see a man inside a tiny car. They don't see the vision or how I travel quite this far. From the Everglades to asphalt, I am grinding for the goal. Keeping up the spirit even when the nights get damp and cold. 100,000 names upon a digital display. To trade this silver medal for a place where I can stay. 100,000 clicks until the key turns in the door. I won't be sleeping in the soul Corolla anymore. Just a swan monkey riding from the heat and the dust, turning every single act into a home that I can trust. I see the blueprint in my head when I close my weary eyes. Four walls and a ceiling underneath the forest sky. A kitchen and a garden and a space to call my own. I'm wandering, I'm always feeling tired and alone. Just keep hitting subscribe and watching them start to climb. I'm trading in my struggle for a little peace of mind. 100,000 names upon a digital display. To trade this silver medal for a place where I can stay.
If you like this song, the artist is named Agatha Ingrid, a friend of mine.
Every single act into a home that I can trace. I'm almost at the finish line. I can see the porch light shining. Just a few more thousand to go. So I'm going home. Going
Okay, no lettuce on this at least. That might have been my fault. I might have been moving too fast. They put lettuce on this. Bunch of grass clippings with fucking food.
Park beneath the neon of a local strip mall sign. Living by the dashboard light and crossing every line. They call me Florida Swamp Monkey and I'm chasing down a dream. Recording on a cracked screen by the dashboard steady clean. My backseat is a bedroom and the front seat is my throne. Testing out the signal to a world I've never known. The air is thick with humidity and the smell of cheap gasoline. But I'm building up an empire that they haven't even seen. 100,000 names upon a digital display. To trade this silver medal for a place where I can stay. 100,000 clicks until the key turns in the door.
I'll leave a little bit on there. When I order it with no lettuce and they still put lettuce on it anyway, I feel like that's the doctor telling me you need a little bit of lettuce. It's like, okay, so I left a little on there. I'll put this piece back on there too.
To trade this silver medal for a place where I can stay. 100,000 kicks until the key turns in the door. I won't be sleeping in this soccer roller anymore. Just a small monkey rising from the heat and the dust, turning every single like into a home.
Like, I don't know if y'all know that guy Titus. There's a guy Titus on YouTube. He's like a he's not Amish, but he like lives the Amish lifestyle. I guess for one reason or another they might have shunned him, but yeah, he still lives the Amish lifestyle. He's a he shoes horses, and he trains horses and shoes horses for a living. He became like a YouTube sensation, even though he's Amish, you know. Like, I would eat less if I lived with him, you know what I mean? But if I, you know, if he let me camp out with him for a couple months, that'd be cool. It'd probably even be cool for my channel too. But everything would be at this point.
Turning every single life into a home that I can trust. I'm almost at the finish line. I can see the bush light shining. Just a few more thousand to go. So I might keep going home, going home. Going home.
Sailors, and listen to me, of a coin that was forged on the digital sea. It started a jest and it started a me, but now we are chasing a lunar boundary. The winds of the internet howl through the mass. Well, skeptics are saying the boom cannot last, but we hold our wallets with knuckles of white as we sail through the dark of the cryptofied night. Soon may the dope men come to bring us sugar and tea and a rum. One day when the training is done, we'll take our gaze and go to the moon and the stars above. With the golden coin that we dearly love, heave away with a shove and a shove, and watch the green candles grow. There once was a dog with a grin on his face, who dreamed of a journey to outermost space. He didn't want gold and he didn't want silk, just a bowl of some water and crackers and milk. For the masses they flocked to the sign of the hound, from the valleys of earth to the high-rising mount. With a bark and a wag and a digital code, we're heavy with cargo on the long dusty road. Soon may the coachman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when trading is done, we'll take our days and go to the moon and the stars above. With the golden coin that we dearly love, heave away with the stuff and the shop, and watch the green candles grow. Through the dips and the crashes, we weather the gale. The spirit of Sheba to fill up our sail. No whale in the ocean could frighten a crew as the price of the copper-hued currency grew. From the forums of old to the high-taker screen, the brightest of sights that the sailors have seen. So keep up your spirits and hold to your stake, for the sake of the fortune we're destined to make. Soon may the ghost man come between a sugar and tea and rum. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our games and go to the moon and the stars above. With the golden coin that we did love, lead away with the shove and the show, and watch the green candles glow. Keep away, be hard, see through. The moon is spinning there for you. With a wow and a bark in the starry blue, we'll take our kings and go.
And I hope Jerry's doing okay. I haven't heard from Jerry for a couple days now. He's one of the fans I don't think I would have pissed him off. I don't think there's anything I said that would have pissed him off. I don't really trash talk Washington State too much, you know what I mean? I've probably trash talked Wisconsin more than I've trash talked Washington State.
One day when the trading is done, we'll take our games and go to the moon and the stars above. With the golden coin that we dearly love, keep away with the shove and the shove, and watch the green candles grow.
There once was a dog with a grin on his face who dreamed of a journey to outermost space.
He didn't want gold and he didn't want silk, just a bowl of some water and crackers and milk.
But the masses, they flocked to the sign of the hound, from the valleys of earth to the high rising mountains.
With a bark and a wag and a digital code, we're
Handy with cargo on the long dusty road.
oh, oh. Soon may the dogmen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our games and go to the moon and the sun above. With the golden coin that we dearly love, keep away with shove and shove, and watch the green candles grow. Through the dukes and the crashes, we weather the gale. Stupid up Sheba to fill up our sail. No whale in the ocean to frighten the crew, as the price of the copper-hued currency grew.
From the forums of old to the high ticker screen, the brightest of sights that the sailors have seen.
So keep up your spirits and hold to your stake,
for the sake of the fortune we're destined to make.
Oh, oh. Soon may the government come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. They when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go to the golden stars above. With the golden coin that we dearly love, keep away the shove and a shove, and watch the green candle grow. Hey, hey, hey! Heave away, be hearty, screw. The moon is waiting there for you. With a wow and a bark and starry blue, we'll take our gains and all grow. Hey, hey.
Come on, you bold sailors, and lend me an ear. I'll sing. The humidity is hanging like a heavy woolen sheet, while the crickets play fiddle to the rhythm of the street. I'm parked beneath the cypress where the Spanish moss hangs low, in a rusted out Toyota with nowhere left to go. They call me Florida Swamp Monkey, and I wear the name with pride, with my camera and my spirit and a fire deep inside. I'm living in the backseat, but I'm looking at the sun, knowing that the journey has only just begun. From the floorboards of a Corolla to the neon of the screen, I am building up a kingdom on a digital machine, with a heart of Celtic that fades. It's a long way to the top when you're starting from the ground, but there's a magic in the silence and a power in the sound. My heritage is calling like a piper in the mist, for a life that's more than existing, for a last that must persist. From the floorboards of a Corolla to the neon of the screen, I am building up a kingdom on a digital machine, with a heart of Celtic iron and a story to be told. I'll turn these muddy waters into bars of digital gold. Yes, I'm rising from the marshes, and I'm breaking every chain. I've been glorying in the struggle and the beauty in the rain. So let the engines hum the melody of hope against the night. I'm editing my future by the dashboard's flickering light. No longer just a shadow in the outskirts of the town. I'm the king of my own story, and I'm never backing down. From the smoke to the subscriber, from the struggle to the grace, I can see the finish line now. I can finally find my place. Watch me rise above the water, watch me fly underneath the wide and open Florida sky. From the mercy to the word, I'm coming home. No more will this wild monkey after all. No more the small monkey after all.
The takers keep on printing in the back of the house. He's a lion in the fire, not a quiet little mouse, with a knife in his hand and the heat on his skin. That's where the legend of Zilla begins. He's calling out the order to the line, stay straight, plating up the magic on a ceramic plate. From the saute station to the epic grill beat, Zilla is the king of the midnight street. He runs the whole show while the burners all glow, working through the weeds and the rhythm of the flow. But when the lights dim down and the kitchen goes cold, he's got a different story that is waiting to be told. Oh, Crumbzilla's got the bottle in his hand tonight, chasing down the aloes and the ghost pale light. From the kitchen fire to the digital flames, drinking down the whiskey just to ease the pains. He's riding through the desert on a pixelated trail. Crumbzilla never lets a good whiskey ever fail. He kicks off his boots and he sinks in a chair. There's a smell of fried onion still hanging in his hair. He boots up the system and he grabs a cold pass, watching all the hours of the real world pass. He's either old John in the tall golden grass, moving through the canyon with that heavy bit of brass. He loves the way the studs clink on the wooden floor, better than the sound of the swinging kitchen door. One hand on the stick and one hand on the broom, doing exactly what he wants to go and do. From Valentine's mud to the St. Denis rain, he's washing out the stress and the heavy daily strain. Oh, Crumbzilla's got the bottle in his hand tonight, chasing down the aloes and the ghost pale light. From the kitchen fire to the digital plains, drinking down the whiskey just to ease the pain. He's riding through the desert on a pixelated trail. Crumbzilla never let the good whiskey ever fail. Tomorrow is a Friday and the rush will be long, but tonight he is the hero of a cowboy song. He'll be back in the whites with the apron tied tight, leading all the soldiers to the dinner time fight. But now there is a bottle and the sunset in the west. Get the weary kitchen dry and just a little bit of rest. He's the master of the pantry and the master of the horse, following the rhythm of his own natural course. Crumbzilla's in the zone and he's feeling alright, living for the game and the nectar of the night. Pour another now, let the credits just roll. the tickets keep on printing in the back of the house. He's a lion in the fire, not a quiet little mouse. With a knife in his hand and the heat on the skin. That's where the legend of the Zilla begins. He's calling out the orders to the line, stay straight. Planing up the magic on a ceramic plate. From the saute station to the heavy grill meat. Crunk Zilla is the king of the midnight street. He runs the whole show while the burners all blow.
Alright, I'll turn that off for a little bit. Anyway, man, what are we doing? We got 2 viewers hanging. Hell yeah. Somehow or another. 2 people, a third person popping in and out. How you doing, man? Logged in on the Uber, just ain't shit going down, man. I figured I'd start talking, man. And figure it out one way or another, man. Apparently I was soliciting customers, so well, figure out what I'm doing here. Yeah, I'm just sitting here basically working 2 jobs at once. I don't understand. You get mad at me for they get mad at you for begging for change. I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. We're up to 3 viewers now. Hanging for a minute, talking. But yeah, man, ain't not much change, man. Surprised I'm able to save money as slow as it is in this town. And then, like, I like the other city. You know, the bigger city, they changed the market, and it ain't worth it now. The way they got the market set up, they want to send me to the other side of the interstate any chance they can get. It used to be that little corner of town with its own little area. Yeah. Yeah, this is it's like this place they do tenting and audio. Like they'll help you wire up if you want to get like a set of 10s for your car or whatever, like upgrade the ampage or whatever so you can run more speakers. They do that window tinting up here on the one side, and on the other side, I think it's like the office for a pest control company or something. The little house-shaped building. Like the office for a pest control company, and then there's 4 other businesses that are like in a little plaza in front of them, off of the street, off the main road. One's like a barber shop, one's a medical express care place. You know, like if your kid's sick with the earache or something, you take them here instead of taking them to the hospital. And I don't know what the other places are. It might just be the barber shop and the medical place. But I think there's another business in between the 2 of them, from what I remember. But no, this is just, there's always shade here. This nice, beautiful oak tree that they left standing. Always shade. And then there's like another oak tree that's a little bit over to my right. So between the 2 of them, we got a nice overcast today as well. Looks like it's about to start raining again. It was raining all day. Well, not all day yesterday, but it rained during the night, and it wasn't even a bad rain. Like I left all the windows cracked like an inch, and you know what I mean. It was like that. It was raining, but it was that light of a rain where I could have the windows open without worrying about the shit getting soaked in the car. But it was worth it, man. And the window cracked, and the fan blowing. I slept really good. I went to bed early. Pretty good. Yeah, since I went to bed early, I was able to get started earlier today, but it didn't make a difference. That guy going 40 miles an hour while he passes, just to slam on his brakes at the end of the street here. But yeah, not too much going on, man. I wish the town was a little bit busier with orders. Like I said, I think they know that it's me delivering, so they probably all jumped over to DoorDash. That's almost what it seems like, man. It's That's exactly what it seems like. The thing that they're missing, like, is there's a lot of people that are like living out of their cars, and then Uber and DoorDash is a great source of income. If you're living out of your car, it almost makes nomadic life almost like possible. Even without having to wait for some kind of investment or trust fund from this. If you got like $1,000 a month spending limit to live off of, you can use Uber to supplement it. Off and on for the last week, yeah. Yeah, it's just the seasons changing, the earth rotating and stuff. Yeah, we'll have to duck on hurricanes here in another couple weeks. I think May 30th is the start of hurricane season. But yeah, I think Reba is under an umbrella. They're like this. Reba's one of 15 accounts, but that's this dude that I think he's in Connecticut. What he was, his original account, it was in Connecticut or whatever. Just because I know New Hampshire and Connecticut, they're like, like New York and New Jersey. Or like, like the Scottish and the Irish. You stay over there. Let's see. I ate leftover black beans with chalupa sauce. Midway through the morning for breakfast with a Bud Light. Yeah, last beer I got Michelob Ultra. The last beer I bought, which I was doing the math. It was weird. They had this 12-pack of 7.5 ounce beers was the same price as a 6-pack of 12 ounce beers. I can't believe how long it took me to do the math to realize that the 12 cans of 7.5 ounces is actually more than the 6 bottles of 12 ounces. I don't know. I don't know. It took me a while to figure out that. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah, figured it. Basically got an extra like 2 beers for buying the little baby cans. 2 of the little baby cans was like extra. The difference in price. But it was weird. I don't know, I don't know. Whatever. I'd rather drink from a bottle. If I'm gonna drink from a glass bottle. If I'm gonna drink beer, I feel like it should be drank either from like a frosted mug or a glass bottle. Beer in a can's for rednecks. You know what I mean? I don't know. Hillbillies, whatever you want to call them. White trash. Hiker trash. I'm just hiker trash with a car. Hiker trash. Look at hiker trash. I wonder if anybody got that channel. Hiker Trash TV. There's got to be a Hiker Trash TV. Hiker Trash. Hiker Trash. It's a Hiker Trash Radio. Hiker Trash TV. There's got to be a Hiker Trash TV. Hiker Trash TV. Oh, yep, of course. 73 subscribers. Let's see what kind of content that they make. Hiker Trash TV. Turn your Subaru into a camper.
Welcome back to the channel. So, what I'm doing is a little bit of a Subaru build here, and I'm making a platform to go all the way inside of the car so it'll butt up against the back of the seats. I'll show you what I'm working with here. This is 42 inches long, 72 inches.
Hiker Trash TV, 73 subscribers currently.
And when it slides in, it's
74
go
subscribers now.
All the way up against, just barely touching here. And it's going to be between here and here. So, shit. Let's get started. I did get the felt. This is what you get at Home Depot. I forget the price, but I'm going to put everything. I'll tell you what the price was.
He's a good old
I had to get
boy.
2 of them because these are exactly 72 inches long, but only 30 inches wide. So I'm going to need to piece it out halfway through. I got some brackets and stuff, and
18 videos.
Total complete for everything was, let's see here, how much was this?
A couple of shorts. Got like 12 shorts.
With military discount, it was
all of his dog. A bunch of his shorts with his dog.
$152.09. So not too bad.
I still subscribe. Hiker Trash TV.
So let's get started and see how long this takes us.
This is a pretty good video. He's like, he's got a turning a Subaru Outback into a camper. He's like busting out wood and shit. Apparently it's a 15-minute build. He's turning a Subaru Outback into a... I should really pay attention to what's going on in this video a little bit more. Give me subtitles, might help. Captions. Yeah, give me captions. Fast forward a little, right about there.
Between here and here. When it slides in, it's going to go all the way up against, just barely touching here. And it's going to be between here and here. So, shit. Let's get started. I did get the felt. This is what you get at Home Depot. I forget the price, but I'm going to put everything... I'll tell you what the price was for both of these. I had to get 2 of them because these are exactly 72 inches long, but only 30 inches wide. So I'm going to need to piece it out halfway through. I got some brackets and stuff, and total complete for everything was, let's see here, how much was this? With military discount, it was $152.09. So not too bad.
150 bucks.
So let's get started and see how long this takes us.
So basically, what he's got so far is he's got one of them accordion style sleeping pads. He got 2 of those. He's put as like the base down on the floor of the Subaru Outback. The Subaru Outback, like the seats are missing, and he's got 2 accordion style sleeping hiking pads. Expand out, I guess, to help insulate and also cushion at the same time. And then he's got some kind of felt carpet to help with spills, I guess, that it's over the top of that. Like the felt lining that would be on the inside of your trunk, or something, that carpet that's lined on the, you know, like if you have your trunk, like the walls of your trunk or your car are like lined with felt. He's got that so far, and now he's cutting out cutting up a piece of wood or something like that right now. Okay, he's gluing the felt to the piece of wood. He's gluing the felt on the piece of wood. I guess he's gonna put the felt side down against the pad, against the sleeping mat. That way you don't have to worry about the wood tearing holes in the sleeping mat so much, I guess. Hurry. The music just kept getting louder and louder.
I need to organize my tools better. Shut this up. I gotta have a pile of bricks right there. So, I think the bricks will hold it down. I think I used enough glue. If any spots are left a little hanging or whatever, they don't really stick, I'll just go back over it. But, that's what's gonna go in there. A little bit of effort. Not much effort. A little bit of time. And now I have a platform. I'm not gonna do an extravagant build, because on this thing, my refrigerator, my portable refrigerator, 12 volts, gonna go here. Jackery's gonna go here, and then 2 3-gallon jugs of water are gonna go here, and a bottle of water. So that's gonna leave me, I need room to be able to move. I'm 6'2", and I've tested this out, and yeah, I do have enough room for this, but not too bad for like $160. I mean, I got brackets too. I mean, that's what I bought too, the brackets with the screws. So I'll drill down into that, and it's a little L-shaped brackets, and I'll seat the Jackery, or my portable power station, into that, and the refrigerator will have brackets, so it doesn't move around. Or the Jackery just might go on the floorboard and save me even more space. I don't know, we'll see. My cook system, I'm still working that out. I do have a Gas Pro stove that I'm gonna order, but I really don't think I wanna ride around with a 5-gallon propane tank in here. And for the mount that goes on the outside, that puts the propane tank on the outside, that just screams, you know, stealth camper. It's bad enough I have a topper. What I want, I think, is just use the jet boil and maybe a little cook pot or something, and little portable canisters of fuel, just like that. So there's a will, there's a way. I hope it doesn't rain right now. That would be shitty. I did get a little bit of glue on the.
So wait, so I could get like a 5-gallon thing of propane, like a 5-gallon tank of propane, and I could plug that into like a Coleman burner. Is that basically what he said? Instead of buying like the little tiny bottles of Coleman, I could just get like a 5-gallon thing of like a 5-gallon propane tank. I can get what he's saying, like not wanting to drive around with a 5-gallon propane tank in your car. But like it'd be something I could keep on my land. I could have like at least a barbecue grill just sitting on the land, like, you know what I mean? Maybe not build a whole like brick pit or nothing, but yeah, that's a good idea, man. That's actually, you know, it's probably gonna happen either way. Have like a little propane barbecue grill. But yeah, I'm thinking just buy my own land. I'm close to it. Hang on now. I know Bitcoin went down a little bit, but I basically needed to double from where it's at, so that way I'll have enough in collateral to be able to purchase the land without having to sell the Bitcoin, because it'll be worth enough in collateral that I can pull out a loan against it, not sell it. And then since it's like my entire stack of Bitcoin, I'm pretty sure I'm going to pay back that loan and get it back. Plus it'll be like, you know, it's like for the place I live. But it's already bouncing back. It's already crashed and coming back. It's still down 2% today. But I have an average cost of $73,000. With the average cost of $73,000, I'm up 9%. So that's after having 2 bad days in a row. Which is pretty good. And if you would have bought Bitcoin 3 months ago, if you bought Bitcoin 3 months ago, you're already up 20%. The market's already changed that much again. So I think, yeah, it could be the bottom. That was the bottom of the bear market right there. was 63, 62. Which I don't know. I thought the bottom was going to be the 110 when it looked like it popped. It went over. It went to 123, and then it came back down. And I was like, oh, like 110, 108's the bottom. That's the new bottom. So I was trying to buy a bunch to help kind of like help it create the new bottom at 108, 110. That would have been nuts, man. 108 would have been the bottom. That would have been the bottom of the fucking market right there. Would have been nuts. Which, knowing that now, that would have been insane. Wouldn't have made sense. And the Clarity Act, they're still talking about the stupid Clarity Act. We got a strategic beef reserve we're working on. A strategic beef reserve on Mars. Hacker Trash TV. Why your car is keeping you broke. It's a good one.
You made your track with Suno cool, but where's the video? We built Sondo, the app that turns your AI music.
Way. Repair.
All right, so yeah, I got still logged into Uber, but since nothing's really going on, play this other video. This guy, I guess the channel here is Red Leather Podcast. He changed the name of it or something, I guess, whatever. Originally, this guy is Jack Morgan RLP. So I guess the RLP was Red Leather Podcast. But anyway, he's got this other second channel that he's made, like a sister channel, at about 100K subscribers. This video is titled, Why Your Car is Keeping You Broke. Here we go.
Something that I feel very strong about. Just go get the fucking whip. Literally, like, fuck what everybody else is talking about. If you want the Scat Pack, the Hellcat, the Mustang, the Marrow, the BMW, whatever it is, go get that shit. Why? Because most people are hiding from their dreams.
Right? They have over 2,000 repossessions here today. Repossessions have been like this forever.
The same people that's giving you advice are the same people that don't take their own advice. If somebody tells you that, bro, that's impossible, you're not going to be able to do that, bro, that's how they feel about themselves, basically. Look, we already work our ass off. Every day we working our ass off. You deserve to get what you want. Go get the whip, bro.
I did do that, bro. I went and got the whip, and guess what it did? It fucked me in the ass because I couldn't actually afford it. And that's the truth for most people. And I'm willing to bet statistically, I'm not saying he can't afford his car, but how many people are really going to buy the Hellcat in cash? I'd say, what, seven individuals in the greater United States? 7 people. What's the probability of him being one of them? But I do take my own advice. I buy the old car. I keep my money. I'm triple chilling. I am the dude who had the 2 jobs his whole life, but still managed to have more money than my friend who went to college. We live in a society now where even if you're making crazy money, right? What's the probability of you starting to make 20 grand a month, right? Let's say you start making $20,000 a month. I'm talking big money here. Most of you are like, $20,000.
Yeah. I'd be buying people's groceries.
That's my point.
20K a month.
Even if you're making 20 grand a month, you don't go buy the Hellcat. Wait until you're literally rich. What's 10%? Let's say you make $250,000 a year. What's 10% of that? $25,000. That's the car you should be driving. Right? And you see these old people with Porsches and shit and really nice cars. They are literally rich. That's only 5-10% of their portfolio. That's the difference, is kind of where I'm getting at. And I think it's funny. I think I advocate for you to keep your bills as low as possible. Like, I'd rather you drive the hoopty, but have 15K cash chilling in the trunk of said hoopty.
Yeah, dog.
You know what I'm saying?
In the trunk.
Yeah. There's more of us out here than you think.
In the trunk.
And I encourage it. I think it should become more and more normal. You know, we're going to go back to that Italian guy after this, but there's something about, you know, when people go,
Just on a flash drive in the trunk.
you know, when people are like, I'm going to go to another country, it's like they have so much more culture and it's not just work. Yeah, well, you know what? They're not slaves to their Hellcat. You know what I'm saying? They're not slaves to their Hellcat. In these foreign countries, I've only been to Mexico and Costa Rica. Every car on the road was a tiny little car, stick shift, and it was old. 10 years old minimum. Nobody had a new car. A lot of cheap motorcycles driving around. That is the fundamental difference. They're happy because they're living within their bracket. Most of us are not rich. But yet a lot of people look at that is where people are going sideways. And a lot of people fall victim to this shit, dude. And they do go get the car, and it does keep them fucking stuck. It does. I would hate that, dude, to have to, like, live up to that shit. And just...
Some people nowadays, they got so many bills, they got to pay Fred's and George's, too.
I'm not saying you can't get rich. I'm not saying that, guys. I'm just saying it's, this is what's going on right here. I want to, bro, but I got...
Then you got your neighbor. Your neighbor can't pay their bills, so they're coming over to your house asking if you got any work they can do. They need help, you know. They gotta scam you out of $1,000 so they can cover some bills they got. He prefers to be called Richard.
70K for the...
That's all we need, man. Just like one rich friend.
Okay, I don't even know what that is.
Any one of your friends hits the lottery. You know what I mean? Any one of your closest 5 friends ever hits the lottery. And it, you know, it'd be kind of a vice versa situation too. You know, you'd hope at least. You know, like if one of my right-hand men, one of my 5 closest friends from high school, if one of them hit the lottery, I bet they hit me up to see how I'm doing. You know what I mean? I don't know if we're dead on is sure. They might have forgotten about me already. I don't think so, though. But, yeah, I bet if any one of those 5 guys won the lottery, you know, like some kind of $500 million fucking jackpot or some shit, too, they'd hook me up with a quick cold meal. And try not to let the government know that they gave it to me. And like I said, I would do the same for them. I'd probably, like I said, I would definitely look up my buddies. I'd hire a private investigator to find them if I couldn't, you know. Because some of them, it's like, they had a Facebook, like that was the Facebook, you know. One of the reasons I got rid of Facebook is because, like, part of the reason I was on Facebook was to keep in touch with, you know, some of my friends from high school. You know, some of the people that signed your yearbook back in high school, you have them on your Facebook. You know what I mean? But it got to the point where they weren't even running you know, they were like a dude with a Facebook. It's more or less run by your girlfriend or your wife. You know what I mean? So it was getting to that point, so I was like, you know what? I don't need a Facebook. You know what I mean? I was like, if they want to reach out to me, I'm sure they can figure out a way to find me somehow. You know what I mean? With the internet, as far as it is today. Just like opening up the yellow pages, you can find someone's name, address, phone number. Especially if you already know one of the 3 of them. You know a random phone number or whatever, you can type that in and it'll tell you who owns the phone. You know what I mean? Kind of, and without paying like $20 for some kind of search or nothing. It's crazy. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. I knew. But he chucked his name. Guy named Jonathan got tired of it ain't name. Charles goes by Chuck. He went by Chip, but people got tired of the dip. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a good day. Trying to build up an audience, man. I figure I get to an audience of like 100 live viewers, man. That'd be nuts. Be insane, dude. 100 live viewers tuning in to watch Elmo and Oscar Girl's show. The IRL Elmo and Oscar the Grouch show. But now I figured maybe I could even use YouTube to find another guy, some other dude that's just like hanging out, like he's hanging out alone, something, guy, fucking just guy that hangs out on the porch most of the day watching YouTube, doesn't mind me hanging out there too, kind of thing. And I'd slip him like $400 or $500 a month for letting me hang out there. You know what I mean? I wouldn't expect it to be free, but I can't pay what they're wanting for a studio apartment at the same time. But trying to find somebody to let me charge my phone and plug in like a box fan, hang out on the porch 90% of the time. I'll still be getting out and trying to hit some Uber orders and shit too. You know what I mean? Gotta get yourself fed and everything. But $100 a week for rent wouldn't be a problem. I feel like to live on someone's porch. Jonathan went by Joe for a while, but got tired of everyone thinking he was coffee. Give a whole nother meaning to the cup of Joe. Would you like me to top off your cup of Joe with a little bit of Joe? Yeah, right before Chuck Norris died, he decided he was going to start bottling his piss so that way he could sell it to the general public, because he knew once he died he knew his piss was going to be worth something, as it is, and then he knew like once he died the value of his piss was going to go up even more in price. Like, I don't know, it's just something Chuck Norris has been doing it for like years, apparently. We know this drink as Red Bull. That's pretty good, ain't it? It's pretty good. He started bottling his piss before he died because he knew that he could sell it to the general public. If you haven't heard that one before, it's pretty good. We know this drink is Red Bull. Damn, I thought he'd have more members than that. What? He's got 7 members? 100K subscribers and only 7 members? Yeah, Chuck Norris facts are pretty funny. They're not jokes, they're facts. Some of the more obvious ones aren't, you know what I mean? They're like, oh, you've seen it coming. But that one, you totally don't see that one coming if you've never heard it before. You're just like, what? Yeah, this channel, I think he did change the name of it. I think this was Jack Morgan 2.0 channel. I think he renamed it Red Leather Podcast.
We are gardeners.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Who?
70K for this. Okay, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know. This comment section's looking real rough. Apparently, a lot of people are doing this. I got my Scat Pack 4 months ago, and I just sold it today. LOL. It's cool, but I realized Honda does the same thing as the Scat was doing. I could have been putting $800 in total expenses for the Scat to something else each month. That is what I'm getting at. There you go. Smart. Really smart. Let's go to this really smart Italian man. Remember everybody wants to leave America. They know culture. Well, let's listen to one of them for a second.
Living a wealthy life.
Right here. When Italians are broke, we are broke. But in America, you just get into debt. Classic. I like this fucking guy. What's his name? The Yashi Project. I'll leave a link to him down below.
Lifestyle on money you don't have. Here's the second question. What is the age of your car? Here's the thing. I have 12 houses. I still drive my 2001 BMW M3. I bought that car for less than the average use.
Why do you need 12 houses? Do you live in a different house every month or something? Like, why do you need 12 houses? That part don't make no sense to me. But he wants to talk about, I got the 2001 BMW that I've been driving. Okay, but why do you need 12 houses? Why do you own 12 properties? Just to make it harder on the next person that's trying to buy a property.
Car was 10.
He's got 12 houses.
And then with the 12 houses, he probably doesn't even fucking work. He probably just is like a landlord.
Casually, he's like, I got 12 houses, dude. I drive a 2001. That's the best, dude. That's the best.
And then, like, America's built on shit like that because it's, like, all about who got here first.
And remember, this is the guy a lot of Americans want to go live. You see what I'm saying? They want to go live like said gentleman. Yeah, that's the funniest part. If you were to hear this out of most people's mouth, they'd go, I own 0 houses and I don't even own my car, but it's really nice. That's the best. That's the best. That's the fucking best. He's right. I think most of it's bullshit. I really do. Like, I don't trust the way somebody, I cannot look at somebody and even have a gauge. I can't believe any of it anymore. There's no, like, looking at somebody pulling up in the new Camaro and being like, that guy does really well for himself.
Right.
No, it's impossible now. I can't even, that's how far gone shit is.
And then you got stuff that's like, it's a 2012 Camaro. And then they kept it looking nice, even. So that, like, it looks like it's a nice car, but the damn thing's almost 20 years old.
$10,000. I work on that thing myself because I love cars. If I did not love cars, I would have had a Toyota hybrid from the same years.
Yeah, old BMWs are pricey to fix. Guilty. I've done it. 2007 335i. Look great. But be prepared for $2,000 every time you bring it into the shop, which will be a few times a year. Just throwing that out there.
Which, that part's crazy to me. What you're saying about the Chinese didn't have seafaring boats. Who flung poo? But yeah, I always thought that too. I'm like, while King James and Spanish and Portugal and, you know, all this while they were sending boats that way, it must have taken years for, like, the word to get across all that land over to where China could have sent boats off from the other direction. But it's kind of crazy that we didn't, like, meet in the middle and, like, fight over more of, like, the middle of the country for, like, against China for it. That you know what I mean? It's like, it's surprising China didn't colonize California at any point. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Because word must have gotten around from 1493 till like 1811. The word never got to China that there was land over here. China is like to sip tea from. No, China is another word for Earth. They're still both 5 letters. A fifth of Earth is China, probably more. And then they're like a fifth of the world's population as well. A fifth of the world's landmass and a fifth of the world's population in one country. Anyway, no.
I'm fucking with the Toyota and the Ford. Yeah, Toyotas, Fords, you guys know the deal. It's a true story. People don't just say it at a coincidence. Just saying.
If your car is less than 5 years old, you're broke because of consumption, not because of society. Please don't tell me, yeah, but all cars are unreliable. My BMW M3 has 250,000 miles. The Volkswagen diesel I have back in Europe has 400,000 miles. Life choices, not society.
Pay off all your debt, buy your cars in cash like a G. Saw something.
That's my favorite though, man. I've only driven old cars, and dude, for the amount your car payment is I could go buy a $7,000 car every year, one every year, and still have less than most people's car payments a year. So like this notion of all your money is going to go to repairs.
That's a good idea. Like how he says that too. Like if you're paying $500 a month for a car payment, $6,000 a year. You can't just find a car that's like for $5,000 that's going to last you longer than a year. Even if you had to do that every single year, you had to stop and buy another $5,000 car. You're still coming out ahead. I don't know. But odds are, if you're buying a car for $5,000, it's still got some life in it. It should be, and if you take care of it, you might be able. It might be a 10-year car for you. You bought for $5,000. Case in point, the one I'm sitting in. You know. But yeah, I don't know.
Just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I think it, in like 100,000 miles, it's a lot. Every car I've had, 250,000. My last Mercury Grand Marquis, 300,000. Drove that bitch all the way, dude. All the way. Repairs, come on. What, $1,000 once a year? Come on, do the math. All right, we're just trying to have fun here and encourage you guys, okay? If you do have a car payment and you're regretting it, good. Good. Take an L on your credit. Go fucking turn that piece of shit in. Fuck it. What, were you going to buy a house? Are you? This is financial advice. You're already fucked.
And then you like think like once you buy a house, like you know, if you're a sensible adult, once you buy a house, you don't really need credit anymore. You know, like you got a couple credit cards you might have, you know what I mean? But so like you already have the credit cards probably before you had the house. You probably needed the credit cards to get the credit to get the house. And then like once you get the house, if it's a decent enough house that you don't need to feel like you need to upgrade from. You bought a good starter house that's going to be a good finish house type of thing. You don't need credit anymore. Like once, as soon as you know, like all you got to do is make your payments. You know what I mean? Even you, I don't know, but you know what I mean? Like you literally don't need credit. You could say fuck credit at that point. It doesn't matter.
Get unfucked. eBay. Used women. Secondhand. From your lady to your car. All of it. You want to live like the fucking Europeans, dude? Not the Europeans. You want to live this other country lifestyle, work isn't all that important? This is how they do it. I'm no genius. Just some jamoke on the internet who has seemed to figure it out with no real skills or college education. I barely went to school. I mentally dropped out of school in the 8th grade. I still went. You get my point. I said I learned enough here. Life, I think people are making life a lot harder on them.
That was like me in 10th grade. Me in 10th grade, I was like, all right, 2 more years left. Graduation's like pretty much in the bag. You know, only class I had to even worry about was English, and then for some reason, like, they were just teaching us excess bullshit that we didn't even need. Like, I feel like any English class at the high school level is not necessary because, like, you've already made it to high school. You already know English at that point. How did you make it to high school if you didn't know English? But then yet, when you're in high school, they shove 4 more years of English down your throat, and it's stupid shit too. Like, shit that even, I can't even remember to tell you. You know what I mean? The only part of it I remember is like subject-verb agreement, which that's how stupid that shit was. You know, it's like some kind of adding on to an adverb type of shit. It was just like boiling down the fucking sentence some more. You know, I'm like, this is stupid. You know, we could have took welding. We could have took wood shop. We could have took fucking, you know, drafting. We could have took coding. You know, all kinds of shit we could have done instead of fucking taking another fucking English class in high school. Yeah. Like, that's what my buddy said. He's like, you could move to China or you could move to Japan and become an English teacher. And I'm like, but wouldn't you need to know some Japanese to even be an English teacher? Like, he's like, well, yeah, you just learn as you go. He says, I get by. He's like, I know like 20 or 30 Japanese words and I get through my whole day, you know? And I was like, I bet that's all it would really take too. You wouldn't have to, yeah, I mean, you could expand your vocabulary further, try to each day, but just have a lockdown on like how to count to 10. So that way you could say, you know, is it going to be 5 or is it going to be 7, you know, or something like that. You know, it's going to be 100 because it's yen, you know, but it's like 5 or 7, 100 yen. But you don't have to say 100 yen. You just, you know, you already assume it's there anyway because shit's inflated that much, you know what I mean? I think 1,100 yen is $10 or something like that. Yeah, true. That's what I think, man. Like, I don't know, if we could all stop and just like learn English, it'd make trying to communicate and progress things faster. You know what I mean? I don't know if that'll ever happen. The aliens will probably come scramble everybody's brains again or something. Or if we'll forget that we all knew the same language for a little bit.
Selves. I really do. And I'm just here to tell you, you are. You're fucking up. I blame your parents. Just kidding. Having a paid-off Corolla is not a flex. I would argue otherwise.
On the internet, it said a paid-off Corolla is not a flex. To who? 2009 Toyota Corolla is the first brand new car I had that I was able to pay off. And I flexed it till it was no longer flexible. Okay? You could ask me, what time is it? I don't know, but that Corolla paid off. You understand me? What you want for dinner? Yeah, that Corolla paid off, so you can make whatever you want. Let me help you also understand it had some flexibility in your budget. Y'all worried about the wrong flex. This comes from a person who had a paid off Corolla at the same time as I had a leased Maserati. Let me tell you what was a bigger flex. That paid off Corolla. That Maserati, the doggone oil change is $900.
I would say the least Maserati, but here's the funniest part, right? I got dogged recently. I have an old school 1985 Cadillac, and I don't drive it all the time. I got it for
Beautiful car. 1985 Cadillac, man. It's like driving a boat, man. You're like a boat on the street, just cruising, man. Like a boat going idle speed on the river, right? But you got like an 85 Cadillac. You're doing the same thing. You know what I mean? That's the feel of it. A G.
grand on a bartender's salary with a secondary stream of income at the time, 5 years ago, way before YouTube money. And now I've got internet money. Not just a little bit of internet money, a lot of internet money. I still drive the 2007, and I got the cool old paid-off car. But here's something people don't understand. This was his secondary vehicle, right? So Monday through Friday, he's driving to work in the Corolla. People looking at him like he's regular. But on the weekends, they're like, oh, damn, okay, what does he do for a living?
Okay,
I never buy furniture full price. Here's my hack. Ashley's Memorial Day sale. 25% off store-wide.
What do you do for a living? But a lot of people want to skip the old Toyota Corolla stage before they get to the dope black on black stage, which I'm guilty of. I've tried this, guys. It fucks you up. It's the way to get rich nowadays is not get this first.
Oh yeah.
But when he said lease, I think leasing a car is better than buying a car if you're gonna have payments. Like leasing a new truck.
That's what I say, man. Hopefully, 5-10 years from now, we're just gonna be chilling on the beach in El Salvador. You know, just playing checkers, drinking margaritas, just hanging out, feet in the water. You know what I mean? You know, feet in the water while you have an ice cold margarita in your hand at the same time. Chill at the swim bar. You know, just sitting there, just chilling.
Is like half of the price than buying the F-150 and having payments on it. A lease is going to be half the price. That's the craziest part. So if you do care that much and you're so vain, you probably think this song, yeah, if that's you, I would lease, dude. You'll actually save money. And then you'll have a new car every 3 years. But where I was getting at with the old school car, I pull up to the gas station, two gentlemen chilling. And the guy's like, man, that ride's sweet. And I'm like, yep. And then the other friend, the guy next to him goes, yeah, the only problem is those things ain't worth nothing no more. And I just look at him and I go, you know what else? You know what else? I go, in order to own one of these, you have to have a second car. You have to have another car to own this car. I go, that's the crazy part. Then I just went about my business. But it was kind of just more like, even when you do have the nice car, and you think people are going to judge you, they're always going to judge you, whether it's paid off, how it looks, oh, that shit ain't worth nothing. You know, the truth is, though, is how are your pockets? How are you stressing about the bill, right? And I think that's the most important moral of this story is if you do want to, you know, one day have this car, the way to do it is the way we're talking about it. Just don't have a car yet until you're actually rich. Or do it and feature it on this channel and we can have a good laugh about it. Man, that was a really solid talk. I really...
Anyway, I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. I'm still logged into the Uber, believe it or not. I guess the lunch rush was like literally one delivery. Wow. I had a sweet ride once with a bed and bedside table and armoire and a stretch limo. So, no, that wouldn't be a bad gig, man. I wouldn't mind driving a limo, being a limo driver, man. That's some good fucking money. But that's the kind of job you need to know somebody to even, you know, like you can't just get into that. Like you were like, you know, I was the Uber driver. I was, taxi driver for 20 years, and now I'm retired as a limo driver type of situation. But yeah, I don't know. Working part-time is the new retirement. Honestly. Like, as soon as I can get out of this credit card debt, if I can get enough Uber orders where I can get out of this fucking credit card debt, then I wouldn't have to worry about it, you know what I mean? Because I'm at least then, you know, just keep doing what I'm doing. I've made enough money to get out of the credit card debt. Just, obviously I'm making enough money from doing this. Just keep doing that. Made more than I was spending because I was able to go positive on the credit cards. I don't know. Which I did. I did. And but I was at like 0.025 Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin crash went all the way down under 70,000. And so I was like, okay, well, that was the accumulation phase. Are you fucking stupid? Really shouldn't have pulled a boat in here at all. Now you're kind of stuck. Don't jackknife your belt. Don't jackknife your boat trying to back up now. Like, what are you bringing your boat to get the windows tinted? Anyway, but yeah, I think it's possible that I could turn this YouTube channel into a house. Just one. It doesn't have to be a big one either. Like I said, I'm aiming for something under 500 square feet. If I end up, if I need, like, I have to buy an 1,100 square foot or 1,200 square foot house, because I just have, for whatever reason, because they won't build a house that's 500 or 600 square feet. Well, I mean, if you're living on the boat, if the boat's your apartment, I seen a lot of people when I was down in Gulfport, Florida. There was a whole bunch of people in sailboats. They even had little dinghies and shit. Like they had like a little John boat. They'd ride out. They'd get on their John boat, ride to the city, like, ride onto the beach, park their boat, throw an anchor out, right, and then go to work. And like literally just like we're living on the boat in the water, and then still going to work and like doing their thing. Probably only having to work like 3 or 4 days a week because they've got no rent on the boat. Yeah, there's maintenance and stuff for the boat, but it's a sailboat. You know what I mean? It's like a 30-year-old sailboat. Like you already know what maintenance to expect, and you're using it as an apartment. So that's like $1,500 a month that you're saving flat out each month that you're if you like fish, man, you're just fishing all day long on a sailboat. You're good with seasickness, it's not a problem. But they want to charge you to stand on the land for longer than 2 hours, basically. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking about it, honestly. I think the patch of land idea is better for me right now because I have a piece of land I can retreat to at the end of each day, come back out, do some more Uber driving. It's all 100% paid through Uber. You know what I mean? But yeah. But I think it'd be better to have, a piece of land that I bought in 3 years' time than a house I'm paying for 30 years. I don't know why that guy had to get that close to my car. Again, that's why I'm writing. I'm thinking about writing, "I have COVID," as big as I can across the front windshield. Hopefully people stay like 10 feet away from my car, just because they'll be able to read that and be like, oh, let me keep my distance. That dude he like seriously came within like 3 feet of my car. There was nothing but open room between my car and I don't know. But I appreciate y'all stopping in, hanging out for a minute. I'm not much to look at. That's why I've got the camera facing the other way. And I've just been sweating buckets. Like, probably should have went down to the beach. I could probably still go down to the beach. It's early enough. I don't know. I go down to the beach. Saying honestly, when being truthful is literally a pollution of language. Yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that it's even written, like it's in type, it's literal. Like it's literally, it's literal. It's literature. As soon as you type it out, it literally happened. Maybe figuratively, because like technically these letters are figures. So you figure not, figuratively. It doesn't really matter, man. I'm not an English major. I'm not trying to get a bachelor's degree in English. I'm gonna waste my time doing that. If I was gonna go get a bachelor's degree, it'd be in computer science. Like, come on. I'm not, like, I know it's 2026, not fucking 1826. Spend all that time getting a master's degree in English so that we end up speaking fucking Hindi. I mean, no offense, but I mean, that's probably the direction it's actually gonna end up going anyway. Because, like, I don't know, you raise a family of like 6 kids. You have other people struggling to like raise a family with like 2 kids or 3, maybe. They might have had a third accidental kid. And the other family with like 6 to 12 kids, and then they don't buy any toys for any of these 12 kids. That's how they afford, like, not buying toys. You can afford 2 more kids, basically. Hell yeah. Yeah, I knew a guy like that while I was in college. He had 2 degrees or something like that, and then his wife divorced him or something like that. I don't know. He was saying, like, he's like, I was, I've always been a stepfather, but never a father. And then he's like, I don't know, this last divorce, and I was just bored hanging around the house. He's like, I figured I might as well go get another degree. And then he's going to school for free and stuff like that too. Like, the government was going to pay for him to get another degree at the age of 45 or something. Which, I commend him on it. That's why I'm bringing it up now, talking about it now. I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, that's, like, learning is your thing. Like, some people, that's what they like doing. Like, if you prefer to be a student, like, as your career, you know what I mean? Like, if the government's going to pay you to go to school, ultimately, you know what I mean? And then since you're in school, your parents don't mind having you at home. You know what I mean? You'd technically be 50 years old and still going to school for different things. You know what I mean? This, that, the other one. Everybody's got a different situation through life. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would honestly, I'd rather be living with my parents than living in my car. But I know, living with my parents, they would probably want that $500 a month or so that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So it'd be $500 cheaper to live in my car at the same time too. So I would have to weigh that at different times. Like, maybe during the winter. During the winter I wouldn't, but during the summer I'd pay the $500. Yeah, I'm mostly content person, man. I just go with the flow. I do, like, I hate being in traffic. You know what I mean? And I hate my area because it's just going to be more and more traffic as time goes by. I would like to go further up north in Florida, ultimately. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, I feel like the money should be a little bit better here for Uber Eats and all that. Like, it could be a little bit better here. Because the city that I came from in Ohio, it made sense for it to be as slow as it was. But here it doesn't quite add up. I don't get it. How am I spending a 12-hour day on Uber and then only getting like 8 deliveries? Or like today, I've got 1 delivery. Been logged on since like 10 o'clock. It's just shit like that. Like I said, you don't run Uber because you're really thinking you're gonna get rich. You're running Uber because you need a couple extra $100 this month. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just tough everywhere too. It's just the timing that we're in. Hell yeah. I was between Dayton and Columbus. There's that, you know, that little skid mark town right in the middle between Dayton and Columbus. It's now it's called Little Haiti, I think is what they call it nowadays. Not sure what it used to be called. But the people that live there now, they call it Little Haiti. That city in between Dayton and Columbus, Ohio. I'm sure you know where I'm talking about. If the locals call it Little Haiti, well then it must have been renamed. Yeah, south of Bellefontaine. Bellefontaine. And people are like, no, it's Bellefontaine. I'm like, no, that's Bellefontaine. That's definitely French. It's definitely French spelling. It's not Bellefontaine. That's Bellefontaine. Like they do that shit in Florida too. They just pronounce it the old redneck English way. Bellefontaine. Bellefontaine. It's Bellefontaine. Toodoo. Dooley-doo. Can you Tooley-doo, Ohio. Tooley-doo. Toledo. Tooley-doo. Tooley-doo. Yeah, I can't wait to drive through Tooley-doo again. But no, it's definitely French, dude. I don't know why people want to say it's Bellefontaine. I mean, I get it. That's what the locals call it. Like I'm saying, the same thing with like how it's called Little Haiti nowadays. It's the same situation. Just over years, people pronouncing it Bellefontaine. It's Bellefontaine, or else you're gonna get in a fight with somebody. It's been a week since one day. That's about how it is too, man. Like a day in Toledo is like a week. And it's not because shit's moving fast, you know. It's not like a day in New York being like a week. Shit, a day in New York City, probably it has to feel like a week went by each day. Like, what's up with all these people driving up just to turn around and drive back? Like, y'all are fucking stupid. You just trying to photobomb or something? Tag number FLL90D. I already got it going the other way anyway. But no, it's kind of weird how it's like they had it set at 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. I hit on this topic a little bit earlier, like a couple hours ago. It's crazy that it's only 1,000, but at the same time, it's like they respect how hard it is to get a subscribe out of people. So that's why they have it combined with, you know, not only do you need 1,000 subscribers, but you also need 4,000 hours of watch time every year, somehow or another. You need a minimum of 4,000 hours watched. It's like you could be like coming, you know, like say you're from Facebook or whatever, and you got a bunch of friends on Facebook, so you just started advertising on your Facebook that you have a YouTube page, and then all your Facebook friends, you know, half of them are cool enough that they go over to YouTube and subscribe to you. You know what I mean? So then you start out with like say you get 2K subscribers off rip because you had like 5K people on your Facebook or whatever. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you can't just like jump straight into monetization over that because you still need 4,000 hours watched. So you need like 1,000 people to watch 4 hours, basically. Or you could have 50 people that watch 80 hours. Like in my case, I've got like 10 people that are probably gonna have to watch 400 hours. And I feel for those guys. You know, like honestly, they're putting in as much work as I am with this YouTube channel, trying to put wind in the sails. Like we're all trying to blow up this huge ass hot air balloon. It takes a lot of hot air. A lot of hot air. But yeah, I think every single one of y'all. You know what I mean? But as time goes on, it's developed more and more. Like it was just me talking to Fred. I'd go live, and then pretty much every time I was going live, Fred was my only audience. I'm just talking to Fred, you know, just letting him know what the world's like, you know. So it's come a little bit of a ways. It'd be better if I was actually driving around a little bit more, but gas lights on, so I'm waiting for another order to, you know, if I can get $12 to drive somewhere, would be cool. Otherwise, I can just go to sleep right here. Not a big deal. You know, it's just fucking need be. I'll just roll the windows up a little bit more and turn on the fan and just stretch out and go to sleep for the night. Wait for an order tomorrow morning. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I still feel like this is better than just sitting on the corner begging for change at the same time too. Which I think is technically illegal in this town as well. Like I could be subject to go to jail for doing that. But yeah. But we're just hanging, man. We're just hanging out. Like I said, I might drive up. Well, I can't. I gotta wait for an order. I can't go to the beach with the gas light on. It's the best spot to sit because I'm like right across the street from the Wendy's. I'm right next to the Sonic. I'm right across the street from McDonald's. I'm right across the street from Taco Bell. Hardee's. There's hardly ever any Hardee's orders that comes through. There's like one guy that orders Hardee's breakfast every now and then. I think that's the only time I've ever gone to Hardee's was just for that one guy. Usually he's ordering breakfast. He has gotten some Frisco burgers. Like, you know what I mean? He ordered a little later in the day, get a monster burger and a Frisco, monster Frisco or whatever. He's a chill guy, you know what I mean? That's what I figured, man. It must be getting tighter everywhere. Everything. Even though we're supposed to be in quantitative easing, you know, we're supposed to be QE now. Quantitative tightening's over, as of a couple months ago. So we should start to feel some easing here anytime soon. Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Fucking fly. Get the fuck out of here! $6.63. Woo! Man, if shit's gonna stay like this, I might have to ask for more fucking hours at the auto parts place. Which I fucking hate being there. It's like the number one thing I don't like is going to work and then you feel like you're a fucking idiot, you know? Like, everybody wants to come in and just, like, point out how fucking stupid you are. And, like, all you're trying to do is make some fucking money It's a minimum wage job like everywhere the fuck else. I don't know why they expect so much from you. Right. No, you're fine, man. And the thing is, I don't think it counts all the. I don't know. It's not counting the time appropriately. I feel like, because like you say, yeah, I feel like you've watched at least 500 hours by this point, and I don't think that's accurately showing on the page. I wonder what I'm at. It's a couple days behind too. It's like a week behind on the earning, but sometimes it doesn't look right, man. It's showing me at only 1,250 hours, 1,250 public watch hours, which that's not right, man. I'm hitting like 250 hours a week right now. Right now, in the last month, 850 hours viewed in the last month. In the last 7 days, 264 hours in the last 7 days. But part of it was that Monday I did the amendment auditing, and I was up to like 12 or 13, 11, like 11 people that were hanging watching while I was doing that First Amendment auditing thing. So it's up to 264 this week. But that's what I'm saying. It's not accounting appropriately. I don't know what it's doing exactly, but at the same time, it is a little bit behind, because this is as of May 8th, and it's May 13th now. So that the First Amendment auditing thing hasn't even shown up on the time that I've gotten on that First Amendment auditing video. And I can look and I can figure out, it's in here somewhere. Yeah, almost 700 views on that shit now. That might bust 1,000. Who knows? And then, come on. No, not Uber. Turn it sideways. Since published, it's got 25 hours of view time, 213 views. 213 people have watched for about 10 minutes on average. And then it also got I think it got like 50 hours of watch time while it was live. But that's not showing yet, because that was on like May 10th, May 11th, May 10th, something like that. So this is still 2 days behind on that. I don't know. Like, it could be at about 1,500 hours. I don't know. I feel like they're just shortchanging me there somehow or another. They're getting a lot of work out of me before they even start paying me 40 cents. Because that's about all it is. It's like 40 cents per 1,000 views. Which, you know, my videos don't make 1,000 views, but between 10 of them, right? Between 10 videos that make 100 views each, that's 40 cents that they owe me on those 10 videos, I feel like, right? Because each video made 4 cents worth of views, technically, at that point. I don't know if they calculate it that way or whatever. They should, honestly, but they probably don't. You probably get paid per 1,000 views. Not, you know, a tenth of 1,000 views. Which you should, you know, like, you can't pay by the tenth of 1,000 views. Like, fuck, you can't give me a tenth of the price of the 1,000 views. Like, y'all don't know how to use a decimal point. Just kidding. All hail Google. All hail Google. Of course they know how to use a decimal. All hail Google. Bitcoin equals Google. Bitcoin has just made it to one Google. Man, could you imagine how much fucking money printing that would be, though? There'd be a price on fallen leaves on the ground. There'd be a price on the Spanish moss hanging from this tree. But anyway, like I'm saying, that First Amendment video, I think I'm looking at another 50 hours because it's showing me 25 cents published. And I got a new 19 new subscribers off of that while I was live on it. Let me see. There should be a way to check out since it's been published. Any new subscribers on it? 5 new subscribers on it since it's been published. That's cool. No, none from YouTube suggestions. So that's not too, like in the last 48 hours, 445 views. None from a YouTube suggestion. It's all browse features showing me. Which is almost the same thing, but not quite. Not quite a YouTube suggestion. 643 subscribers, though. Appreciate every single one of y'all, man. And like I said, it's going closer and closer to... Hang on. Zoom in. Nope. Hold on. There we go. I'm getting closer and closer to 1,000 hours of watch time in just 28 days. Just from like a 3-person audience. You know what I mean? So like I'm you know, I feel like eventually, like once I get to the point I break through that wall all the way, YouTube will be like, well, look, he's built an audience. We should maybe start advertising him because this is something maybe other people might want to watch. You know, he's already kind of putting on a show for 3 people. He might, you know, it might be an even better show though if we got like 15 people to watch. You know what I mean? But it's like working for PBS in a way. I got like a really small program that I'm trying to build on PBS. Norseback one. No, I've seen like another guy. He's got like 60,000 subscribers. He made just live streaming, sitting. He like lives in his car, and he just live streams himself in his car, just like talking to his audience. You know, granted, he's got the camera facing himself a little bit more often, but like I don't know. I'm a mess, and then my car is usually a mess. You know, so I don't know. But anyway, but that's what he does. He's got like 60K subscribers. And then he just live streams himself in his car like daily, and there's like usually 1,000 people watching him. And then you know, at that point, it's a job. You know, at that point, it is legitimately a job. You got a 1,000 person audience that's wanting to watch you every day. And then you're just out here trying not to die from heat exhaustion. Or get like a stabbing situation or something like that. Or get shot at for saying something the wrong way. Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. That's why I don't like smoking. Try not to smoke these shits, but it does help you blend right in. You're just sitting in your car smoking a cigarette, just chilling. You know, people don't think twice. They don't think nothing of it. Just go with their day. But man, it's hot. The temperature we got today. Car battery 90 degrees. Went up another 5 degrees. Whew. 94. Battery's almost charged over there. I know this phone, I usually just keep it plugged in. probably need to put the AC on because it's been a while. This phone gets hot really quickly. Usually if I'm sweating, the phone's hot. And being that it's 90 degrees outside, I'm sure the phone's hot. But Uber, man, come on now. You gotta give me an order so I can fire up the car and start moving again. Gas light's on, so that means I got like 20 miles. Fucking Uber. But yeah, I'm looking, I don't know. Ultimately, trying to use YouTube to try to find maybe another job if I can. Even. It's kind of stupid. It's a long shot. But I feel like at this point, using Indeed's a long shot too. It's stupid, man. But I'm trying to find something like no direct face-to-face contact with customers, like, you know, like no work on a counter if I can, no food, no restaurants at all if I can, and then not working on people's cars either. You know what I mean? I don't want to be, you know, I'm not trying to be like a mechanic somewhere. Not trying to like be a salesman where I'm trying to make sales happen. I'm dealing with a customer like that, and then I'm not trying to work in a kitchen at all, basically. Which I know that kind of, like, half the jobs are gone. And then of that half, the half of that half is military. You know what I mean? But, you know, it's the land of opportunity. You know, we're supposed to be free and all that stuff, too. So, like, that job's got to be out there. You know what I mean? It depends. If the watcher has YouTube Premium, I use YouTube Premium, so YouTube keeps track of everyone I watch, and they get a portion of my subscription. So if I watch you, you'd get like $5. Oh, okay, that's cool. I'm not quite sure if it works. I mean, I don't know. You probably know more about it than I do at that point. But yeah, that'd be cool if it works like that. You pay $16 or whatever. You pay $16 a month for the subscription to YouTube Premium. Yeah. But that's cool. They divvy out how much the percentage. Okay, I don't know. I can't believe that many people pay for it though. Like, two at the same time. I don't know. Because then, like, wouldn't you lose on your ad revenue if they do it that way instead? Maybe they calculate both into it somehow. I don't know. Well, I don't know how that works. I don't know. It's probably calculated into it, like, for the price, like, because that would be the price of playing the ad, roughly. Right. Yeah. But yeah. It's stupid. I appreciate it either way, man. Like I said, I bet I got like 4 people that would probably buy a membership. You know what I mean? There's probably like 4 people that would buy a membership for $2.50 each. You know what I mean? And then YouTube takes 30% of that, I think. So I would end up with like $6 off of 4 members. You know what I mean? But that's every 4 members. You know, like if I get to the point, like, you know what I mean? I get like 300 members somehow. That'd be nuts. You know what I mean? That's insane. That's not gonna happen. You know what I mean? But you could pray. You know what I mean? It's kind of the wrong thing to pray for, but I don't know. You pray somebody's successful with their job. I don't really think that there's anything wrong with that. But no, I don't know, man. I could even turn this, like, if I can, like, I'm talking about how I'm trying to find work through the channel, you know what I mean? Like, find somebody that doesn't mind, you know, like, hey, you know, I've been watching you, I wouldn't mind, you know, you can come work, you know, I'll pay you for a day, we'll see how it goes, you know, and if it goes well, you know, I might use you for the whole week, and if it goes well, then I might use you for a month, you know, and if that goes well, I might go ahead and just put you on the salary, you know, whatever, you know what I mean? I could even maybe turn this channel into, like, a dirty jobs type of thing, you know? Cross-country dirty jobs, I don't know, you know, I'm saying, any direction, like whatever I could actually do, you know what I mean, whatever I could actually do to, like, you know, to produce a video on, I would go ahead and do. Like I was thinking, like Micanopy's not far from where I'm at, and that whole town is haunted. The whole fucking city is haunted. I could make a pretty good, like over 10-minute long video of just me being, just me acting like scared shitless, like wandering around the city of Micanopy. You know what I mean? Like anything that's in my budget, like anything I could do that's like actually in the budget, I'm gonna make a video on. Hopefully, sort of. But it feels like the live streaming is the better way for me to get new subscribers, because I've been getting the majority of my subscribers from live streaming versus the Chronicles episodes. You know what I mean? And then I don't really like making shorts, and like the majority of the shorts that I make is just me begging for subscribers. You know what I mean? So I don't really need, you know what I mean? I can make a short every now and then, if it's something that I'm like, oh, this is just a 30-second thing or something. But you know what I mean? I think like just doing what I'm doing, just doubling down on the live streaming. Even different parts of my posse will pop in at different points of the day. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's growing already. Like I said, it's only week 3. I mean, we don't really exactly represent wholesome family values on this channel. Like I said, it's like Goofy from hell. Like I'm like Goofy's son from hell. Goofy was my dad. Mickey Mouse was my grandfather, and then Goofy was my dad. For some, I don't know. It's Freemason stuff. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't really have any of that. Yeah, I don't really need a career though either. That's the part people aren't really catching on to either. It's like I'm a Bitcoiner. Like I really only need something to do for like the next 10 years, hopefully. You know what I mean? I don't need a 4-year position. I just need something to do that's not in a kitchen, and then not working on people's cars either, because I'll be fucking up more shit than I'm helping if I'm working on cars. I can already tell you that. It's not going to be progressive if I'm working on cars, ultimately. You know what I mean? And same thing with being in the kitchen. It's not going to really be progressive. I get free food out of it, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You just got to keep your means, like keep need over want in the first place. I've already ate for the day. I still got some drink left. That's gonna be the next thing I'm gonna need, is some more to drink, and then just play it by ear, man. Like I said, even if the shelter were to break down, I've still got shelter for probably another couple weeks, depending on where it breaks down. And then I've got enough money in savings that I could ultimately, I'd have to shoot myself in the foot, take like half of the money I've been saving to buy another vehicle with, but at least it's there. I stacked it up, you know what I mean? Yeah. No, but so far I'm trying to just throw as much money as I can into Bitcoin. Now that I hit my mark, I'm kind of like chilling a little bit more. But yeah, I agree with that, man. But yeah, that's basically what I did by moving into the car. I found a way to decrease my spending because I couldn't really increase my income by $100 a month. I found a way to decrease my spending by at least $100 a month. But I figured I needed to do one or the other. and I needed to start putting the difference into Bitcoin, which is kind of why I'm here. And then, you know, like 3 to 5 years time, I'll be done. I'll have what I need, and then I could just pop back in, you know. Because, like, really, I mean, you only need 3 months rent. I could stack up 3 months rent. I could be in a place tomorrow. You know what I mean? And then, but then I'd have to worry about making that $1,200 each month and then giving it to them, you know, which it takes me long enough to try to make that $1,200 as it is. It's not worth giving it away. It's, you know, it's a little bit harder to obtain for me than it is to them. And that's why when they price things, they're not accurately pricing things. You know what I mean? They're not pricing things based off the amount of sweat it takes to produce the dollar. I don't know, man. No, I get you, man. I'm not mad at you. I get you. You're just, I mean, people come in here and do that all the time. You know what I mean? Like they don't quite understand it. Like, I don't know. I don't get it either. But like I said, I'm free to begin with. I'm trying to just keep myself free. I'm not worried about how much I'm worth per hour. I'm trying to get my freedom back from the system. Some people, they think, oh, well, that's by being worth more, and then you can clock out faster, which I can kind of understand, you know. But like, you know, if I'm saying, if I'm making $100 an hour, I only need to work 8 hours a week, and that's part of they know that as well, and they want more work out of me than just that. You know what I mean? That's, you know, like I've got a buddy. If I could deal with being in Colorado, which I probably could, ultimately, as I'm thinking more and more about it. Because I don't mind being cold, but Colorado, it's cold 9 months of the year, sort of. But yeah, he's got a job, $25 an hour to pack cheese. And then, you know, if it's paying $25 an hour, like I said, I only need like 25 hours a week. The only thing with, I think that job is it's stuck on 40 hours. Like if you're signing up for that job, it's a 40-hour week. You know, there'd be 3 different schedules you can pick. But it's still 40 hours on each one of those 3 schedules, which I hate that about work. It's like you need workers, but yet you won't work with people that are willing to work, you know, because I'm living within my means there. If they're paying me 25 an hour, then like I said, if I was making 100, you know, like I said, I only need 32 hours a week at that 25 hour, you know, and then 25 an hour, that'd be a shitload of money compared to what I'm currently making, you know. For every hour that I'm actually putting into the job too, you know what I mean? It'd be nuts. But like it's like I said, it's tied to that 40-hour week program that hasn't actually been working. Like I don't know how people do that and call themselves free. You know what I mean? And then yet you put yourself further and further in debt. Your credit gets bigger so that you can put yourself in bigger amounts of debt. I don't know. Why do we put ourselves in debt to begin with? It's because our parents chase us out of the house at 18 rather than let us, you know, you can't save up 30 grand. I don't know. It's weird. It's different. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. It's a different situation for everybody. It's called life. You know what I mean? Why do stress be LIFE? But every day's a new adventure for a fella like me. You know what I mean? You gotta take the good with the bad. No, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not putting all my eggs into one basket either. I'm building a moon bag of Bitcoin. I'm building a moon bag of Doge, and I'm building a moon bag of Shiba, right? And if any one of those 3 ends up making it somehow or another, you know what I mean? Becomes the new denominator. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, if it doesn't happen, then I had to live in my car for 3 years. You know, like whatever. It was just a season at that point. You know, you're still in the same spot. Yeah, exactly. That's why I think, you know, honestly, Doge is going to take over as the new dollar. We're going to eventually, yes, you know, as more and more time progresses, eventually the paper company, which is owned by Hamilton, which is on the $10 bill, the paper company that makes the money, right? And then the slave owner that's on the $1 bill, we'll eventually get rid of him. He'll eventually be gone. And we'll have a nice, cute little dog on the $1. But yeah, we won't have a slave-owning aristocratic white male on the dollar anymore, basically. Would honestly be a huge progressive step forward. And I think Shiba will replace penny because it costs more to produce and stamp out a penny than a penny's even actually worth. So we were shooting ourselves in the foot by making pennies for like the last 10 years or so. 15, 20 years, I think. Last 20 years we've been losing money by making pennies. Something has to replace that. You know what I mean? And then if it's like I said, it's all. But the odds of this happening is greater than the odds of buying a lottery ticket at the same time. And if it doesn't happen, like I said, I'm in the same spot, and then at least I've got 3 months worth of rent. I could go get a place tomorrow, you know? Yeah. Yeah, BT, like Bitcoin is the scale that all the rest of them, yeah, Bitcoin is like the scale that all of them even use the scalability to even work with. The expensive, yeah, exactly, man. And it's like me signing up for, that's why I say I want a house that I can pay off in 5 years. And then economically, that's not possible. They don't build houses that small. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like people that are buying a house, they're talking about a 50-year mortgage now because we can't afford a 30-year mortgage. You know, so you're going to sign up to be an indentured servant for even longer. We should be past the age of indentured servitude. I don't know, man. But I'd rather be a free spirit, you know what I mean? It's a little tougher, but at the same time, it's like I feel like you're rewarded more if you lived a tougher life here on Earth. You know what I mean? If there is an afterlife or reincarnation is true, the more you had to struggle here on Earth, the more you should be rewarded. Not necessarily either. You shouldn't be rewarded any more than anybody else. But I don't know. It's you know what I mean? I think either way I'm slowly going uphill. You know what I mean? I don't think what I'm doing day to day is really doing this. You know what I mean? I don't think this is what's happening throughout my life. It might be, but the way it feels like I'm already here anyway. It's like, you know, all I can do is go up, you know, even if it's only so much. Yeah. Yep, it's better than having this ridiculously huge ass truck that whistles. Knowing that that's kind of what's the problem with the atmosphere in the world today, and you just keep steady throwing fucking money on shit like that. I don't get that side of psychology. I really don't. Like I can get wanting to have a big, huge truck. You know, like I want a really huge truck with really huge tires for the mud hole. But just as your daily driving vehicle, just to take you work at a barber shop and then you have this ridiculously huge ass truck that you drive to the barber shop every day. That's so fucking stupid. Especially like I say, when you look around at everything that's going on and you're like, I'm gonna add to that. There's all kinds of different psychologies, man. They can't really put it down in a book, and then what we know of psychology, we've only really been looking at for less than 200 years. Like, you know, the psychology of people that literally want to take our, you know, they want to make our paper currency so much that they're willing to go and kill somebody that was born in another country just to make our own country's paper currency. And it's so they've got it built in the system where it's okay. You know what I mean? Like the psychologically, there's still nothing wrong with you. But you joined the military and killed like over 10 people. You know what I mean? But because you did that for money, you're not a murderer. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, man. But yeah, I don't even know if like if the real estate's really even a thing. You know what I mean? And more or less, like I said, I'm just trying to get my patch of land, which I'm the majority of the way to already. I just need Bitcoin to double from where it's at, which isn't asking for the world. I'm not asking for $1 million Bitcoin. I'm not even asking for $250,000 Bitcoin. You know what I mean? If it above $250,000, I've got enough where I can buy my land, and then I just pop the chair out of my trunk and I just hang out. Wait till I'm hungry. Hopefully make more money on Uber than I'm eating, because I've already got enough, like the land secured. Property taxes are going to be at most $1 a day on just raw vacant land. I'll be chilling. Make $1 a day on Uber to pay for my property taxes. Plus the expense of the car itself, but I've already been dealing with that while saving. That's what I'm saying. Basically, I'll save so hard I'll get to the point I won't have to save anymore. And then a certain level of the difficulty of my life right now through me trying to save so aggressively, that'll instantly spin over on itself. And then all I'll have to do is just work hard enough to not touch the money that's in my savings. Like that's invisible. It's invisible until it's like the moonshot. Yeah, like $1 Doge, 1 penny on Shiba. If either one of those happens, cool, you know. That's about it, man. Even a tenth of a cent, a tenth of 1 penny. If Shiba makes it to a tenth of a cent, that's all. That's insane. That's gonna change my whole entire life. I'll go from homeless to being a land developer. You know what I mean? And at the same time, if I'm wrong, then you know I've got like I got 50 bucks on Shiba as it is right now. If I'm wrong, I'm out for a $50 scratch off. You know. But honestly, I don't think I'm wrong. I think electrified currency is greater than paper currency. I don't know. It's just me. I've already made the switch. It's like eventually you'll hit that, like you'll have a flip in your psychology, and you'll be like, I really don't even want the dollar anymore. I just want 100 Doge. I want 100 Doge minimum per delivery. Murder is murder. The young always fight the war. Yep. Best wishes, anyways. Strive to do the right thing. That's it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to, because I don't think that the middle class American way is not really the right thing to do, I feel like, anymore. Which is kind of fucked up, but you know, if I were to elaborate on that, I'm sure I could get you to agree with me further. But I don't think like middle class life is really the right way to go nowadays. That's what I see too, like 50 bucks. 50 bucks is nothing. I might as well go ahead and might as well stack another 50 on it. You know, we can divvy it up to 200. I'd be 4 times as better off. as I would, you know, the $50 scratch off that, oops, I lost. You know, let's say I did that 4 times. Well, see, that's the other side of it too, man. Like, I could work hard, get up to the point where I have a house and everything, right? And then I've got to find another 10 hours a week to maintenance the yard and shit. It's like, I see that too. Like, I see people that they busted ass to get up into the middle class, and then now they've got a yard they got to take care of, and they're like, oh fuck, I got to figure out how am I gonna get out in the yard for, you know, even to mow, even if I mow it quick, it's gonna take me about an hour, you know, and then you basically set yourself up for more work. I don't know why we do that. We do the maintenance for them. We pay for the house and then do the maintenance and keep the county looking good. You know, you know what I'm saying, though. Yeah. Unless you're trying to say that people that mow their own grass, they're not even middle class. You don't even have enough money to pay for a lawn guy. You're not middle class, which is probably what you're saying. Because middle class, you know, 100K a year is the poverty line. Right. True. That's gonna be my same philosophy on that too. That's why I'm trying to buy vacant land that I more or less, even me doing some of the land clearing on is an improvement. I improved the land while I was there. I bought vacant land for $12,000 that I just lived on top of. Tried not to disturb it in any way other than cleaning up some of the down brush material and then maybe getting rid of a few smaller trees to clear up a path. Right? That's all I did. This $12,000 piece of property. But in the 5 years that I lived on it, without having to pay $1,000 a month in rent somewhere else, I saved $60,000. Plus, I still have the $12,000 piece of property. And then in 5 years' time, it probably could double. Now it's a $30,000 piece of property because all the other lots around me got sold. You know what I mean? That's my philosophy on that. And then if I can use Bitcoin to do that, I don't even have to worry about like resaving the money. I've already saved the money once in Bitcoin, and I could use the Bitcoin as land, as digital land, to buy the real land. I don't know why not everybody's doing it. Not everybody's doing that. I don't know why. I don't know, man. One person's weeds are another person's biodiversity. That's just bamboo. I use that for cordage. That's cordage. That's thatching. That's shingles. That's shingles for my roof. What are you talking about? That's a cordage. I'm gonna use this for cordage. And that'd be cool too. Like, I'll get my land and I'll be making like bushcrafting videos and stuff too, man. Like, fucking, you see my whole property get fucking pieced together out of fucking twigs. Like, I'm gonna be the little pig that's got the twig house, you know, because the straw house didn't quite work. Bricks is too much money. It's too much money for bricks. So I'm gonna do the stick house. And then wait for the government, Big Bad Wolf, to come decide it needs to blow it down. You know? If I could make a stick house that survives a hurricane, then the only thing that's gonna destroy it at that point would be the government. Like a stick house that's just big enough. There's a hammock tied between 2 trees basically, and then a lean-to built over top of that. No foundation, and it was all built out of trees that were already knocked over. Yeah, that's the plan at least. And then, like I said, I'll still be working, just not as hard as everybody else that's trying to get all this extra shit. And if eventually that falls through, and like I said, I'm living on top of the $12,000 piece of property, I could probably sell that and trade it for a boat somehow, one way or another, and then just go be a pirate. Live off 1% of my savings. You know, like 1% of my savings per month would even still last me 6 or 7 years. More than that. If I'm living off 1% of my life savings each month. Crypto is currently digital. It is all based on trust and reliability to deliver. My only suggestion is to pay off your debts. If it means selling Bitcoin, so be it. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I can't sell it for under 100K. It wouldn't fucking be worth it. I know it's worth more than 100K. But I don't think that interests you. Stock day trading success requires constant focus and monitoring. Same with crypto investing. Day trading is fairly similar to gambling. Yes, pay off the current debts and not incurring more sounds essential. That's what my plan is. That's what I'm hoping, you know, if Uber was a little bit louder. Like I said, I might just have to go down to the beach. Because at least there's orders coming in down there. It's harder for me to sleep on the beach because it's a louder city and everything. That's why last time when I went down, I couldn't wait to get back up here and, like, you know, find a spot to sleep and just sleep. I slept really good last night. It was raining. Like, yeah, I had the windows down a little bit and it was raining on me, and I slept good. You know what I mean? I slept great. I slept so good. I woke back up at like 7:30 and couldn't roll back over and go to sleep. And it wasn't because of the heat, probably because of the sunlight. But either way, I was recuperated enough from sleeping that I couldn't just, you know, didn't matter. No, I'm hoping I could. I've got enough saved now. I've been saving so aggressively because it was low. Like, you know, I was buying while it was over 100K. I was buying while it was over 100K. And so with it being under 100K, I was like, oh, well, it's on sale. So I was buying even more aggressively, and that's what made my credit card stack back up. Because I was shuffling all the money into this as fast as I could. If that wasn't the case, I would have kept the credit card zeroed. And then I would have kept putting, like, you know, $20 onto Bitcoin rather than hundreds. You know, every time I was putting money on Bitcoin, I was putting hundreds on it because I was getting 2 for 1 on my sat per dollar, basically, from the 126,000 that it was at to being 63,000. You know, with it being under 63,000 for that moment, that little bit that I bought $400 worth while it was under, you know, with that $400, yeah, I could have put it on my credit card, but I've got, you know, an 18% increase on where I purchased it at already. And then it was money that I was still going to put on it either way because I wanted this much of a decimal of Bitcoin as it was, you know what I mean? Like I wanted this number as it was. So it was cheaper for me to buy it then when it was cheaper than to put all that money onto the credit card. I had to pay the extra on the interest of the credit card, but the interest on the amount that I've already bought is already up so much that, yeah, I could sell to cover the loss on the credit card, but at the same time I would rebuy at a higher price to do that as well. Whereas me just stop using the credit card and then make $100 a month payment, I'll eventually pay it off. It might take me 18 months, but hopefully it'll, you know, I'm making more than just $100 a month payment on it. But basically that's what was happening is I was putting $1,000 a month onto Bitcoin instead of putting $1,000 a month onto the credit card. And then so the credit card started to stack up. But yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much where I am. I can relax on stacking Bitcoin because I've made it to that decimal. But now I can focus on zeroing out the credit cards again. And if I can still, I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't know. I need to do one or the other, basically. But I don't know. There's still part of my head wants to be like, well, you should still maybe $1 a day, DCA in for like $1 a day still. That's $30 a month. I just put $30 more a month on Bitcoin, while I'm focusing on paying the card back down to zero. Pay the card back down to zero, and then once with that not hanging over my head, I'm just playing the waiting game. And that's about it, Which that's been like my whole life is just playing the waiting game. But I think eventually I'll have a yacht with a couple of jet skis behind it. There'll be a hot tub on the yacht, helicopter pad up on the front of the yacht. My friends could come by helicopter to come. I don't have a helicopter, but if they have a helicopter, they got a place to park their helicopter on my yacht. We could hang out, turn on the air defense systems, just watch people fly over with their oppressors get shot down. And if I don't have a yacht, I'll at least have a sailboat. I'll at least have a dinghy, like a dinghy with a cooler on it. Chill. Hell yeah, man. Like even now, in my car, like I feel like I've got more shit than I actually need in my car. But I kind of can't stand, like, some of the stuff, like I can't stand to get rid of it. I need to keep it because I might need it. Some of it, like some of it's trash. I gotta empty the trash out. But once I empty the trash out, there's still a bunch of shit in my car that I can't decipher what it is, how much of it I'm gonna need. And I don't really have a place I can put it that's not the car. So I just have to kind of take it with me. But even still, that's sad. It's sad how much shit that I need, that I feel like I need. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I don't think the average American dream is really like the way to go. And then, like, since COVID, the American dream it's dead. It's dead. It died during COVID. It did. The last little bit of it they gave away. Yep. Some chats now. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting. If Bitcoin goes over 100K again, I could assume another drop. If Bitcoin goes basically on the charts, I can look at it a little bit. It's basically how I'm building this based off the chart. It hit a bottom at like 110, 108. After it hit the peak, it kind of created a bottom 2 weeks later, or like a week later, created like a bottom at like 110, 111, 108. Kind of floated around there for about a week. It was, it was kind of, and then it went back up to like 116 and then under 100K, right? So I'm waiting for it to go back up to that 108, basically. As long as it goes back up over that 108, I'm in pretty good stance. And like I said, I would probably sell a little bit to cover my credit. You know what I mean? I bought extra so that I can do that. But for now, that's the plan. Is I need it to go match back to where it was. You know what I mean? I don't know how much of the chart you can see, but I needed to go back up to like where it was in there. I needed to go back up to like right about there. If it'll hit the bottom of that, you know, if it'll hit that old bottom, this is where it's at now. If it goes up to that old bottom right there, you know, then I have 2% of a coin that I can sell, and then boom, credit's gone. But also to do that, to sell, I'd get hit with capital gains tax of like 30%. So it would really be smarter to take that 2%, pull out a loan against it, because there's no tax on a debt. If I use my Bitcoin as collateral to pull out a loan, and then use that personal loan, pay off the credit cards, and then start stacking $100 a month, because that's the payment on the credit card, would be the $100 a month, stacking that up, and then being able to pay back the personal loan, get my 2% of Bitcoin back. Which, yeah, it's a lot of ifs. That's why you're watching. You know what I mean? Let's see if it happens. You know what I mean? But I don't think I'm not shooting for the moon on that, you know, for it to come back to where it was at 6 months ago. You know what I mean? But yeah, like over closer to 110K, the better, because I could easily take 1% of it, and then boom, that's like half my credit card debt to sell that. Which like I said, I would be aping if I just sold it. It would be more intelligent of me to pull out a loan against it, because then in the following year, as it goes up more, I could recollateralize a smaller amount of Bitcoin and get my bigger chunk back. Like, say, you know, I'm collateralizing 0.01, collateralizing 1% of a Bitcoin, and in the following year, I'm able to collateralize 0.7% of a Bitcoin, and then get my 1% back. And then I gave up 0.7, and in the following year, I might be able to put up 0.6 and get my 0.7 back. And then the following year, I might get out of it. Just keep doing that. And then in the bad years, you couldn't collect, you put up the same amount. Oh, I couldn't get my 0.5 back. Let me put at least 0.5 back. I could extend the loan, kind of. And it's easier said than done. That's why it's like you kind of become an accountant in a way. You're trying to keep track of all that. But then, you know, that becomes your job at that point. Basically, is making sure these loans get pulled out on the right currency, for lack of better vocabulary. But yeah, there's videos on it and stuff like that. I just rewatch the video, you know, as I get closer, because right now I'm in the accumulation phase. You know what I mean? Where I'm not worried about that, because that's 5 years down the road. You know what I mean? For right now, I just need to create as much value as possible each day, and keep putting that value into Bitcoin as fast as I can, preserving that value for the future. But I can't do that if Uber's not swinging. You know what I mean? If Uber's not giving me any orders, I think what it is this damn Quests thing that they got going on. Oh, here we go. Well, I mean, an order that actually pays to do. Not $7 for 12 miles. Yeah. But granted, that kind of would have technically, I don't know, versus sitting here like I am, I would at least made $7. But I don't know, everything's a factor on this shit, dude. Like I said, I've been sitting here for 4 hours, and they finally sent me an order that I had to reject. So I'm waiting, trying to find something better. But I don't have skills where I can build a resume. You know what I mean? And even the type of job a resume gets me is not a job I'm really going to want to work. And a lot of people, they don't quite understand that either. When I say that, they don't quite get what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't want to do a resume, because the type of job a resume is going to get me is not going to be a place I even fucking want to work. You know what I mean? And so I just want a job where I'm breaking rocks down into smaller rocks, basically. I just use a hammer and break rocks down into smaller rocks. And it doesn't have to pay $20 an hour because I'm just using a hammer to break big rocks down into small rocks. I just don't want to do 40 hours a week of it because it's probably a tough job still on a 40-hour week schedule out there in the hot sun. I don't know. But shit, I could live stream for 100 hours a week. If this ended up being my job, I don't mind doing an 80-hour week of this. You know? Either way, they want us to work 80 hours a week somehow. It feels like. I mean, shit. But this is alright, man. Like I said, yeah, that's all I'm really worried about is the credit cards, and then somehow I was able to stack up enough money to buy the land with. You know what I mean? While maxing the credit cards back out, I had them zeroed. I had them all the way down to zero, and then like I said, I was at 0.03 Bitcoin, and then like I said, it went down in price so much that I was like, okay, here's everything I got. Here's everything I got, and then I was able to make it to 0.1, and then which they say that's all you're gonna need. That's all you're gonna need. Just hold on to that. Now that you've got it, hold on to it. If you can double it, cool. But just whatever you do, don't withdraw from it. Only add. And once you've converted it from fiat into Bitcoin, keep it. It stays there. That's your sailor suit. You know? That's your Hugh Hefner pile. You want to be Hugh Hefner one day, right? Okay, well then don't touch that. Keep working. But no, I don't want to be Hugh Hefner either. You know what I mean? I don't know. A little bit too much. If you could put Hugh Hefner and then Charlie Sheen from 2.5 Men. Right, that Charlie Sheen, put those two guys together. That's every man's alter ego. Had a couple viewers for a second there. Like I said, I don't know what happened to Jerry, man. I haven't seen Jerry in a couple days. I hope he's not pissed off at me. He's probably just busy. Keeping up with shit. But yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, with the amount that I have, by 2032, it'll actually be enough that it is enough to change my life. The same order. The same order, same dollar amount. I swear, I hate this fucking company. I really fucking do. Honestly, can't wait to stop working for fucking Uber. Because I didn't want it 20 minutes ago. Maybe I'll want it now. For real. And shit like that, it shows me it's like I'm the only fucking driver in this city. It comes back around to me, and then they didn't even up the dollar on it. Sometimes they at least give you oh, it's $8 now. Ooh. Ooh. One more ticket. And anything can happen, man. Anything can happen. Just a little bit more where I'm at. Couple clouds. This hotel over here. I don't know why that used to be a place you could ride your go-karts and four-wheelers and dirt bikes. It used to be like a little small little dirt bike go-kart four-wheeler track thing. But then they decided, you know what? We need to put a hotel here instead. This little ass town needs a fucking hotel for some reason. Which I get, you know, people have the right to try to make money. You know what I mean? You can't stop it from happening. But that's the sad part is, you know, as people, as you buy a couple acres of land and then section it all off to put houses on, and then you just allow the government to be able to print more money. You buying a house allowed the government to print more money without having to go to war to do it, to justify it. Which, like you said, you know, like you can't stop because people have the right to try to make money. It's just sad that that's how they do it, you know. By selling you a dream that cost you over 30 years of your life. I don't know. You know, I park here because there's like always shade. As soon as it's after 12 o'clock, there's shade. I just hang out, wait for an Uber Eats order. Sonic's on the other side of this bush. Not too much going on. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Oh yeah. Felt good to walk around a little bit too. But yeah, I really don't have any skills because you really can't count typing as a skill anymore. Yeah, there was like half of, I don't know, it was like half of school for me was them trying to fucking teach us how to type for some reason. Which we already understood, like we knew before we made it middle school, pretty much had a grasp on it. But it is kind of sad, like when I see people in their 70s, 80s, that they struggle trying to type. You know what I mean? It's crazy, like how second nature it is to me. You know what I mean? To them, because the world's changed that much because of computers, and then I really don't think that it did. You know, computers have had their little part in all of this, but I don't know. Typing did that much. Typing did this much to society. Somehow, I don't know. I'm not saying that the right way. Out of fluid. Got a shitty Uber Eats order. I'm thinking about just riding back out to the campground and calling it a day. This was fucking stupid. Wow. That's what I'm saying. I guess maybe people stopped using Uber. And people stopped using Uber because they knew I was going to be the one bringing it to them or something. I hope that's not what it. I don't think so. I don't know, man. I don't think so. I don't think that would have stopped everybody, the entire town, because I've got a lot of people I've gone to 4 or 5 times. I've gone to that address 4 or 5 times now already at this point, and I don't know. It's hot. It's hot. I'd love to put the AC on right now, but I can't. Yeah, I should scoot up a little bit more. It does look like the wind's blowing. I'm just not sitting in quite the right spot. Oh, thank God.
Normal voltage.
I thought she wasn't about to start.
Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
Is there wind? Is there wind? No, not really coming for wind. Yeah, not really any more wind. A little bit more. Yeah. Maybe the beach jump in the water or something. And some people, man, they get mad at you for being homeless. It's like, I can't do nothing about it. I can't do nothing about the fact I'm priced out of housing by myself. My girlfriend of the last 10 years decided to throw me out, and then my parents also think I'm too old to come back to the house, even though there's a lot of people that are 60 years old that live with their parents and shit, you know, but for X of multiple fucking different reasons. I appreciate y'all hanging out though, man. But yeah, hopefully as time goes on, you know, if things go the way that I'm planning it to go, this channel will actually be a pretty exciting channel to watch, because this channel will grow alongside of crypto, basically, in a way. I can't quite for sure say that I see it happening, like me being able to have a yacht, or not a yacht even, not a yacht, but just like a 45-foot boat, maybe. You know, a big boat, but not a yacht. You know what I mean? Not quite big enough where you need a whole captain for it and chef, and you know what I mean. I'm not quite thinking that level. But you know, if you could buy a nice boat for the same price as the land, and there's no property taxes on owning a boat, you make out better spending 20 years on a boat versus spending 20 years to live on the land. But like I said, I don't know if that's gonna happen. Just most of it, man, is like, if people would hang out for more than 10 seconds to kind of like, you know, because I don't know, you sit there trying to tell people your life story in 10 seconds sometimes as quick as you can, because they're popping into the chat, you know, popping into the live real quick. And then some people you can't even finish telling them what's going on before they're already gone. And other people just sit here with a bunch of fucking jewelry on and shit. And just sit there with a bunch of fucking jewelry on and have a bunch of people watching them slur English. Sitting there at their parents' house with a bunch of fucking jewelry on. It's fucking, I don't know, dude. It's stupid, man. So I almost wish they would have just left the internet for just like business. or if maybe they could have opened it up for like some commerce, but not have the internet to like as free reigns as it is. If it was more just kept for like business and military, you know, that kind of thing. People in the military just sending cat emails back and forth to each other, pictures of pussy and shit. But I think honestly, the world could probably be better today if they would have done that. I think the internet would have been known as business, not recreation. I don't know. I'm soliciting customers. That's what I should have done, dude. Fuck, I could have made more money to stand out there in the corner in front of fucking Sonic than I was here on fucking Uber all fucking day long. Which is fucking ridiculous, honestly. Straight up fucking ridiculous. Trying to make some money for your fucking self instead of just begging for it. End up with less at the end of the fucking day. God, I love this country so fucking much. But yeah, I'm gonna go down to that little beach town tonight. I almost want to drive down there right now. I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Might as well log in over here. I got 5 viewers if I log in. Oh, a new comment. Hang on, what's they say? First Amendment protection. What are you protecting the First Amendment from? We all have it. But thanks for standing out there for 9 hours. That's what I'm saying. You don't understand it though. That's what I'm saying. You only watch 30 seconds of it. That's the whole point of like what it was a live stream. That's kind of why I was, you know, I don't know. It was this the reason that they stand out there for 8 hours, and then that's why they make a 30-minute video. Because it's mostly just standing there. But he doesn't understand that I had like 11 viewers at that time. Triple the amount of viewers that I normally have. He doesn't even actually apparently know enough about the First Amendment. You just delete his comment. It's not a big deal. And then the guy looks like he's got Down syndrome or something. I don't quite get it. Yeah, let's see. I don't know. He lives in the Cayman Islands. He knows nothing of the First Amendment. Surprised he even got that as a video to watch. Look at this party, like, you don't even get it. Like, it was, duh, it was a fucking 9-hour live stream. It was probably only like 20 minutes of actual action in it, in the 9-hour live stream. Duh. The 30 seconds I watched were boring. Okay, well, thanks for clicking on it. Either way, that's another click closer to a house for me. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for some bullshit pay, so I can sit right here and waste my life away. Oh, it's a shame. Oh, it is. Living in a new world with an old soul. 'Cause them rich men from Richmond always get Richmond richer than your rich uncle too. Richer than me, and richer than you, and richer than me, and goddamn richer than you. 'Cause these rich men north of Richmond buying all the Florida land. All these kids around here, probably half of them will never be able to buy a home, cause all these rich men north of Richmond. It wasn't really more relaxing. It was yeah, the beach town. It was relaxing in a way, but at the same time, it felt like, because there was already a group of like people that were living out of their cars there on that beach town, so they felt like they were like all watching me, kind of like, you know, breathing down your neck feeling. Like they thought I was gonna try and move in or something, and it's like, no, I'm just, you know, like my town's slow. There ain't no reason to try to think I'm gonna be an Uber driver in that town. It's so fucking slow. Maybe on the weekends. It depends how many other drivers are on the weekend. Luckily, they're female. I hope, you know, they might be able to have a house in the future. I feel bad for the one little boy over there, though. Nah, there's like this tractor dude. Next time I deliver out to him, I'm gonna ask him if he needs help on his track, you know, if he needs help driving a tractor around on his field or whatever. I'll ask him about it. I'm pretty much willing to do just about anything at this point. I just don't want to clean toilets. You know what I mean? Not really, I don't guess we're being progressive cleaning toilets. No shame, I'm not trying to throw shade if you are. You're cleaning toilets, making an hourly wage. Appreciate y'all hanging for a minute. Those y'all that are here. But yeah, I don't think that we're gonna go back. Like, now that Bitcoin's a thing, I don't think that they can just like delete it. It's gonna be built into the internet now forever. Yeah, I'm gonna go down to the beach. Yeah. There's one dude I was about to talk to, like he was hanging out like a hatchback. I don't know what kind of car it was, some kind of hatchback. He was hanging. He had a guitar. He was sitting there playing a guitar. Popped a chair out the back of this hatchback, sitting there on facing the beach playing a guitar. I was gonna walk over and talk to him. I was gonna hang out with him for a minute, whatever. He had the kind of vibe. It was like, man, I don't know. Like it would have been like drinking a beer, even though you're not drinking a beer. I don't know. But I got an Uber Eats order at like the same time. I was thinking about doing it. There was like 3 guys. They were all just kind of talking. They were talking loud enough that I could hear every bit of the conversation. You know what I mean? I was about to like butt into the conversation. I don't know. Which would have been a little bit weird because I was live streaming at the time and everything too. So I would have been like, hey, I'm actually live streaming right now. Is it all right? I'm gonna use y'all for like background noise. I might talk a little bit myself too, but there was a couple people that would have been chill to talk to. There was a couple people that would have been like, I think they're on the run at the same time. Like I said, I appreciate y'all hanging, man. Pretty good. Viewership is already up, and then, like I said, as viewership goes up and the channel goes on through time, man, there'll be more going on. Like I said, here, hopefully in a couple more months, I should have the land. And then I'll be filming, like, while I'm building something. I'm out there. I got the camera set up on a tripod, just moving sticks around and shit. People are watching me building making a table out of elm trees. Building a table. Even that would be a long way, like from Chronicles episode 8, like rebuilding that for myself. I want to go look at it actually. It was either episode 8 or episode 9. It's like right at the beginning. I think it was episode 9. Oh yeah, and also, while I'm thinking about it, here now, hopefully the order is wrapped up and finished for me. So we got that hanging out. Now we got another order. It's one of my favorite places, Starbucks. Wouldn't have that problem with a V8.
That's right. You know our drill. Knock, knock. We're gonna need a bigger truck. Oh, I already got one. Daddy's staying home. You know it's got its perks. Stretch them out. Hold it. Oh, you better hope that day never comes. Let me tell you something. Stretch them out. Hold it. Roman Jesus Christ. Me and you, one-on-one. No one else around. Stretch them out. Hold it. We'll do both. Here comes the bad part.
Hey y'all, welcome back to another video. A Florida swamp monkey video at that. But yeah, anyway, by the way, I think I'm gonna start with a small rant about the county that I'm living in. Just after driving around for a little bit, looking at everything at a wider angle, The only thing they want to build in this county is either more housing, doctor's offices. Well, I gotta say, in the defense of the county, I woke up this morning and I thought this way, and I was like, well, you know what? was like, I can kind of see why they're being so money grubby. You know, well, you gotta remember, like, half of this county is the Ocala National Forest. So like half the county is a national forest that has to be like preserved. You know what I mean? They can't start cutting down this national forest to start building houses. Like literally half of the county is land that we can't use for housing. And then they also have to pay to maintain. You know what I mean? Like granted, they probably get a kickback from the National Parks Reservation or something like that. Something or another. They probably get kicks back, you know, whatever, for the money that's spent there or whatever, the taxpayer dollars. But yeah, I was thinking of that when I woke up this morning. Like, that's why they're so money grubby, because they, like, literally only half the county they can actually even sell. The other half the county is, like, reserved, you know, for, you know, I don't know, for however long they decide to keep Ocala National Forest being a thing. You know, but as long as the Ocala National Forest is a thing, like, I was like, oh yeah. I'm like, that makes sense why this county is so grubby, because they're trying to work with the other half of the shit that they have. You know, I don't know.
Stores you can go shop at, or, you know, gas stations, and that's pretty much it. Just a bunch of drugstores, doctors' offices, gas stations, a little bit of housing, and, yeah, more grocery stores, you know, like, I don't know, it's like the whole county. Whole county is like...
You have like 5 Publixes in like a 5 square mile radius. There'll be like 5 Publixes, you know, because it's not convenient, you know. It's more than 10 minutes to get to Publix. We have to build another Publix.
One of those 5 things. It's all they ever build. I don't know.
And Publix is like Kroger. Like, yeah, like every mile and a half, they're trying to build another Kroger. Basically, it's like what they're trying to do with these Publixes down here.
Very, very money grubby county, from what I'm seeing too. Because like there's some subdivisions they've been building since the 70s, but they build it so slow that every time, you know, like they didn't want to build it all in the 70s and then sell all those houses for 70s price. They're trying to hold on to whoever owns the complex, you know. They're trying to hold on to it for as long as they possibly can, but also still be selling each quarter acre with, you know, $50,000 worth of material that they call a house, and then, you know, between the material that they build the house, and then I tried to think about it last night a little bit, you know, how much labor goes into actually building a house nowadays, especially when they're trying to like flash finish them, you know what I mean, and they just kind of stamp them together. They're just like all cookie cutter houses, you know. There's only like 4 different models, so they're just rebuilding the same house over and over, stamping it on the ground over and over again, you know. So how long does it really take to build a house like on repeat, you know what I mean? Especially nowadays, I bet a lot of it comes prefabricated, you know. Like, granted, you know, it's not a modular home because it wasn't built in a warehouse. It was built on site, but, you know, like, it was built out of 12 different pieces being put together, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's like last night, like, how long would that actually take? You know, if you have a group of 10 guys, we'll say, you know, 10 guys would be a fair number to build a house, you know, from beginning to end, you know, concrete to roofing to painter, you know, like, we'll say minimum of 10 different dudes that have to get paid to build that house, right? And then roughly, I bet, since they're working construction and building houses, they're probably making over $1,000 a week. So you got 10 guys that are probably making like $12K a week, right? So it probably $60,000 for like a month of labor to, you know what I mean, between these 10 guys that build the house. Granted, they might not all be there at the same time, whatever. But yeah. So yeah, if it takes them a month to build a house, I don't know how they're coming out positive on that. So it must be something, you know, it must be that they're building them in like 3 or 4 weeks, because like I was thinking last night, the land was like $50K, plus the materials were like $50K, and then the labor was $50K. And then, you know, the guy that owns it, they're trying to scrap $100K off of it somehow or another, you know. So that's where I was like, man, I don't know. But yeah, I think honestly, if if I were to do most of the labor myself or with the help of some buddies, you know, for daily pay kind of thing, I think I could easily build a house for under the $50K that they spend on labor to build these cookie cutter fucking bullshit houses in the middle of old cow fields, you know. So where we had cattle grazing before, we now have people grazing, you know. And I get it, it's just kind of like population increase, da 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 da, people wanting to move to Florida, da 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 da, this, that, vice versa, the other, whatever. But yeah, it's I don't know, they've kind of taken this county and turned it into a wreckage, because like Honest County wasn't here until the 70s, and then in the 70s nothing was here, so it was all like open scratch land. Basically they could have done whatever they wanted with, you know. And even like laying out the roads and shit, the way they put the roads and stuff, like nobody was here at that time. They could have put roads going whatever direction they really wanted to. It was their county, you know what I mean? But man, dude, I swear, it's like the infrastructure of this county. They tried to make more traffic, or time the lights where it creates more traffic, or just build the roads stupidly so that it causes more traffic. Like, you know, some cities there's like back streets you can take. You know, you don't have to take the main road to get there. You can go other routes. Here, you know, you go so far enough down another route, it's further. You know, it's way further. It's not like, oh, it's just another mile. It's like 8 miles out of the way to not go down one particular road. You know, or you get halfway there and the road's not even there yet. Like, the map is telling you that there's a road, but you get there and it's like some farmer's land, you know, with like it's their driveway, and there's a sign that says trespassers will be shot. But it's supposed to be a county road according to the map. You know what I mean?
Dude, for real?
Stuff like that, man. Just, I don't know. But yeah, I hope you liked the intro. I thought it was kind of funny. It's like, stretch him out, hold him.
I think it's episode 9.
I made this for you.
Oh yeah, and also, you know, hopefully the orders are done fast. So that's right now. I got another order. And we're on the way.
You in my life, cheated. Can't live without you, cheated.
That's right. It's getting sort of late. It's 8:30, and it's St. Patrick's Day, which is a world ethnic holiday, so I've decided I'm going to dismiss my employees.
Who will be watching the children? No watching outside escape is impossible. Prove it.
Tell them what we saw today, John.
Oh, today we saw a junkyard dog attacking the bones of a roofless chicken.
Nature.
9,986,000 minutes. We actually sat down and did the math. 9,986,000 minutes. That's how many minutes that you've worked here.
Monetize it. Monetize it. Monetize it.
Hello, everybody.
I only need 250,000 minutes.
How are you? Welcome back to another video.
I don't think
Let's go here currently in bed. And, oh, $1 more per delivery. Woo! Yeah, let's, you know, whatever extra money, just throw it all into Bitcoin. I don't know,
Alright, it's episode 10, not episode 8. It's not
at
episode
100K.
9. It's got to be episode 10.
I made this for you.
So yeah, we're out here. We're already at $50 on the day. This one's another $17, but it's a long one. But yeah, we're here, busting them out. I'm gonna get on the road, and I'll hit y'all back in a couple seconds. Anyway, hey, how y'all doing? Welcome back to another Force Walk Lucky video. Like I said, right now we're on a long journey. 7.
Damn. Alright, I'm gonna find it on my own time. I'm not gonna subjugate y'all through all that. But there's like there's one like patch of land, they had just enough trees cut out where they had like a van parked. They had just enough trees were cut out where they had a driveway. They drove the van up into the property, and then they just parked the van. Looked like the van's been sitting there for years. So I was like, that's cool. It's like, it's already the neighborhood I was planning on doing that in. Somebody else is already doing it. So I was like, I don't even have to worry about it. Like, it's already, like, somebody's already doing exactly what I was thinking about doing. But that's it. That's all I want. I missed that old intro song, man. Got another quest. They want me to sign up for the weekend quest now. Here we go. Weekend quests. All right, 100 trips. This is the crazy part, man. You out there running like a dog trying to get 100 trips in. An extra $343 if you complete 100 trips. An extra almost $350 if you can complete 100 trips somehow over the weekend. Which is nuts. That's like a week's pay. Like a week's pay. Almost, sort of, kind of, sort of. But it's like what a week's pay used to be. They're going to give you a week's pay just to do 100 trips. But you only have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to do it. And then you can go all the way down here, like 60 trips, right? 60 trips. You get $155 to do 60 trips. But if you're doing 60, maybe down in that beach town, that'd be a hell of a day, though. Fucking 33 orders. You know what I mean? You'd need 35 orders each day, basically. If you average of 35, you'd easily break the 100 trips, right? But yeah, get 35 trips a day, and then the amount of time it would take to do 35 trips in one day. If all if all the restaurants had the shit streamlined better, and Uber knew how to time things better, you could probably do that. But I bet you could probably only run 2 deliveries an hour on average. Maybe there might be some hours you could pull a third one out of your ass somehow or another. But yeah, you'd be on there for a 10-hour day to maybe get 30 orders. 10, and then that's if you're moving like a fucking, you know what I mean? It's damn near impossible, I would say, because then you get to a point you only have so much driving time that you have in a day. I don't have to worry about it because I don't drive. You know what I mean? There's never any orders. But if you get to so many orders, I think about 25 orders, you've already hit your driving time limit. Basically, when it was really, really hot here, early, like October, November, it was really, really good with the orders. I could get like 19 deliveries, 21 deliveries in a day, but that was being in the big city. And then, like I said, doing that, it was like a whole 12, 15-hour day to get 21 deliveries in. You know what I mean? And that 21 deliveries, I would make like $130, $140. That's why I was like, nah, I'm just gonna come out here. This small town, because the small town, I can make $100 happen. 8, 9 deliveries. 8 or 9 deliveries makes $100 here in this small town. But 15 to 20 makes $100 in the big city. That's why I got tired of that shit. Even though it's slow as fuck here, if you take your time out of the equation, you're making more money for the use of your car. You know what I mean? But I'm getting to the point I realize I can't take my time out of the equation per se either. So it's a difficult thing. Like I said, I might like I had just have to drive down to the beach every fucking week. It's nice that I have like a 10-day off period. I don't have to go back to work until, look at a calendar, make sure I'm saying the right day. If not, Reba's gonna come in here and fact check me. I don't work until the 23rd. So I've got like 10 days off because it's the 13th today. It'd be way more beneficial to hang out there in that beach town. Let me see if I got like a gym location down there too. I said if I got a gym, I could still get a shower and shit. Well, hot damn. As soon as my phone wants to move, we can show y'all. It's like right there in Gulfport. There's like a One of my gym locations. What's a little further south of Gulfport? There's Gulfport, and then there's where my gym would be. Which I was making deliveries. I was making deliveries that were like all the way out over here and stuff. They were wanting me to make deliveries that was going all the way up past Clearwater. Yeah, they were sending me deliveries. They were sending me deliveries that I was going like all the way up here, or up into Safety Harbor. You know, some of the deliveries they were sending me that I was saying no to, because I was all the way down here. Like, I was here in Gulfport, you know what I mean? And I was saying, I was already starting to learn the city a little bit, because most of it. Yeah, most of it, 58th Street and 49th Street, right? Like the two main roads, 58th Street and 49th Street. And then 22nd Avenue is Gulfport Boulevard. Hang on. The camera wants to refocus. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I was pretty starting to learn the city just a little bit. A little bit of town I was down there. What are you talking about? 36 hours work over 3 days and get lucky. Yeah, you'd have to, yeah, exactly. You need like 3 12-hour days. And then, yeah, you might run out of driving time before you hit 30 trips. I'm not sure. I don't have a market that's quite that busy. But I think it's more or less a bait kind of thing. They bait you with it, and then you do like 90, and they can't, you can't quite make it. They'll get you into 90, and then they'll start sending orders to other drivers, so that way you can't complete that quest. Watch, I bet you they do some shit like that. Yeah, 100 orders with an average of $8. Yeah. Yeah. But now that's the thing, though. They'll probably play some kind of game with you. With, like, oh, well, there's 12 other drivers we can use. We don't need to send him any more orders, because he's almost in. He's gonna break that overtime, or whatever. How jobs do you? You're almost in overtime. You gotta go. But I could sign up for something more feasible too, like the 60. But to sign up for the 60, that's a lot. That's 20 runs a day, which is that's a long, hard day in a city that you don't actually know. And then they want to screw you, because if you sign up for 60, that's more than half of the 100, and then they only want to pay you 150. They'll pay you $200 more to do another 40 runs. But that's not going to happen. That's just flat out. That's not going to happen, though. I get what you're saying, though. $1,000 a week minus gas. You only have so much driving time in a day. Just like a truck driver, right? You're subjugated to the same rules that a truck driver can only drive so many hours in a day. Hang on. See driving time. Like right now, if it'll focus. No, it won't. It won't focus. It wants to reflect. Come on. Seriously. Okay, yeah. See, I have 11 hours and 28 minutes of driving time left. The one order I drove took 32 minutes. The one order I drove. But if you sit still for 6 hours, it'll reset that 12-hour. Like, you can only drive for 12 hours. But if you log off for 6 hours, you reset that 12-hour. So it's like, you know what I mean? 18-hour, you do 12, sleep for 6 somehow or another, take a 6-hour break, whatever, and then you can log back on and do another 12 of continuous driving. But it only counts the moments that you're moving. No, you're fine, Greg. You're not. I never see you as a Debbie. I wouldn't see you like that way. But with gas prices, what they are is gas. No, that's what I'm saying. That's where you have to be. I have to be extra picky now. That's my acceptance rate is all the way down to 25%. It's not going to show you, but yeah, my acceptance rate, I try to keep above 60 because they want it above 50. So I try to keep it above 60 so that way I've got an extra 10% of leeway. And then with that, I've adopted this new, if it's not a $5 tip, I'm not hitting yes on it, because the $5 tip plus the $2 that Uber gives you is $7. So if it comes through and it's not at least $7, there's no reason to even turn my car on. You know what I mean? Because they didn't even tip the whole $5. And it really, what's $5? $5 ain't shit nowadays. It really ain't. If someone can't tip at least $5, some other driver can take their shit to them. It ain't for me, because I'm supposed to be a platinum level driver. Orders like that should be going to the gold and the green drivers. You know what I mean? I shouldn't be getting a $7 order. I should be getting double digits minimum. I feel like, because I've worked into getting to be a platinum level driver, or diamond level driver. You know what I mean? You've worked hard for the company to be a diamond level driver, and you have to do X amount of deliveries per month to keep that diamond status. And then you do all this, and then they still want to send you these $7 orders, because you start to realize, like, oh shit, I'm the only driver here. You know what I mean? That's why I'm getting this shit, because I really shouldn't be getting this shit. There should be another gold driver that this stuff under $7 should be going to. But at the same time, since there's not, it just beats the shit out of your acceptance rate. That's why I say I really hate this company. It's really kind of fucked up. I would rather just be a pizza delivery driver. You know what I mean? But, but the thing is, people want more than pizza delivered. You know what I mean? So this app created itself, basically, because, McDonald's doesn't want to hire a delivery driver. Fucking Taco Bell doesn't want to hire a delivery driver. So this app found a niche, where it can fit itself into the service industry of everything. And it's a piece of shit. It really is, man. For them to give you $2 regardless of whatever the mileage is, and then draw a market that's huge as fuck. You know what I mean? They make the market whatever shit they want, wide as they want, from this town to this town, stretching. You know what I mean? They'll make some bullshit on this market like that I'm in. They'll want me to go 21 miles one fucking direction for shit, and then only give you $2 as the fare from them. And then so you're really expecting the customer to have to tip to make it worth the driver's while to even drive it all the way out there, and they're 21 fucking miles away from the city. I mean, granted, yeah, the customer should tip pretty well because they know that they're that far from the city. But at the same time, the company itself shouldn't be relying on the customer to pay their employees in the first. Like, the company you work for should pay you. If you get a tip from the customer, that's between you and the customer, and then maybe the tax man later on. You know what I mean? Your company shouldn't really be relying on the people that use the service to pay for their employees, because it just it deters people from even wanting to use the service. You know what I mean? Like, I've got to pay him $12 for him to come out here, because Uber only wants to give him $2, and he wants to make $15 to come out here. So I have to make it look like it's at least a $13 or $14 order. So I like the people that think that way. I doubt they're thinking that way, but you know what I mean. The people that are dropping the $10 tip, and it shows as a $12.50. But yeah, like I said, and it's still not worth it because they'll be so fucking far away. That's why I feel like Uber should pay you per mile. If they're going to pay you like a fare, they're going to pay you a fare for being their employee. They should pay you a mileage. That way it wouldn't matter. Wouldn't matter what the mileage is, because it's going to be the same fair wage for that mileage. Whether it's 3.6 miles or whether it's 18.8 miles, they're going to have to give you 40 cents per mile. But you know what I'm saying? And then sometimes they could make out on that. It'd be even cheaper than the $2 that they're currently paying. They could get away with paying 80 cents on some people that way, plus the tip. But then, you know, okay, well then the customer left a $5 tip, so now it's a $5.80 order. They live 2 miles away from the restaurant. You know what I mean? All that would get factored in if they only fucking cared. If they only fucking cared enough. But you know what I mean? They don't. They make money off of every driver that's driving for them. I bet half of the money that you're making, the money that you're making, times that by 2, that's what you could actually be making. But half of that's going to Uber for some bullshit. And then the company gets out of having to pay a fucking delivery driver too. Whatever this, whether it's Domino's or it's, fucking McDonald's, Taco Bell, Wendy's, whatever restaurant it is, they get out of having to actually pay a delivery driver while you pay. It all comes out of your pocket because you pay the Uber fee plus the tip. And it's got to be a nice enough tip because that Uber fee I don't see. You know what I mean? It's just fucked all the way around. That's why I can't wait to stop having to do it. And if I was doing it in a way where, like, I'm traveling across the country, that'd be cool at least, because, like, hey, this town sucks. There's no reason to sit here all week. You know what I mean? I should probably go up to Savannah, Georgia, like I was thinking about. But I don't know Savannah, Georgia too well. I mean, I really don't know Gulfport. I don't know Gulfport too well, but at least I was already there for 4 days. I know the area at least a little bit better than the one day I've been in Savannah, like almost 20 years ago. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's supposed to sound like that. Sorry, man. But no, you're not a Debbie Downer. I'm the Debbie Downer. But yeah, it's not worth it. The sides of it that is, it's beneficial is because, like, on the days that you do make money, you gotta look at how much work you actually did. You know what I mean? Like, there's one day I've made over $300 in one day. And then like the actual work that I did on that 14 hour day of driving, in actual terms of work, I didn't do $30 an hour worth of work. You know what I mean? Compared to the job, and how much shit I have to put into getting an hour of pay out of the job. And certain shit that they'll lay over for me to, everybody will pawn off because they know that I'm coming in to do my job. So like I show up and then there's extra shit to do that they should have fucking done throughout the week, but they let it sit for me to get there. You know what I mean? I have no clue, man, because I took it easy, man. I really did. I was taking it easy, just chilling on the beach, man. I'd probably do the same thing if I went back down there. There's one day I busted 100. There was another day I busted 100. Like that, without even trying. You know what I mean? Like busted, like I was at 80. And then when I realized I was at 80 already, like I was at 4, I noticed like I was at 40, I was over 40, and I was already on a delivery. I was like another 12 was in the car. So I was like, cool, I'm already over 50 once I get this where it's going. And then it just kept pinging me. You know what I mean? And so I just kept going, and then I looked again, I was over 80, and I was like, well, like one more order, because I'm like, I got tips that haven't even processed yet. It was showing me 80 plus tips that weren't processed. So I was like, well, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to do a couple more. Ended up over $100, well over 100. But in the day itself, like I said, I was logged out for most of it, chilling on the beach. Even that first Tuesday when I got there, I made the 50 that I was going to make in this town, that I assumed I was going to make. You know what I mean? Made that 50 and then I stopped. But it was like 3 hours. You know what I mean? It was like the quickest little $50. And hell, I got a gym right down the street from there. So yeah, I'm gonna probably head back down there, man. Yeah, an extra 150 wouldn't be bad either. Let's see. Extra $2.50 per trip. So it doesn't, like, if it says 5, it's $7.50. If it says $7.50, it's 10. That's yeah, that's doable. Definitely doable. And I got all day tomorrow. I can sign up for whatever quest I want. That's what I'm thinking. I need to drive down there tonight. I'll go straight to the gym, because I could take a nap in the parking lot of the gym. I could drive straight down to the gym, get a shower, get washed up, and then just hop in the back, feel good from a shower, that I'll be able to crash out and sleep right there in the parking lot of the gym. Most likely, it's not going to be that bad of a neighborhood. I'll be able to sleep in the parking lot of the gym, and then get up in the morning, hit it early, but not early enough where I'm going to have to worry about Starbucks. More like 10:30, log in, and then yeah, go from 10:30 to about 11 p.m. at night. I bet I could, but Thursday, I can use all day tomorrow, basically, to judge how much I should sign up for the weekend. But doing 100 trips, man, I don't even think there's enough driving time where that's possible. Or you'll get close to it, and then, like I said, they'll stop sending you orders so that it doesn't actually happen. But 60 does sound doable. 20. Get me to the airport and put me on a plane. We need another 2008 ASAP. This has gone far enough. I appreciate y'all hanging with me, man. What do we got here? Do you have to choose? Yeah, you have to choose which goal ahead of time. You pick your quest ahead of time, like they do. I think for this, I don't know. I'll look at it again. Gotta pick it by Thursday at, what did it say? Yeah, you got until midnight. You have Thursday at midnight, Friday morning. Thursday at midnight, Friday morning here. Anyway, Friday at midnight, the start of the day on Friday, you have to make a pick. Select something. And then it starts 4 hours later at 4 a.m. Friday. 4 a.m. on Friday it starts. And then you got all the way until Monday at 4 a.m. So you could run late Sunday night. You can run really, really late. That's not fucking worth it. Even shit like this ain't fucking worth it. It's crazy though. Look how short that is. It's a 0.8. It's 0.8. 0.8 of a mile for $4. But look how long it's supposed to take. It's supposed to take 13 minutes to do that. And it'll probably end up taking longer than 13 minutes to do that. So you factor that into time, the time plus the vehicle involved, right? So I'm not, yeah, that $4 for the 15 minutes it would have took, that's $16 an hour, right? But I'm using my car, so you got to kind of like -5. Yeah. And then again, it's somebody that couldn't even tip $5 for the service. They're expecting this level of service. You know, not that I'm some kind of superior service, you know, whatever. But they're, you know, expecting the level of service that, you know, I don't know. That's why I say it's a fight. I don't know. By the time you get dressed enough to go out in public, or at least go out to the car and drive up to the store, wait 15 minutes in line at the store, plus all the driving, plus the fat, plus your car, plus the gas, you couldn't have just gave somebody $5? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. People don't think on the other side of that, where it's, I don't know. That's why I say $5 is not that much, people. Now, granted, she's like walking distance away from the Sonic, whoever that was that just placed that order. Like I could walk to the Sonic and go grab the food and then walk it over to where they are. But still, I'm not going to do that for $4, knowing that they only gave me $2. They only gave me $2 for that. It's still a long fucking walk for $2. And then the fact that I'm using my car, I'm like, shit, that's even worse. Using my car to drive a distance I could walk. You know what I mean? Everything about that order wasn't fucking right. I could sit here and make another 100 fucking excuses. But for fucking $4, that wasn't even enough to start fucking moving for either. Go deal with them motherfuckers at Sonic some more. And then bring it over, you know, fucking CVS, walk all the way back through the back of the CVS, hand it to you. And you want to give me $2 as a tip, man? Fucking, like what? Just give me a nickel. Just give me a nickel next time. But yeah, I'm gonna drive down to the beach tonight. Cost anything to apply for question? No. Nope. No negative. As far as I know, you don't complete the quest. You don't complete the quest. But like, I think because the quest, there's more people on Uber. At least the people that are DoorDash drivers, they're logged onto both. At least I bet. Trying to do these quests. Like, I'm not even logging on to DoorDash because I'm trying to do the quest on Uber so much. I don't want to be tied up on a DoorDash order, and then I lost. You know, there was time I could have tried to get this quest busted out a little bit further. Right now I'm 6 out of 20, and it's not going to focus in. Yeah, of course not. 6 out of 20 on the quest. The quest started on Monday. I thought I'd be able to do 20. I thought 20 would, like, yeah, I'm like, oh, that's only 5 a day. I only have to do 5 deliveries a day to hit the twist of 20. Like, dead as fuck. That's what I said. I don't know if maybe it's a me thing. +10 acres for just $100,000. Oh, wow. China made... Wow. So China made the world's first manned transformable robotic vehicle. It's the world's first production-ready manned mecha suit. And it looks like you gotta be Chinese to even fit into it. This guy, like, he struggled to try to squeeze up into the seat. Okay, yeah, it's not quite as cool as you would expect. I mean, it was, they call it a transformer because it can walk on all fours. Come on now, we can do better than that. That's what I say. It's like, at the same time, we're cavemen still at the same time. Like, that's supposed to be the newest, latest piece of, the greatest thing coming out of China. Like this robotic transforming mech suit thing. And it goes from walking on 2 legs and it transforming, it walks on 4 legs. I was like, what? Big moves. Big moves. Martian just pisses on it. It's like, what the fuck is this? It was kind of cool, but not, I don't know, a fucking $1 million. $1 million. It goes from walking like a man to walking like a dog. That's it. That's it. Transforming. It transforms. But yeah, they're talking about GTA 6, like Rockstar's talking about remaking San Andreas, like as a I don't know. They're talking like a map expansion or expansion to the game when you get GTA 6. After about a year or so of GTA 6 being out, they're gonna have GTA San Andreas, like, but redone up on the same scale of the GTA 6 graphics, which will be pretty cool. I don't know if they're gonna make it like you can fly, like you can go to a different island or something. Yeah, I feel that way too. Because like they're talking like you're still gonna need a robot pilot, because they're gonna be clumsy. You're still gonna need a human that'll teach it basic like motor skills of movement, basically a human pilot inside of the robot for the first couple of years, because they will be like extremely clumsy. They'll be breaking shit in your house and stuff. Like you'd have to have a lot of space, a lot of space for them to move around. Very limited furniture, not a whole lot of knickknacks, not a whole bunch of stuff on the wall. Your house can't be. You have to have a house that's not cluttered with a bunch of shit. You need a big square footage house. Yeah, it's gonna be a long way. I think more or less. I don't know, man. It'll be weird. I don't know. It's weird, man. They've already got robot baristas and shit. There's like Starbucks that are run by robots. Like there's a Taco Bell that's run by robots. I mean, they'll just replace us. I don't know. Like I said, unless they start using us as batteries, I don't know what we're gonna do. Like people that are unskilled workers or whatever. We're gonna have to be like, you still went through school, you know what I mean? You still went through 13 years of education. There's got to be something you can do without having to go back to school. And then I don't know, what would be the point? Like, what was the point of the 13 years of fucking school if I'm not prepared to do anything after that 13 years of school? I'm still told I have to go back to school and pay out of my own pocket. You know what I mean? I don't know. But like all the fast food jobs are gone from robots. That's what I'm saying. They'll probably use us. Well, you can at least get on the exercise bike and make a couple bucks from riding the exercise, your parents are like, you can't find a job. Well, you better at least get on that fucking treadmill. It's just like, you can make damn fucking $50 a day to at least run in circles on the treadmill. Until you can find a job, you at least need to do that. And then like running in circles on the treadmill, like you legitimately make $50, because everything's inflating and shit too. It's like $50 ain't gonna be shit later on, at the point when we're generating power to get paid. But honestly, I think that's a good route. Us eating rice, and chicken, turning rice into electricity basically through the human body. Think about it. You can turn rice into electricity. And for a lot of us, it would be a better job. I wouldn't want to go work at McDonald's, but I would get on an exercise bike if it paid. It could be a better tomorrow. I just keep losing viewers over time. Yeah, I was doing pretty good on YouTube. I was getting some, and I got about halfway there, and then everybody started unsubscribing. Story of my life. Appreciate you hanging out, man. Probably just one person. Probably just Fred watching me on both his phone and his TV. Trying to help me out. I appreciate you, Fred. I really do, man. But no, I can yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, we'll be robots in our own house. I appreciate you, Noob. Yeah, like we'll be the robots in our own house, basically. While the rich have robots, we'll still be loading our own dishwasher and vacuuming our floors, and tripping over the Roomba because the Roomba sucks. But I think, yeah, we'll eventually get a robot, and we'll get it to the point 100 years from now, probably, where it'll be like even upper lower class people will have a robot, and then you could tell it to do anything that you would expect a 4-year-old to be able to do. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be able to do everything, probably, even at 100 years from now. You know what I mean? It could probably be really good at conversation, really good at playing chess. You know, certain things that a computer's already really good at doing. It could be really, it'd be really good for doing that kind of stuff, but like mechanical skill level, or, you know what I mean? I don't know. We still could be that far behind, though. You know what I mean? Who knows? I don't know, man. Like they say, military technology is 20 years ahead of civilian technology, and I can kind of only imagine. I'm thinking holographic screens. Like, we have touch screens, and then they're already like completely holographic, and like they just like poke the hologram, like you poke and move, and kind of like on the movie Avatar, the way the computers are in the movie Avatar. I could picture that's 20 more years ahead. Like if our military is working on equipment like that, which they probably are, sort of, kind of, not quite exactly all the way to that point, but. Yeah. And the squirrels have their own thing going on, man. They look at us like, what the fuck are these humans doing? Don't they know they just have to store up enough nut? The humans are trying to go to the moon again. I don't know why they're doing that. But the moon is like the perfect taunt too. Like I've said before, like if we didn't have if the moon wasn't there, the stars would be too far away. Mars would even probably still be too far away. Like, like we wouldn't have gotten this far in the space age without the moon being where it's at. And that's irregardless of the tides and the wind and everything else that the moon does as a balance with the Earth. But like, if the moon wasn't there as like a, hey, look at me, if like the moon wasn't there doing that, we everything, we wouldn't be as far as we are today. The moon's a really, really good taunt. What up, Reba? But there's a guy y'all should subscribe to. I found him today. His channel name is Hiker Trash TV. He's only got like 74 subscribers. Hang on, let me check. Yeah, he's got 74 subscribers. He started his channel 3 years ago. 4 years ago. Hiker Trash TV. So go check him out, man. He looks like a good guy, you know. I gave him a sub. Hiker Trash TV. That's all I am. I'm just Hiker Trash. If I had more money, I'd be on the Appalachian Trail. It's a bit random. I want to try ayahuasca. I think that's what you were saying. Ayahuasca. trip out, talk to trees, etc. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. The squirrels, man. The squirrels might actually be in charge of the CIA, for all we know. We're that stupid. We're like that stupid. We bow down to squirrels. That was from Fairly Odd Parents, or yeah, was it Fairly Odd Parents? Was it Fairly Odd Parents? No, it wasn't Fairly Odd Parents. It was, oh man, it was Rick and Morty. He's like, you fucked with the squirrels, Morty. He's like, why did you fuck with the squirrels? He had the hat on that he could listen to animals talking, and the squirrels were talking about some kind of world domination thing. He's like, wait, what? He's like, that kid's over there is listening to us like he can hear what we're saying. They're like, hey kid, can you hear us? The whole, like, all these squirrels start attacking the house. They had like 1 million squirrels outside the house throwing acorns at it. He's like, you fucked with squirrels, Morty. Why would you do that? You fucked with squirrels. Now we gotta go find a whole other universe. It's like season 2. I don't remember. It was definitely one of the first 3 seasons of Rick and Morty. You fucked with the squirrels. Right, or at least at least have your wife like lock you in. Like, I'm not allowed to leave the house. Don't ask me why, but for the next like 24 hours, I'm not allowed to leave the house for any reason. And if I get too loud, tell me I'm being too loud. don't let me walk out of the door of the house. Like, barricade this door, put a bunch of shit in front of this door, so you'll hear me moving this stuff out of the way if I try to go out this door. Just have her trip sit you. Just have your wife trip sit you. That's what wife's for. But yeah, having some buddies around would be even better. And then you wouldn't just be deep in your own head. It's like, it's the whole adventure with other guys and shit, Even if you're doing like nothing, you're just walking up to Walmart at 3 a.m. But you'll remember walking up to Walmart at 3 a.m. for the rest of your life. But yeah, head down to the beach tonight. Oh, if ecstasy was too, I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. If ecstasy was too much. If ecstasy was too much, you might want to find just regular Sid. Just get some Lucy. Just get, just get Sid. Or, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Something lethargic. Get something lethargic. But, you know what I mean? Make sure you get it from a good source. But that's probably all you're going to really want. Get you like 2 hits of it. And that way, if you want, you could take the 2 at once. Or you could take 1, and then when you really start to feel it, take the other one to kind of keep that feeling going for longer. You can, either do 2 at the once and get a real good bang out of it, or just do 1 and then wait about an hour and a half, and then take the other one and keep it going. Keep that good feeling going for 16 hours instead of just like 10. Yeah, mushrooms are for people that don't live in their car, though. I can't really. The mushrooms I grow in my car, I'm not sure if I should eat them. $12 bullshit. Going all the way up in the back through this fucking dirt road, up into some bullshit. Right back in there, yeah. We're down a fucking dirt road for 4 fucking miles. Yeah, let's do that. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, tell them you want small ones. You want smaller ones. The smaller ones, they're easier to eat. You know what I mean? You get like tiny ones. And then there's odds are they haven't dropped as many spores yet either. So you're getting a better one to get a smaller one. You don't want them like the size of a $50. If you have a $50 coin, you know what I'm talking about. You want them like the size of a nickel. Really. They're just easier to ingest. I don't like eating mushrooms as it is. Like, I'm not a mushroom guy. Some people, they like mushrooms. They like, they just like the taste or the texture, the earthiness of a mushroom. They don't have a problem eating mushrooms as it is. Which I guess maybe I developed a taste to them, because like as I'm talking about it, I'm like, I wouldn't mind eating a little tiny mushroom if it was like still kind of wet too, like a little bit of a wetness on it, not just dry chalk, mushy chalk type of bite to it. It's actually got a little bit of like there's still some water in it because it's little. Yeah, some mushrooms are like almost like a celery taste, almost not quite celery, because it's a mushroom, more of a mush. Ripper. But yeah, you got like a walk-in closet. Put some shag carpet on the floor, paint the walls black, and just hang out. You know what I mean? Little mini cooler in there, like mini fridge in the closet. The walls are painted black. You got a real thick, nice shag carpet on the ground. Just hanging out. There's an evil monkey that lives in my closet. The saddest part is he wasn't always evil. Honey, I'm home. I just think they taste really earthy. But really, the thing is though, is like if it's a good ass, I don't mind eating it if it just came out of the shower and shit too. I ain't gonna lie. But no, it's more earthy. Some women, man, it's like you have to eat a mile of their shit just to kiss their ass. In fact, like if you're not willing to eat a mile of her shit just to kiss her ass at the end of it, you shouldn't be getting married. That's what they say. There'd be a lot less divorces today if men would stop and like ask them that, like, you know, like even as they're walking down the aisle and shit. Are you really willing to eat a mile of her shit just to get to the end and have to kiss her ass too? Some of us are so pussy whipped, we just say yeah anyway. And it's like the saddest part is like basically any woman that I'd be really willing to eat a mile of their shit just to kiss their ass, they wouldn't want to talk to me anyway. They think they're better than me. But the amount of shit you'd be willing to do. Oh yeah, they all have that, like, some of them have that, you know, that weed taste in it still, like a resiny, like, I don't know. I guess that's like the way THC tastes or something. Like THC itself has a flavor, possibly. Oh. 5 o'clock. Fucking ridiculous. And then DoorDash is over here like, please log in. He keeps sending me, please log in. We need people. got? Yes, correct. Let me see. I log on this other phone and see what they said. You'd think some company produced weed stacks and have it taste okay. I think dabs are for recovering addicts. Oh yeah, yeah. They'll sell weed. They got weed peanut butter. Some of them have weed milk. Some of them have like tincture you can like rub on your skin. You know, some of them have candles, or even the wick. The wick is THC, like hemp. It's a hemp wick, and you burn the candle, and it's supposed to like there's an aroma that it puts in the air. You know, like smoking through inhaling of the candle scent. You know, in a small room type of thing. Yeah, there's all. I mean, basically anything you could think of. Anything you could think of. You know what I mean? They've already been fucking with it since like 1995, trying to do it. You know, trying to figure out a lot of that stuff out. Like California started the gold rush and the green rush. And every other state's pretty much playing catch up. Like a lot of the stores around here where I'm at, they're all national stores. You know what I mean? They're shops that exist all across the nation. THC sodas are pretty good. I haven't tried them. I was thinking about buying one the other day. They have one for like 99 cents up at this one store I go to. I figure I'd get like 4 of them or whatever. Weed restaurants, yeah. Oh yeah, there was one place called Illegal Burger. Illegal Burger. This guy was trying to get me to put $1,000 on it, invest in it with him. And he was saying like, "Oh man, it's gonna be good." He's like, "It's a burger. And 50% of the burger, 50% of the ground beef is weed." And he was saying something about like the flour that they use to make the buns with is hemp. You know, it's like they grind up hemp stock and make flour, and then that flour makes the bun for this burger. You know, he was telling me about it, and by the time I didn't have $1,000, I had like $1,000 I could invest. You know, like nowadays I could maybe find 1,000 somehow or another. Give me a couple months at least, I could find $1,000 to invest on something. If somebody had like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna be big," you know, which Illegal Burger, man. And their code is IBG, Illegal Burger Group. If you go on, you could probably find their stock index or whatever. But no, I've already put some money into all that like cannabis industry stocks and stuff like that. Because yeah, I do believe in the green market taking off and getting bigger than it is. Now that, you know, a lot of the legislation's been done, it can only go up from here. Some of it's, you know, the price is going to go down as it goes up for certain things. Yeah, like it's been medical in California since 95 or 96. It's been medical, at least in California. And then since it's been medical in California, they've been able to like play with it in labs more. They've been able to play with it in labs in the 90s more than they were able to play with it in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s combined. They were able to play with it in that last 5 years of the 90s more than they were able to play with it for like 50 years before, basically. And they figured out a lot about it. You know what I mean? They know stuff about red light versus blue light. white light, PPF, everything. Mixing it with other plants, hybrid strains and this, and we're trying to find other plants that we could mix it into so we can make it grow faster. You know what I mean? It's all kinds of stuff that we can breed it half and half with this plant, and then so that way stock is also more fibrous, or we can build it this way where stock is more dense. It's got more of a tree limb kind of. It gets there's all kinds of shit we can do. We can make it a 16-foot plant. You can make it a 3-foot plant. And then all that started, basically a lot of that science has been out of California first, and it's all kind of been like an investment train. I don't know how to explain it. I like weed stocks too. Gotta research more to decide which companies to invest in, but think sector will only grow over the next Yep. And then it's like I said, you can use weed to make clothes with. You can use weed to make plastic with. You know what I mean? There's a whole market in that. If you could turn weed into oil, you can turn weed into plastic. I'm sure there's hemp plastic. And if weed is plastic at that point, you got it, man. You could build a house out of fucking weed stalks. In more than one way. I'm talking stock like the plant, like the stock of the main stem. You could, like literally turn that into concrete. I've seen hempcrete. They can do it. Like you literally, you fucking could take keef can turn into rock, basically, or at least a really soft rock, like at least as strong as clay. I don't know. But you know what I'm saying, like you can go about as far as you can imagine. It's a plant that can basically do anything. I hope that one day we have like a rocket that's 100% powered, like with hemp oil or something. That'd be insane. If we could use hemp oil for propulsion. It's just like increase the octane on it. Well, right now we're working on THC. We're trying to get the highest percentage of THC we can get for the lowest dollar amount. That's what everybody wants right now. The highest percentage THC for the lowest dollar amount. And then how fast can we grow it? If you can grow 25% THC in half the time that it takes them to grow 25% THC, you're ahead of the game. Yeah, good old Tilray. Really, I'm waiting for like a better name. Like all those names, they don't even sound like because part of it is the name you gave the company. You know what I mean? That's why I thought Sundial was going to do better. I was like, man, that's a better name than the rest of them. I don't know. I guess I shop like a woman on that kind of, but still, like, you know what I mean? It needs a stronger name than that. Some of the names, they could have really. Fucking, you see the name of the stores, some of the names that they put on the stores, and then the stock company or the brokerage or whatever that it's under, the name that they put on that fucking stock, it's like, what the fuck? You can't even tell it has anything to do with weed sometimes. Their stock index, like the code. The code. But yeah, Sundial's really good. I think Sundial's way down right now too. Like from where it was in 21, it's cheaper now than where it was in 21. So it's a stock it's been falling for the last 5 years, which that's what I used to buy, like when I was like a baby getting into stocks type of shit. That's where I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna put my, like, it's gone down for the last 5 years. But if it's also a company that I was like, well, that's not gonna go anywhere though. You know, it's like it's not disappearing, it's just down for the last 5 years. That's where I was like, I'm gonna put my money on that because it's probably just, they're just in a bad year. You know, they're in a bad set of years right now. You know what I mean? So I kind of did that for a while. And then I was investing into the cannabis industry and stuff like that as well. I thought I had Sundial in my top group here. MicroStrategy's looking pretty good to buy right now. We got the 3-year. Come on, update the chart. What we got? Oh wow, they're up 40% in the last 3 months. Wow, holy shit. Wow. Whew. Okay, so 3 months ago is when you should have bought MicroStrategy. Dumbass. Dumbass. Should have bought MicroStrategy 3 months ago. But even still, you look at MicroStrategy for the last year, they're still down. They were a $450 stock, like in the last year. And then their 5-year horizon, they're only up 189% in the 5-year horizon. I still think it's a good time to buy strategy, but damn, if you would have bought it 3 months ago, 40% increase already. Yeah. Public cannabis. Just cannabis plants that they're right along the sidewalk. Just cannabis plants that are just growing there. If you need weed, grab it. Public cannabis plants. In a perfect world, just public cannabis. Free use public cannabis plants. Zillow is pissing me off.
You made your track with Suno, cool, but where's the video? We built what?
Housing market, economy, rent prices, apartments, 2008.
Size of penis.
All right, we tickled the algorithm a little.
Just 30 years ago, someone could be working at Macy's, marry someone who's working at Lowe's 40 hours a week, get married, buy a house, and raise 3 children. The American dream. And pull that off in their late 20s or early 30s. Now,
a 1-bedroom apartment you cannot afford on a average single fixed income. The average 1-bedroom apartment is now priced for 2 people. So
I need to know what we need to do to make the 2008 recession happen again in 2026. Like, I know that we're close, and I know we all keep saying it.
I actually don't think we're close, dude.
I'd love to find a house for $90,000.
I don't think we're close, girl. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah. We never been so far apart, girl. No, but I am curious. I've been thinking this for years. You know, this is all you hear. It's gonna crash. It's gonna crash. Well, the more I keep looking, the more I think it's not gonna crash. Actually, before we even look at places, these are apartments for sale in Florida. Some of these dumps, dude. You know what's even more crazy? Look at this. Rooms for rent. I've just been searching random cities. The site's called spareroom.com. Look at this. In Atlanta, there's over 1,000 results, dude, for a room for rent. Right here. $600, $500 looking for a new roommate. 2 rooms for rent in Stone Mountain, Georgia. $1,000 a room. Live with strangers. I can't believe how popular this has become. Georgia's packed, over 1,000. Let's go to Palm Beach County in Florida. All right, there's not that many actually, surprisingly, on this website at least. 136 results, $1,200. Look at this little den. $2,000 a month, dude. It's by the Intercoastal, 10-minute walk. Oh, you get the master bedroom in this one. Let's get a look, shall we? Let's get a peek at this.
And I think ultimately they'll be able to see how much money is actually in the marijuana industry too, because as more and more it gets legal, you know, all that becomes legal tender, legal transactions and stuff. They'll be able to see how much of the market has been manipulated over marijuana throughout the years, which they probably already know of. You know what I mean? I'm sure Benjamin Franklin was burning some up, you know, every now and then. Just some of the things that he thought of, and some of the things he talked of, and you know what I mean. I bet, you know what I mean. And then we got it from the Indians, I think. You know, the Native Americans that were here before us. You know, the peace pipe and all that. Like, I don't think. Like, we were smoking it since ancient Egypt and stuff like that as well. They say. I don't know. This is all different, but yeah, I think honestly they'll see how much, like, you know, like fucking 10% of the. You know, 10% of the U.S. GDP probably might actually end up being because of marijuana, and then more and more and more as more and more of the stuff gets legitimatized. You know, like that'd be nuts though. Like, imagine we could make so much money off marijuana that we could pay off national debt, but we really could though. We could make enough money off marijuana that we could pay off our national debt and go to war. Like, I'm not really saying that I want that to happen, but at the same time, man, it's like, almost like, can y'all just get it over with? Just go ahead and get it. Like, are we gonna fight or not? Like, you know, we just fight one more time, get it over with, and after that, we decide to never fight over land again. You know? Let's move forward. Let's just get rid of the tension that we have now. Everybody go ahead and sucker punch each other, and then we'll rebuild, we'll isolate ourselves, and, you know, we'll go on from there. If we want to go to war, it can't be over land again. No more.
Let's see what you get. Oh, yeah. That's nice. That's nice, dude. Looks like you're moving back in time. What year is it? Wow, dude. All right, let's go to another city real fast, shall we? Los Angeles. Over 1,000. Let's see what we got. This should be fun, dude. Just piece of crap. Master bedroom, 1650. 1650, girl. It's only 1650, baby. I wonder if 2008 this was happening. It's probably on Craigslist, though. Like, super sketchy. $2,100, dude. In Venice. Look at this. Probably doesn't even come with air conditioning. Not that you need it. I love California. I miss it. $2,100. This is what you get with a stranger. This is your living quarters. It's a nice little place. 1,300, 1,200. Dude, there's literally over 1,000 of these. It's just crazy because when you, like, if you were to go to these people's home, right? Like, you're to go to this people's place, you would not think to yourself, oh, you're going to rent out a bedroom. No, you're not going to think that. You don't think that at all. They go, yeah, we got to rent out a bedroom. It's not working.
Garland, he always feeding everyone abuelita. You said just a bite. She serves a feast. Friends.
$1,850 a month. You want in? No, I'm okay. I'm good. Dude, it keeps going. Rooms for rent in Tampa. 360 results. This is just on this website. $900 a month. $975 a month. $950 a month. $245 a week. Basically $950 a month. $979 a month. Something with that number. They know what they're doing in Tampa. $225 a week. Well, Austin, Texas had a lot of results. $700 for a room in a new house, 3 bedrooms. Come and knock on our door. We've been waiting for you. You know what I mean? This is what I like to do. I like to surf around. Okay, I like to surf Zillow. Just get pissed off.
Everything's just $900 a month.
No, they're going up. They're going up. No, dude, $22.50 for a room for rent. No, dude, $199 a week. You know what's crazy? In Florida, actually, it's very popular with the senior citizen crowd. And every time they have this thing, they say they go, they'll have ones where it goes for working adults because they don't want a retiree moving in who's just all day long. All right, look at this. Not that we could afford to buy anything, but you would think, you know, for a 1-bedroom, right? A 1-bedroom, 700 square feet, you would think 179, you know, we could probably pull that off. And I used to live right by this place. HOA, only $512 a month. No big deal. No big deal. No matter what, your rent's just over $1,000. Even if you came in with 179 flat. But I want to see what they paid for this, because you hear this a lot. The boomers, you know, they didn't have it easy. All right, let me see. Florida is one of the only places where they'll show you the price gouging without having to have a damn real estate license. Okay, they won't show me the history on this. I know this place is older, so let's see the price, the property tax history, shall we? In 2010, you could have copped this apartment. It was estimated around $32,000, $35,000, all the way up to 2017, 79 grand, 2019. It looks like it's just trended up. And here's the funny part, right? This is what the tax assessment is. Look at your property taxes right here, guys. Look at this. $3,000 a year for an apartment in a basic, not near the beach neighborhood.
Just been relighting.
It's like a 10-minute drive, 20-minute drive to the beach. I'll give you that. But this area is not that great. Not that great. That's what your property taxes are at? Well, let's see. We'll see. Right here. This is more like it for this apartment. This is 2011, so this is not that long ago. Hell, you know, let's just go 10 years ago. Right here. 79K. I could justify that. We could justify that.
Right.
We could.
80,000?
Let's see. Let's see what else we got. I'm not even going to look at houses. We are going to look at houses. Right?
I'll show you what they got for 80,000 here. Like, I could justify paying 80,000, but here, let me show you what they're selling for 80,000. Hang on. Give me a second to pull this up. I don't have the Zillow app anymore. Like 19. Hang on now, what do you think? This dialogue reminds me of Joel Grey singing Cabaret. Yeah, that's Jack Morgan, man. He's got a good voice for like radio, like a podcast, and his face ain't that bad either. You know, no homo. I'm not gonna make out with the guy or nothing, but you know, he's not a bad looking dude. I'm like surprised he wasn't already on TV. Like, I'm surprised he was behind a bar somewhere. Like his parents didn't get him into acting or nothing. Man, all right. All I'm trying to do is get to the main Zillow map thing. You're the main Zillow map thing. Come on. Why? I've got 4 bars of 5G. Why is this phone such a piece of shit now? I'm about to just shut this motherfucker down. Come on. This is how fast this phone's moving. It's like, look at it. Like, it's like internet in the 90s. Look at this. Come on. max of 85,000. Any bedroom, any bathroom. Oh, I think I might have it on lots and lands. Nope. Good, everything. Everything is on. Trying to find this one spot in particular. Did they sell it? No way. What the fuck? This app, I swear. Why? It's like every app. Every fucking app. Did they sell it? Maybe they sold it. Oh, it's for sale. Take off all filters, maybe. I don't know what filters are. Don't include 55 and over. Right, it's a good one. Include coming soon. Yeah, that'll work. No HOA. Any. Max price 90K, I guess. 92,000. They must have sold it. I can't believe they actually sold it. Wow. No, wait, there it is. Yep, that's it. Okay. All right. Hang on, readjust everything here. All right. This is 75,000. 2 bedroom, 2 bath. I've been there in person, right? It's got the roof caving in. You can't really see too well in the photo. All the windows need to be replaced. All the windows throughout need to be replaced. The roof is caving in. The floor is saggy. There's multiple spots on the floor where you'd have to like resurface the whole floor. Basically, go across with like hardwood plywood and nail over the top of it. You know, like recreate a bottom foundation on the floor. Basically, it's a single wide trailer. Here's the kitchen. You can see some more of the roof sagging. The roof needs to be, you know, like the roof leaks. The floor is saggy. The kitchen looks mildly updated, I guess. The bedroom needs work. You know, it just 75,000, and it's like because they're trying to get as much money as they possibly can out of it, right? And it's not worth 75,000. It's just the market. The market's up right now for whatever fucking reason. So I'm waiting on another 08. I'm waiting on another 08 is gonna happen. This will go back down to under 50K like it should. Because really, it's you need to remove the trailer. The trailer that's there needs to be removed. You could live in it for another 5 years or so, but then you eventually would need to remove the trailer and then put another trailer there, if you even can, because they'll have it where it's like rezoned. So like once you move the trailer, you won't be able to put another trailer on it. And then you can look back, like I said, like he was talking about, you can look back and you can see the former prices on it. It was 35,000. It's sold for 35,000. They bought it for 35,000, and now they've posted it for 85, and then they brought it down to 80 because nobody wanted it, and now they brought it down to 75 because nobody wants it. They're trying to literally double their money on it, which I can get to some extent, but at the same time, like how many years ago was that where they purchased it for 35,000 in 2021? During COVID, they purchased this for $35,000 during COVID. So I don't know if COVID was really the 08 that I was looking for and I missed it. Now I gotta wait for the next one. No, money doesn't make the world go around. It's honestly, to be honest, it's more or less sex that makes the world go around. Money is just the cost of it. You know, like a lot of, like if you were to take drug trafficking and sex trafficking out of the mix, America would be moving a lot slower. But yeah, in 2021, April 28th of 21, they bought it for $35,000, and now they're still trying to double their money at 75. And then it's like I said, it's not even worth it. Like, I mean, granted, If they were trying to rent this, they'd probably be trying to make $900 or $1,000 out of it, $900 or $1,000 a month. So if I could buy it and I feel like I could live in this saggy floor trailer, if I could live in it for at least 5 years, and that's $1,000 a month, that's $60K that I would have spent somewhere else anyway. Plus I'd own the land. That's the land forever mine, whether or not the trailer's bullshit. And then they've already paid the impact fee, so I wouldn't have to worry about $12,000 to $15,000 on the impact fee later. That's avoided because I'm buying this property that already has, it's already been impacted. It's been sitting there for a while though. I tried to offer them 65. They didn't want to take 65 for it. Like I've kind of priced it, you know what I mean? But then they wanted to come back and tell me that I don't make enough anyway at the parts job. Even when I did have a decent amount of hours, I didn't have quite enough where, it was even going to work out. And I'm like, are you fucking for real? I'm like, I need a place to live either way. And then like the mortgage payment on this is going to be cheaper than it would be to rent anywhere. I'm like, I don't understand. So y'all expect me to figure out how to pay rent somehow. But, meanwhile, my credit is high enough I could buy this. You just don't want to work with me because I don't make enough money to pay the mortgage that's lower than the rent. I don't know. It's fucking stupid. What is, saying? Been on the market. It's been on the market for almost 800 days. They've been trying to sell it. They've had it on Zillow for 800 days. I'm trying to see what's the, sometimes it'll tell you. My payment, estimated monthly payment would be $550 a month that I would be paying to own versus paying like $850 or more to rent. Now, granted, the property itself, like I said, there's probably 5 more years of life left in this trailer, maybe. And then, try to bring a woman here. You know what I mean? And the pictures don't do it justice for, the pictures are really, really good pictures of the place. It's sad. But yeah, I feel like that money's better put in Bitcoin for the time being. I don't know why. I feel like if I put the $75,000, put that onto Bitcoin instead of putting it onto the ground. $10 11 mile. It's actually kind of not too bad. It's pushing me over there. It's KFC though, so that's like minus 10. God damn it, man. $10.50 for 12 mile. Which almost, if it wasn't KFC, I would have taken it. But KFC, it's always a fucking pain in the ass. Last time I went, it was good. It was 30 seconds. I was able to go in there and grab it. It was actually ready. But I can't assume that's going to happen this time. That's what I tried to tell. That's what I tried to tell the dude. I'm like, I get inflation and all that, but I'm like, I don't think this is really one of the properties that appreciated in value. You know, like you could, the picture, like I said, the pictures are better than the actual, like when you're there inside of the house and like looking in the backyard at what the backyard looks like, and you know how the land's all uneven and shit. There's no driveway. It's off of a dirt road. You know, you probably will need a new well sometime immediately. You buy the property and immediately need to update the well. You know, granted, it's a place I could sleep. You know, I could roll a sleeping bag out on the ground and boom, it's like, it's at least better than being in the car. So I tried what I could, but like they were like, well, you either need a promotion or you need to work 40 hours. And I'm like, well, the whole point of me trying to buy a cheaper house is so that I won't have to work 40. You know what I mean? If I wanted to work 40 hours, I wouldn't be looking at a house like this. You know, it's like trying to buy it, and it like again, with it at 75,000. If I could get a bank to work with me, I could literally have that paid off probably 10 years time, paying $1,000 a month. You know, I just don't have the money today, and they won't work with me to because I'd have to pay $1,000 a month to live somewhere else as it is. You know what I mean? They don't seem to understand all of that. You know, for me, and I'm paying $1,000 a month. I'm like, this is mine. You know, I own this for $1,000 a month, versus just trying to go work and make the 1,000 and then just give it to somebody else because you stay there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Because I either need a promotion or I need the 40 hours. They're so stuck on that stupid shit. You know, I'm wondering. I'm like, well, what if I get if I have half as a down payment, I could put 50% down. If I could put 50% down on the house, would you be willing to work with me? You know what I mean? Because then look at my payments. What are my payments on? You know, the other 35,000. You know what I mean? If I can, 35,000 divided by 12 months. Right? No, divided by, let's say 5 years. $7,000 a year divided by 12 months. Yeah, it'd be like $600 a month payment, which I would have to pay to live anywhere as it is. But they don't seem to understand that part. You know what I mean? It's like either way, I'm gonna need to pay for shelter somewhere. And you know, I'm trying to work with y'all and buy this shit that nobody else wants to buy apparently, because it's been on the market for literally 787 days. Nobody else wants to buy this. I'm at least trying to offer on it. And then, you know, the other part of it is I wouldn't work more if I had the property to have to teach, you know, you know what I mean? They're stupid on that. I don't know. The great debate between Keynesian and voodoo economics. Yep. No, yeah, I know I didn't factor in the interest on the loan, but yeah, well, if you figure I already have half the down, I've got half the price of the, you know, with half the price of the home as a down payment, they only have to then, you know what I mean? They only have to really finance me for a car at that point. They don't have, you know what I mean? Just only stretching my credit so much thinner. But no, I get what I didn't factor in for principal and interest and all that. I was just doing a quick number. But yeah, if I have 40K to put, if it's still available, which it won't be, you know what I mean? Somebody will buy it as an investment property, and then, like I said, they'll doctor it up a little bit and then try to rent it for $1,000 a month. Just with, you know, a fresh coat of paint and then actually redoing the windows like it needs. Monetary management and regulation versus Reagan's voodoo economics. Yeah, I don't know, man. We haven't had a good president my entire life, in my opinion. It looks like next time we get to pick between fucking Rubio and Kamala. That's what it looks like it's gonna be next time. If it's not Rubio, it'll be Vance. Kamala versus Vance. It's fucking stupid. They put you on the docket once, and then, you know, after they put you on the docket 4 or 5 times, then eventually people will vote you in because, you know, oh, well, look, she's experienced, you know? What the fuck you mean? We've seen her try to run for president 4 times now. She's got more experience than any other candidate. Just trailer land thing looks like yeah. My senioritis was on post Kinnison economic theory. Ooh. I don't remember a thing from it though. It's been a while. That's the best part, man. All that education, it does ultimately just kind of go in one ear and then out the other. All that money spent, all that time spent, it just kind of just goes in one ear and out the other. If it doesn't pertain to what you actually do for work, it was all for naught, basically. Yeah, we're getting through it, man.
Hi. I just want to look at apartments right now. Look at this. Do you like to live here? Is this where you want to live, guys? Oh, it is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. But it's an apartment building. There's apartments. What's your HOA? 100 a month? That's actually pretty good. I actually don't believe them. That's how good that is. 100 a month? I'm not even trust it. That's a lie. No possible way. No shot. Let's see. Let's get in deep here, guys. What do we got here? Oh, that's nice. What do we got for 180K? Oh, look at this dump hole. Look at this. Oh, God. What is this built? 50s? Look at this joint. 180K, 1,000 square feet, 500 a month HOA though. Hold on. Is it a price history on this joint? No.
That's another way that they get you in this county. They got 55 plus communities where they'll have a house that's like, oh, it's 50K. And it'd be like a 2-bedroom, 1,100 square foot house, 50K, modular home, you know what I mean? But still, you need a little piece of land, 50K, the house is cheap, right? But then the land it's on, there's like some kind of HOA fee or something where it's like $800 a month. And all they'll give you is like, there's a dumpster, there's a community dumpster that you use. So your trash, you don't just get to bring your trash out to the corner. You have to take your trash all the way up to this dumpster, you know what I mean? But anyway, if you're not close enough to the dumpster, it's its own chore to bring the trash, Anyway, what was just taking the trash out of the house is now like a half-mile walk to the dumpster and shit. But anyway, yeah, then it's what you're supposed to be getting for that $800 is the access to the community dumpster that's like always full because it's a whole community. It's only so many cubic meters, the dumpster. You know what I mean? And then it's always full because there's a whole community trying to use it as a trash can. You're paying $800 a month for that. It's crazy, man. It's stupid. I don't know why they do that, man. Just buy a van. Camp at the fucking boat ramp. It's a better retirement, I feel like. Chasing around $2,000 a month still as you're retired. Fucking, because you only planned on spending like $1,000 a month. Because you accounted for inflation because you weren't a dumbass, but you didn't account for hyperinflation. It's like, so you got $1,000 a month to spend, and then you end up like, oh, it's $2,500 a month. And you're like, oh fuck, you gotta go make $1,500 each month now somehow. just to say, you know, for fucking, yeah, it's so stupid, man. it's just getting out of hand. It's insane, man. That's why I'm like, man, where are the rabbit cage apartments that they have in Hong Kong? Fucking put a rabbit cage on the sidewalk here. See what happens. I seen literally one dude, he started doing that. I was rooting for him, man. When I first got here, there was a dude, he had a tent just pitched literally on the sidewalk. And I was like, man, that'd be hilarious. Like, he gets all his buddies and everybody starts pitching their tent right along this same sidewalk. And like, they turn this little block right here, just a bunch of tents all lined up down the sidewalk. They turned this whole sidewalk into like a whole new Skid Row. I was rooting for him to do it, but nobody else joined him. He would have been able, if there would have been like 5 or 6 tents, he would have got away, because he was there for a minute. Just his tent just pitched straight flat out across the sidewalk, like using the sidewalk as a concrete slab to put your tent on. And I was like, man, is he really? Like, man, I hope he gets people to do it with him, and then just take over the whole sidewalk. And then, yeah, to that point, it's like right across the street from the old people complex. See all these retirees, and then all these homeless people, like at that same traffic light. I thought it was gonna work. But they ended up chasing him off after a couple months. But it's crazy, they let him chill there for a couple months first. He like was plugged into the electrical line and stuff. He had an extension cord running from across the street and shit. Like he had Christmas lights on his tent. He had Christmas lights going. He had Christmas lights. He had Halloween decorations up before that. Bunch of Halloween decorations, and then Christmas comes, he puts Christmas lights all over his tent, and he's there on the sidewalk just posted up. I was like, dude, this guy's going for it. He had the sign said, just a bum trying to get some. Just a bum trying to get some. And people were handing him money too, man. He's just out there working on his tan. It was nuts. It's just fucking. It's fun. This country's hilarious, man. Pancho Sanza. Oh, it comes with a 1/4 acre. So that's what I'm saying. Like, without the trailer on the property, it's like $30,000 piece of property. If you were to remove the, they're trying to get $40,000 out of this trailer, basically. That will eventually be like a $10,000 removal fee, because you wouldn't want to live there permanently. You know what I mean? And then after I buy it, it's going to be hell for me to try to resell it at whatever I think would be the market value. You know what I mean? Like, granted, I could buy it for the $75K, and then when shit inflates out the ass, it's not going to be hard for me to make more than the $75K I spent on it. You know what I mean? I might not be able to. Like, if the market says it's $250,000 now somehow, I don't want to list. I'd list it for like $200K so it would sell. You know what I mean? That'd be crazy that property would be. It'd be a while before that property's worth $200K. I mean, maybe not either at the same time. It's kind of it's a catch-22. But either way, I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing but watch it sit there, because they're not willing to work with me. And then I need a place to live. It's like fucked up, dude. You know what I mean? By the time I get the money together, it'll be gone. And it's really not that great a place. I shouldn't even be thinking about it. That's why I don't know, I just gotta have me my boats and hoes, man. Nachos and lemon heads on my dad's boat. Putting fucking lemon heads on your nachos, man. Fuck it. But I don't know. That's why I'm thinking land. I'll just go ahead and get the land because that's the cheapest option. The absolute cheapest option is just $12,000 for land. Like, boom. 1 year saving, 12 grand. That's 12 grand I didn't have to spend on an apartment while I was in my car. Boom. This is my land. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And then at that point, like I said, it's need over want. So like, I would have everything I need. A place to lay down at night. I'd have. Well, I mean, I guess I would want more transportation or better transportation because I want the van. But then, yeah, like keep your needs in line and want for nothing, and put everything else into retirement. But like I said, I've already got a moon bag of Bitcoin I've built from living in the car, which I don't see how that would have happened if I didn't live in the car. That wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have a moon bag of Bitcoin. It's still a long shot, but at least I've built that already. I've got a moon bag of Shiba already built as well, and then that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna double the amount that I have on Bitcoin, and then I want to try and build a moon bag worth of Doge, which I feel like would be like 100,000 Doge. If I can get 100,000 Doge before it goes to $1, but that'd be a lot, even at like 12 cent, like 12 cent a coin. But I feel like it's undervalued at 12 cent a coin. I feel like it's worth a quarter all day long, and they're ripping us off on it. But like I said, I don't know. I'm still trying to like build it's a moon bag, you know what I mean? It's like if by the time I'm 50, like it happens to be enough, I look, you're not supposed to look at it kind of thing. Just imagine it's not even there. It's like a trust fund you have to wait till you're 50 to touch. The new houses for approximately 240K is a better option. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the 240K, I don't have the credit. Even if I were to get my ex back in the picture, we don't have the credit together. That's why I'm, fingers crossed on Bitcoin, but I gotta be realistic at the same time, because I only have so much. So, you know what I mean? Like, anything more than $1 million, I think, is absurd to think about. So, I'd only have so much leverage that I can actually even use. Where that, the $240,000 house is still out of the picture. But a $50,000 boat isn't. And then, yeah, I think I could get a nice boat for $50,000. I'm not talking brand new, straight from the maker, the builder, whatever, $50,000 straight from the build. No, I mean, but maybe I might even could talk to a custom builder that they'll know what I'm trying to, you know what I mean? They'll maybe cut me a deal even, or something, you know what I mean? Because they just know I just need like a steel flat bottom boat, Basically like a pontoon boat, put a house on it somehow. And then, you could build a tiny, I've seen my dad do it. You could build a tiny house for like $5,000 to $10,000 still. Price of lumber's gone up and everything. All the materials involved has gone up. But if it's you and your father building it, it was free. The labor was free. You know what I mean? So me and my dad, I buy this little steel pontoon boat type of shit. And then me and my dad build a little tiny house on top of that boat. And even if the boat's not on the water, if the boat's sitting on a trailer, it's fine, because there's certain you know what I mean. You don't have to worry about like certain building permit type of shit. It's a fucking playhouse on a pontoon boat. Ultimately, you know what I mean. It's like a tool shed built onto a pontoon boat. And then there's room enough on the pontoon boat where I've got like a little front patio type of thing, you know, some AstroTurf, a couple lawn chairs, you know what I mean? And then maybe have like a jet ski that I ride to shore. If I can ride, you know, ride the jet ski to shore, hop on the city bus and go to work, fuck around, do whatever, you know, try not to spill stuff. Come back home, hop on the boat, and done for the day. Watch some Netflix and tune out, you know? Or go live. Just go live and tune out. But yeah, like I said, me and my dad building it too. You know, I think we could build something nasty for like 10K. They're basically asking like 45K for the trailer. That will be worth like negative 5K in 5 years. Yeah, but it's a place to live. You know what I mean? So at the same time that $1,000 a month that I'm paying for a place to live for 5 years, that's 60K as it is. So I'm weighing all the options here. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to point out that, you know, like I've thought through it. You know what I mean? It honestly does make better sense just to kind of duck on cops. And I've seen other people do it 10 years ago, and it worked out really well for them. I'm just 10 years behind, basically. So it's going to work out less for me than it did for them 10 years ago. But literally, I've seen them do the same thing. For 1 year, they lived in their car instead of paying rent. They took all that money, put it on Bitcoin. They did that in 2017, and now they're retired. Now they've got more money than time. And he's like 27. Like, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just 10 years behind. So granted, there's a lot of exponential growth I missed out on. But even with that, keeping a realistic mindset, you know, 1 to 10 million, that'd be perfect. It'd still be enough to change my life. And then, you know, it'd be enough. Maybe I could leave the country. I can retire early if I leave the country at $1 to $10 million Bitcoin. Anywhere in there, anywhere between $1 and $10 million Bitcoin, I could leave the country. I feel like I could probably live in Mexico for about $500 a month. I feel like, I don't know for sure. Haven't done it, but you know, I don't know. Depending on what city, everything like that. And I would probably go further than Mexico too, because Mexico is not really the best place. There's other places. If I kept going, you know what I mean, would be better financially, even. A throw at the stumps. Reba and Fred are not AI bots. Reba just has nothing better to do. And Fred, he's actually wanting to see where the story's going to go. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm still, you know, it's still up in the air. It doesn't even really matter what I do to begin with. Just wait, you know, I'm just looking for a time consumer. It's just the ultimate. It's like, you know what I mean? Like when you get really, you really are tripping. You're like tripping fucking ball, and you're just like, man, like it's only been 10 minutes. Like, damn, I need a time consumer. For pseudo Republicans. Yeah, but I think I could maybe, if I'm getting a pontoon boat, if if I go to like a pontoon boat manufacturer or something like that, and I tell them like, gut it, give me like a gut stripped down version, you know what I mean? Like I just need the floor and the pontoons and some side railing. You don't even have to put a motor on it. I could find a motor somewhere, the Craigslist or, you know, Facebook Marketplace, find a boat motor. I'm in Florida, you know what I mean? But even getting it without the motor, because sometimes they'll try to sell you a brand new motor. It'd be $100,000 for a fucking boat motor or some shit. You know what I mean? They'll hit you with some shit like that. And then you could have got a boat motor on fucking Craigslist for about $1,000, you know? $1,000 good fucking, you know, enough motor to push a pontoon boat up a river, up against the current of the river. You know? A trap with building own house once start redesigning cost rocket. Yeah. But yeah, just go for like the simplest structure you could possibly build for as cheap as you possibly build, because like your ultimate goal is retiring as fast as possible. Aboriginal Rocket Man. Aboriginal Rocket Man. That'd be badass if there's actually an alien watching me. Like fucking Intergalactic Federational fool. Oh, there's actually an alien watching me right now. Battery was getting low.
Normal voltage. Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
If I do what now? I don't understand. If I do what? Hang on, what's he talking about? So he's buying land, a van, a boat, and then moving out of country. Hopefully even in that order, somehow, maybe. I don't know, man. The boat idea kind of popped in. You know, it'd be something cool to do, even to get off the land, even for a little bit, even just kind of like, you know, well, I've been doing it with just a patch of dirt. Could I do it on water? You know what I mean? And then ultimately, my living situation on the water, like I'm talking, it might be better off to like have an actual house on the water, even if it's just like a tool shed, versus just like trying to camp from out of a van on the land. You know what I mean? So it's whatever the better option of those two is as I get there. But I know for now, I feel like buying this patch of land right around the corner from where I'm at. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like I already, like, because the job's over here, and then I would live like over here. You know what I mean? So I'd still be kind of close, even though it's a bullshit job I ultimately want to get rid of. That's where I'm like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't like pay for some 30-year fucking investment type of thing, because I don't even know if I want to, you know, it's not someplace I even want to be 20 years from now if it continues to grow at the same rate that it's been growing. You know what I mean? But if it continues to grow at the same rate it's been growing, me buying this $15,000 to $12,000 piece of property back here in this neighborhood that I'm sure is going to be put on the map at some point, you know, it might not, but granted, you know, at least I'm putting the money down on dirt, you know, you know, not just holding it in dollar. Like if I was just holding on to $15,000 just in the trunk of my car, I'm driving around with $15,000 in the trunk of my car. You know, that's just stupid. Why wouldn't I put that down on land, and then like I have a parking spot at least? This is my own private property. You know what I mean? And in the meantime, like I said, I'm figuring everything out as I go here, bro. Like I don't have my life planned. I just live each day. You know what I mean? I'm not really worried about it. Yeah. But no, honestly, the boat thing, like, that might be the better option as time goes by, because there's not a whole bunch of rules. Land's got 1,000 rules to try to own it. If they try to give you rules when you live on a boat, well, then just drive 11 miles out. Like I said, I'm a descendant of a pirate anyway. I don't know, like I said, that's the whole thing. I'm looking at this, like, y'all are just paying out the ass for land. Like, you're gonna trade your whole fucking life for land. I don't understand why you do that. The land is overpriced if they want half of your life for a house. And then the first 18 years of your life, you're basically setting up to where you can get to the real world, and then give them 30 years of your life or more. So you really, they take your whole fucking life from you, basically. Because, the fucking first 18 years is just set up for that. So it just sets you up for that for the first 18 years. And in that time, the first way, you go the wrong direction first and all that shit. So you're just watching everything go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And it's like, for what? Because we all continue to try to outwork each other. Why are we trying to outwork each other? Well, because the government has us tricked to make us think that we are making money by doing it. It's like fucking... We just continue to keep climbing over each other, though. Or at least trying to. It's the dumbest shit ever. It's humanity, and we're a part of it. That's why I wonder, like, why did they draw Marvin the Martian in a tutu? Why has he got a Roman Centurion helmet and a tutu? How the fuck? Yeah, hell, Eric. No, you didn't hear me, apparently. I'm not gonna repeat it right now. They honestly should at the price of house. I mean, if a house is priced at 30 years of your life, then maybe you should shop for a cheaper house. Maybe you should find a house that you could pay off in like 5 years. Like, find a house that's priced more of like a $70,000 or $80,000 car. If you can justify paying on an $80,000 car, I don't understand why you. I don't know. Just people have more fun. It's just stupid, man. There's just people from different financial brackets, and that's what they feel like they need out of life. You get to the point you feel like you need a BMW because all your neighbors have BMWs, or you need a car that's nicer than a BMW because all your neighbors have BMWs, or you feel like you're a better person than your neighbors are, so you don't want to be there. You know, so I don't know, dude. It's just stupid. Like everybody's just climbing over each other. Why? Because they keep debasing the currency at the same time. That's stupid. Like, we need to stand up and do something about it, but nobody wants to. I think one of the easiest things we could do is just stop buying into their bullshit. When you really don't need it. I'm living proof. I'm living proof that you really don't fucking need it. Especially if you can clean up the street a little bit better where there ain't fucking crackheads stumbling around all over the place. You can live homeless and still work. Keep the money that you're making for yourself and work less hours. And then find another job like I'm doing. Finding another job that I would rather enjoy doing this instead. I don't mind doing a 100-hour week on YouTube. That's what I'm doing. I'm making the leap. It's fucking, last 15 years I spent working has only, it's only made me out to be a worser person, basically, for working for 15 years. I'm a shittier person after doing 15 years of work or something. That's crazy. And then I can't take that work back. You know what I mean? I can't take all that work I've done. I can't pull that back from them. I've already given it to them. Only thing I can do now is just give them less from here on out. Which I plan to do. Because I've had the dollar rip me off my whole fucking life. Like we just got ripped off on this light. Pretty much. Because we weren't sitting here while the turners were turning, while it should have triggered people to go straight for street light after that, right? Anyway. I'm not homeless, I'm houseless. It's a carriage house. Shit, everybody renting is homeless. Let's see if we get a light this time. Nope. Nope. Alright, cool. Yep. I don't know what they did, but they fucked this fucking light up. That's cool. I'll just go out the other exit. It's not a big deal. Yeah, and then you finally decide to turn right? Because you're a fucking idiot. No, I think that's just your take on it, because you're just like, you're looking for like the most negative. Like, you'll take a 9-hour live stream and then just look for like any kind of negative you can to just keep rehashing at the same time. It's all a perspective thing. I've made some pretty good jokes throughout the day. And like I said, man, it's the ride, man. It's the ride. And if you notice, man, I'm bitching and complaining about a lot of my old jobs, a lot of the things I've done before this. I'm not bitching about what I'm doing currently, other than the Uber. I'm even asking YouTube, if they're watching, if they need somebody to mop the floor in their corporate office. I would be willing to move to California just because YouTube's got work for me. And if they would be okay with me live streaming myself mopping the floors, even better. Because the little bit of humor that I do have on repeat is building an audience while I'm doing nothing. Imagine if I was like mopping the floor, dancing and grooving and working for fucking YouTube. Literally, YouTube signs my check. And all I have to do is mop and sweep the floor. Like, fucking, why did I have to go back to school for that? I needed to learn a skill so I could mop the floor at fucking YouTube corporate office. You know what I'm saying? Hell no. This radio tower. Ah! Why would they do that, man? For 4 cars. Say something positive. AC/DC was one of the greatest bands to ever come out of Australia. Probably the greatest band to ever come out of Australia, because we're about to hit an age in music where bands are dead. It's gonna be like random artists. I feel there might be some bands or somehow or another, but bands the way that we know them in the 70s and 80s and 90s even, they're not gonna. You can already see where music's at today. You know, the bands are K-pop. We've gone back to boy bands or something like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, AC/DC is probably the greatest band that'll ever come out of Australia. I think amplification's pretty positive. I don't think you can amplify something without it. I mean, you might amplify negativity. I don't think amplify. I don't know. How do you amplify a negative sound? What would that sound like? Like that sound, it's a reverse. Like it's the reverse sound waves. You know, it's like it's negative. It's a negative sound wave. It's an amplification of a negative sound wave. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know engineering that far. I was more interested in the girls. If they would have had a class on female anatomy, I probably would have got a B. Would have got a low B. I'm not saying you're stupid for owning a home. It's your own choice. It's your own personal. I'm just saying what's stupid is looking for a home that's priced at 30 years of your life. You should look for a home like that $75,000 house. Granted, you know, it's more like a starter place at the same time. I wouldn't want to like end up there. But you know, for that $75,000, like I said, I could probably, if I really worked at it and pushed, I could probably have it paid off in 5 years. You know what I mean? Like, maybe more like 10, because you know, even if I'm making $1,000 a month payment on it for 10 years, I'm gonna pay through that interest faster, and then have it paid off in 10 years time, and then that's 20 years faster. I could be putting my mortgage payment into my retirement fund, so that way when I get to Social Security age, I've got like reverse mortgage basically already from being, you know, because I bought a cheaper house. That's what I'm saying. It's just the mentality thing. Like, honestly, if I could live in like a wooden shack like on Red Dead, that's all I would need. That's all I would need. Just the way that they got the coding and the county and the way the laws are all built up nowadays, you can't do that. You can't. You need more going on than just like a wooden shack on some land. And I can do that if I were to go way off grid somewhere, like leave the state of Florida. Yeah, I know you're going to argue that next. Well, you can still have a log cabin in Kentucky. You know, yeah, okay. So if I go to Kentucky in the middle of bumfuck ass, you know, sister fucking their brother, middle of Kentucky, or I could just stay here in Florida where the water's better, and then they could get the fuck over it. I could be taking a fucking shower in that fucking fountain for all they know. For free. And still working. Like, you don't need the house to work. Yeah, some dudes like other dudes, you know? And I'm nothing against Kentucky, you know what I mean? It's just not my home, you know what I mean? I'd rather sit here buy the cheapest thing possible and watch everybody else like try to afford their $1 million house. And I think it'd be hilarious to watch at the same time. Just everybody's going crazy. I mean, they're still paying for 50 years on there. They gotta pay for the house for 50 years now. I'm already done. I already got my stick, you know, I got my stick for it. I'm good to go. And then to find a woman that's willing to like live, you know, she's a real fucking trooper. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. If you ever did. And then, you know, there's a lot of women, they'd be happy to marry you just because you're American. The problem is, you know, all I got is American women, you know, like, that's all that there are. That's all. And if there is one from another country that's here, she's already here. She don't, you know, like I've met some British chicks and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, just listening to them talk, you know. But they're already here. They don't need to marry an American. They've already got a way here. It's like, I don't know. It's stupid, man. The whole thing's stupid, man. I'm just trying to stay out of the way for the most part. What we got here? Yeah. This is LOL-ACDC. What do you mean were? What do you mean were good? Were. Oh man, I need fuel. I really only want to shop at this goddamn Circle K. This goddamn Circle K, man. Almost want to drive up the street, go all the way to the other damn Circle K. Shit. What do y'all think? Should I go up to the other Circle K? I don't know. It's almost 7 o'clock. I've got one fucking order. This is ridiculous, bro. I had 4 requests. 4 requests throughout the day that I took one of. What do you mean? Were you the man trolling the troll bots? What do you mean? Were you Diane trolling the troll bots? I have no clue, man. Oh yeah, I got enough gas. I can drive up to that other Circle K. Damn, shit's getting tight, man. If I'm not gonna get an order, I'm fucking spending more fucking money on eating. Fucking ridiculous, man. I wish I could put on some Rush right now. When I was delivering pizza, I used to listen to Rush. I had the Rush Greatest Hits album. I was playing that shit everywhere. I think I had Garth Brooks Greatest Hits, and I had Rush Greatest Hits. It's just... But see, like they got a pontoon boat right there, and just build a little tiny house right on top of it. Plop, right there. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think the land is a good spot. I can get the land. I can think about things for like the next 5 years or so. Whatever I want to do. This, that, the other. Have a nice little spot that's mine. And then, like I said, sell it, get the same amount that I paid for it out of it at minimum. Minimum, get the same that I paid for it 5 years from now. And hey, if worse comes to worse, I lose the land after I lived on it for 5 years. It's like, fuck. I basically had like, okay, well, fuck. I paid 12 grand for a place to live for 5 years, and lost the 12 grand. But it was funny. I told the realtor, I was like, yeah, I'm basically already living on the land as it is. Basically already, you might want to tell the seller, like, I'm already living on the land. Like, I don't know why he won't just go ahead and take the 9,500 I've got. If he wants to just take the 9,500 I've got, we could maybe call it a deal. But he wants to be a dickhead about the last 3,000. So, well, just let him know I've already been living there for the last 6 months, and I have to tighten down in another direction. So it could be another 6 months before I have the other part of what I need. And since he's not willing to work with me, then he's just gonna have to deal with that. Virginist Drive. I slept down that road. Slept pretty good. That's one of them spots that you could go to sleep and wake up and there'll be deer. Like pretty much anywhere along the side of the road. It's better to go down one of the little side streets or whatever. Than here. They have a sign posted, no trespassing, and then somebody's over there. You see that car right there? This sign right here says no trespassing. Violators will be prosecuted, and then there's a car sitting there. Anyway. Not every human lives on land. Come on now. What about the U.S. Navy? You're forgetting the U.S. Navy. You're forgetting the entire U.S. naval fleet. On top of many other people. I shouldn't even gone this way. Why did I go this way? Right. Where the water is, there's just a low spot. It's just like the earth still has a crust. There's still a crust. The water just sits on the low spot. There's still land under the water. There's just water sitting on top of it. I get what you're saying. Pangea is impossible. That's the same thing Marvin the Martian says too. He's like, wait a minute, Pangea. Yeah, Pangea is impossible because there's like land under the water. It's just a low spot where the water collects. Like it's just like a bottomless ocean that reaches the other side. It's like a big pond. A really big pond. Yeah, this is an awesome road. I don't know why there's no traffic on this road. I mean, there is, but not like every other fucking road. Every other road, like I got one car behind me barreling down my neck right now. It almost looks like the type of car that you would use to take down an alien. Maybe he'll go around. Looks like he's set around. This big black SUV, like he's trying to chase down an alien or something. Alright, is he gonna go around? He's gonna do it? I'm gonna set him up here. Here we go. Woo! You don't like it? Make your own goddamn PBS show. This part right here kind of reminds me of like Tennessee, one of the back roads in Tennessee, where all the trees are, the curbs, the cut and everything. Like driving around on mountain roads or something. Almost just this little curve and this curve right here, and then back, and then boom, and it's back to Florida. You see all the Spanish moss again. I couldn't imagine Florida without Spanish moss, though. can't afford any Unix. You looking at my Unix? Zillow is pissing me off.
Come around here. Huh? Talk all that stuff. Okay. Price history. Let's see where we're at. Let's go down. Ooh. 2017. Sold for $55,000. $55,000, guys. From downtown. Trying to rent this joint out for $13.25. You're out of your damn mind. Look at this. Sold in 2018. 64 G's. Now, I could justify 64 G's. But you know what they said? Let's triple it. They go, what should we do, guys?
Yeah. You know what they said? Let's triple it.
Did you try tripling the price? Because I never thought about tripling the price before. Because that's genius marketing. People will think it's worth more. He goes, yes. Let me see this place. Let me see this crap. Let me see if they redid it at least. Looks like basic, dude. It looks like when you walk into, like, you know, not even Home Depot, you know, those like furniture stores you go to. And it's like everything kind of looks cheap, like the $200 couches, everything's kind of used, but looks new. That's kind of what this looks like. Nice tile. I would spend every dollar I don't have on that tile. Looks pretty dark in there, huh? Just a couple of windows. Look at those old windows. Buildings condemned. Popcorn ceilings. I know everybody loves that. I don't have a problem with popcorn ceilings, but not for $180,000. $60K. Give me those popcorns, babe. Give it to me, baby. All right. Let's get out of here. We're gonna go to Austin, Texas. Yeah, Austin, Texas seems to be hip. It's so hip, girl. My lady loves Austin. She's like, Jack, can we move to Austin, Texas? I go, you want to move to Austin, Texas? You know, that's where you want to live. You want to live in this. You want to live in this hut. That's what you want to do for $425,000 for 1,000 square feet. She goes, yeah, but look at the inside. It's so white. It's like a dental office in there. I go, oh yeah? Is it? She goes, look at the orange chairs. She goes, come on. Let's spend it all, baby. I go, okay. Well, I want to see something because a lot of times they don't show you. They get slick in some of these states. They don't want to show you the history. I'm going to tell you the history. A couple of cowboys pulled up on this place on a horse, laid down a satchel of quarters, and said, yeah, take it. That's how that happened. Look, in 2023, they wanted more, so maybe it is crashing in some areas. Now it's 100,000 less.
God damn it.
Yeah, because nobody's going to pay $500,000 for this hut because it's white on the inside and you can get a cavity fixed. Look, see how they hide all the history from you on these places? They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know, girl. They never wanted you to know, baby. 400K seems to be the big one. Look at this. Regular house.
Yep, that's what they want.
Regular home.
Nationwide. Just under
Nothing
a half
special.
a million.
Inside looks like a dentist office.
Just under
of
a
course.
half million for nothing special house.
It's got to look like a dentist office. Okay. This is the status
Next generation,
quo.
they'll be
This
$1
is
million
standard.
each.
Let's see if they show us the history. Anybody want to guess what the history is? Trying to erase it from the history books. Mm-hmm. Think they're going to pull the eyes over the sheep's wool, the lambskin? I don't think so, buddy. Oh, this one's got a little more. Sold 1999. Look at that. For free. No price. 2020? But even in 2020, 279. That's a little steep for a dentist office. But dude, just in
Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna head down to the beach later on today. I can't do this. Nothing going on, bullshit to sit here. Yeah. This guy sounds like Dale Evans, who was Roy Rogers' wife. Let me see. Mobile number. I saved a nickel.
Get any Celsius for $1 with the purchase of a Polar Pop, only at Circle K.
Like $30 for 7.1 gallons. Wallet's there. Alright, let's go get a drink. I'm gonna pull off the pump. Pull off the pump. Get out of the way for the next person.
Normal voltage.
Hey, come on now.
Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
People can't help that they're pseudos. Can't get the click right there. Not wanting to sit. Alright. Backing up. Backing up. They parked at the wrong pump. Look at that sun right there. Hey, that's that guy that passed me when I was going down the street. He parked. Look at the way he parked. This is literally the same car that just passed me. Look at that. That's awesome. And then there was nobody else that was parked here. There's a whole open awesome parking job. Again, somebody like 10 or 15 years older than me still hasn't learned how to park. And then there's like no parking space on the other side. So he only had to worry about the one side. Something like that. Still not bad. Keep working at it. Oh, I didn't want to do that. There we go. I guess that'll work. Something like that. What caused you to believe you were the star of someone's digitalized game show? I'm sorry, what? None of them.
Carrying out large one-topping pizzas for $7.99 each. And you can't...
Normal voltage. Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
Online. Save $1,000 on internet and mobile in your first year. Guaranteed. That's the Spectrum Savings Guarantee. Switch.
Just in what? How many years?
I'm not even sure if you were talking to me or if you were talking to Greg or what exactly there. I was waiting for a little more context from the chat itself. But no, I mean... ultimately, you're the king of your own life. Nobody can tell you what to do once you're over the age of 12. Which direction? Which direction? Which direction? I do want to go down to the beach. I do want to go down to the beach. I just drove all the way here for no fucking reason, then. Just because I didn't want to spend money at that other Circle K. Which that's fair enough. You know what I mean? You can spend money at that fucking Circle K. Which I feel bad for the guy, man, because the guy that owns the place, he works like I don't know for sure. But I think the dude that owns it, I think he works like, dude, for real? Wow. He works from like 6 a.m. to midnight, like each day, because that's how the store's open. He might have like one day off, where like a brother or a cousin or his father or something might come in. But it looks like from this, it looks like just the one guy who works that store, like the guy that owns it, runs that whole store. And so he's probably making a bunch of money, you know, because there's no employee. He only pays himself. whatever the money the store makes from like being up from 6 a.m. to midnight. I love how they pass me to like then go the same fucking speed. It's okay with me. I'll get up on them. I'll get some draft off of them at least. It'll save me some gas. Whatever. Saves me some gas. You want to break wind for me? That's okay. I'll let you. Good work. Wrote some books on Amazon. Hell yeah. Textbooks written that are textbooks that are written by AI. That's what we need. What's this guy doing? Get off my ass! You're not gonna like this one. Yeah, I didn't think you were gonna like that one. Thanks for being on my ass. Piece of shit. This is one of the spots I've been living here. Piece of shit. And he wouldn't just go around either. Dumbass. Alright. Well, it can't be a good reader when you're misspelling shit, dude. You misspell 2-letter words and shit. How do you expect somebody to be able to read? No, honestly, Reba cannot spell 2- and 3-letter words. Or at least they don't take a second to read what they're typing before they hit enter. So it comes out as if they don't know how to spell 2- or 3-letter words. Isn't that right? We're unlocked it, we're good. That selfie stick. You know, it's a good time of day to bring that selfie stick. Check it out, selfie stick. Selfie stick. It barely fits. Sorry for the beeping. Hang on. I'm working on getting all the poop in the group. The group of poop. Alright. It's a group of poop. I have to do some more adjusting, so bear with me here. We're getting this together. I'm gonna go down this little hiking trail. Like I said, this is one of the spots I've been basically living for free for a couple of months. This is new. All this fencing and stuff they just put up. They used to not be here. Some of you might even recognize this area, place that I'm at. But they just put this fence up here. I guess because people were rolling off the side of the parking lot. They didn't want to widen the parking lot any. make it, because really only like 6 cars can park here, kind of, sort of. I mean, maybe 8 if they really squeezed in here, but people aren't gonna really, you know what I mean? Anyway, they took down the sign. They got a new sign. They're putting up a new sign. But on that sign, it's even on that sign out there by the road, you can see they allow primitive camping here, as well as fishing, and it's a hiking trail. But primitive camping means like no electric, no bathroom. But other than that, you're good to go. I mean, you can't drive an RV back here, obviously. That's not going to happen. Sorry for the swish washing. That's my drink. Can't do nothing about it. I put ice in it. Anyway, this trail, the main trail right here, goes off this way and everything. But then you could take this little trail that people have made over the years, right? You go back this way. There's actually a whole camping spot over here. It's a little bit of a walk in here. Not too bad. Florida used to be all kinds of places like this. You just pull off the side of a 2-lane highway, and then you could boom, and then you come back a little bit, and then you hit like a fresh water spring or a pond or something. Used to be one here, but it dried up. There was a pond. I'm almost there. Through this last little bit of thicket. But yeah, there was a pond there. It dried up. And then, like I said, you come around here a little bit further, and you could camp. I mean, hell, you could probably camp right up there in the pond. Probably a flat enough spot out there. But that's what I say, man. There's nothing to hiking. Hiking is easy. For the most part, like they say, hiking is just walking where it's okay to go pee. Alright, there's this huge ass fucking bug. Won't fucking leave me alone. Like, it looks like a moth and a fly put together. But yeah, you can camp like anywhere back here. And then since this isn't even the main trail, if people were to come back here and then see like a tent popped up or something, they wouldn't fuck with it. This ain't even really a trail. This is a trail people have made over the years. And it keeps going. You can keep going if you want, further even back. And then boom, somebody's even had a fire here. Somebody was burning right here. But yeah, there's like a nice little flat spot. You got a little small tent, pop that open, little fire right there. And then you're a decent ways off of the main path. I don't know how well the signal is out here. That's why I'm not trying to go too deep. And that's all it is, man. I mean, that's what somebody said a couple of years ago. Like, if you really like camping, you should join the Army. And being Army's just camping in the desert instead of camping in the woods. But I can't take all that military order crap, hierarchy bullshit. Everybody's somebody else's boss bullshit. I mean, you really can't get away from it. More and more businesses try to operate like they're the military, or, you know, for old military end up being your boss, and then they try to run the place like it's a military, or, you know. People whose their psychology, you know, in their head it was okay to fight for land, go kill somebody else because they were born in another country for our country's paper currency. Whether or not they killed anybody, they still joined the military. They still helped them out. But yeah. There's some thick ass woods too, man. That's the only thing is, man, you might find a bear. But we're pretty close to the highway, as you can still hear. Sorry, I need like 3 hands. But then there's my car. So I'm like, if I were to put a tent over there, I'd be like a 10-minute walk back to the car, a 5-minute walk back to the car. Something like that. But hell yeah, it's a good little spot, man. Like I said, when I was younger, man, Florida used to just be all spots like this. But as time goes on, you know, more and more millionaires end up buying it. The only reason this doesn't get bought is because it's church land that they donated to the state forestry. That's where we are. But this whole patch, this is all preserved land. In between that major highway, the Squiggly Road Highway, this highway that goes down, and then this highway that goes under the bottom. But all that whole area, basically, you can camp in, technically. Because you can see right here, they have camping. Camping's allowed. And then camping's allowed. And then primitive camping. So, anyway. A lot of free primitive camping left. Set that down. Oh yeah. It's really not a bad spot. And it's kind of crazy that there's not more traffic down this highway. But yeah, basically I sleep here for free instead of paying $1,000 a month anywhere the fuck else. Anywhere else. It's gonna be like $1,000 minimum to stay there, to sleep there. These people, they don't know what to do. They've never seen a live streamer in person. Get back down there, a little more sturdy. Anyway, it's not a bad spot, man. Really not. They need to do a little bit more maintenance because there's a lot of trees that are down everywhere. There's a bunch of down trees. They need to get into the woods and thin it out a little bit. But those little, okay, I can't what they're called. Those palm fronds, but they're not, that's not a palm tree. That's not a sapling of a palm tree. I don't know what they are. But you see like the palm tree leaves kind of through the shrubbery and all that. They're called something else. I forget what they were called. The palm frond is the name of the leaf, and it's not a palm tree. It's something else. It's not. It's like like I said. That's not a sapling of a palm tree. I forget what they call them though. I can't fucking remember. It's been days. I've been trying to remember. Like me being somebody that grew up in Florida, I should know this. You know what I mean? It's like I've heard my dad bitch about him all the time. He's like, if you have a property, if you have a property, you're looking at property and you see these on that property, you don't want to buy that land because it's marshland. It's like if it rains heavy enough that whole land, you can't build on it. Basically, this is like all sinkhole waiting to happen, kind of sort of. But you say like, yeah, if you see I forget what he called them. What those plants are technically called, but you don't want to buy land that has that because it's below sea. It's too far below sea level where it's marshland or something. I don't know, but yeah, you can see us a whole bunch all through here. What's it called? I don't know. Maybe I can Google Lens it. Oh shit. Google Lens. Let's see what they say. A dwarf it's a palmetto plant. Okay. Palmetto plants. Okay. That still doesn't see. Saw palmetto. Palmetto plants. That does sound right, sort of. He's flying on the other side of the cloud. Oh, there he is. Palmetto plants. Palmetto. Yeah. But yeah, if you got palmetto plants, not land you want to buy. pronoun like a game show. But, yep. This ain't a bad spot, man. I used to do the Saturday shows from here. It's crazy, like all the traffic that comes down this road is like all the biggest fucking trucks though. It's crazy. Like not a lot of traffic, but it's got to be the loudest fucking diesels in the whole fucking town that come down this fucking street. Or better yet, there'll be some Harley fucking riders. Fucking a gang of 8 fucking Harley riders just cruising down the fucking street loud as possible. He's a Florida swamp monkey. That won't work. I can open up the tripod. She gonna sit like that. She's gonna sit like that. It's not angled right. Hang on. Yeah, selfie stick has a tripod mode. She'll sit like that till the wind blows. How y'all doing, man? Oh shit, man, I'll even set this shit up. See if I put it down here on the ground. How you doing? Let's see. What does it look like? Oh, that's a little too low. Oh, it's perfect, actually. It's a little crooked. Definitely a little crooked. It's a little straighter. It's a little straighter. How's that look? Hang on. I'm trying to see how it looks here. Yeah, it's good. There's that loud ass Harley rider. Wasn't a big truck, it was a loud ass Harley rider. Here we go. Woo. Let's see, how's that look? Yeah, that's not too bad, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, we chilling. Move the chair a little bit closer, maybe. Yeah, we chilling, dog. Hell yeah. Not bad at all, man. What we got? Nothing. But yeah, pretty much, man. I guess some land. I'll be doing the same thing. Just chilling on my land, watching the sun rotate around the rock. Or watching the rock rotate around, you know what I mean, whatever. Either way you want to look at it. Hard day at work, man. That's what I say, man. I would rather have a job. Yeah, I'd much rather have a job than doing this Uber shit. At least in this town. Uber, like I said, Uber's a good side if you keep it as a side thing. But you try to think that you're gonna use Uber in place of a 40-hour week job, it ain't gonna happen. You'll end up spending 80 to 100 hours on it and then making less. It's terrible. Whew. Got some rain coming in, it looks like. In a couple minutes, it's going to be raining. Yeah, I plan on driving down to beach town. I'm just killing some time before it. Driving down there right now. It's going to be a pain in the ass. I know last time I waited until 9 o'clock. And then waiting until 9 o'clock. I should have waited until 11. Because there was still hella traffic. All kinds of construction going on. Like the whole way down. It was a nice easy route the way that I took. But there was still, if I would have waited another hour or an hour and a half, it would have been that much smoother a ride. Like, I don't know. Part of me wanted to take off right now. Just because, you know, I can get down there early enough where I could probably run some orders. And then, yeah, I could just sleep right here where I'm at. You know? Just as good as, like, hanging out in someone's backyard. Just they live on a busy road. It's not bad. Not a bad angle. It's alright. I'm chilling. Cheers. Yeah, I know, and it was crazy. I actually ended up getting a subscriber while I was down there in Gulfport too. So it actually, like, it worked. Like me writing my YouTube channel on the back of my car, it actually worked in just that little bit of time that I was down there in Gulfport. Somebody did subscribe. They got it. They seen it. They went and looked it up. They seen that the channel was small, and they understood, like, oh, he's trying to get people to subscribe. They didn't just see it and then blow it off like this whole fucking town does. Not the whole town. There's a couple people, like, you know, there's a couple people, you know, I would even, you know, I'd hang out, and, you know, we'd get like a 12-pack and hang out, have a bonfire with. There's very few though, man. But yeah, there's a couple people that they saw and they did subscribe, but not. I don't know. The way I see it, it's better than a GoFundMe account. Because a GoFundMe account, you're not even doing, you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a GoFundMe account, help me buy a house. You know, like at least this way I'm producing. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Even if it's just crap, it's a little bit more going on than just me fucking making a GoFundMe account. You know what I mean? And like I said, hopefully it's not crap. Hopefully it don't. You know, it's just low budget. Like I don't have the budget to put a whole lot into what's going on. I don't have cut editing and stuff like that. Gotcha, man. Yeah, Mom. Pop up and get a cigarette. For lack of anything else to do. Oh. But that's cool. There's a gym down there. Huh. All right. Yeah, I might even. The First Amendment audit was working well, but that's I don't know. Down there, I need to be doing the Uber driving. It's like the whole reason I'm driving down there is to do the Uber driving because up here it's dead. This is where I should be doing the First Amendment auditing because this town, everybody's nosy as shit. Even people that aren't from here. After about 6 months of being here, they start getting nosier and shit. It's weird. You got a light? Smoke them if you got them. But yeah, man. I'm the type of person I've always had more fun. Just, I mean, it'd be a little. If there was a little less traffic, would be cool. There's a lot of 5 to 7 o'clock traffic going on right now still, even though it's almost 8 p.m. Part of that is the sun, with them fucking constantly adjusting the time back and forth. Because it could be dark right now, and then there would probably be less people zigzagging around. But I mean, you can't get away from traffic in Florida. Shit, even in Micanopy and Fort McCoy, there's starting to be traffic now. But damn, I wish I could say it was a good day. It just fucking wasn't no. I mean, it would have been a good day if there could have been a couple more orders that were worth taking and everything. So I'm getting to the point, man, I can't just say yes to everything. At least they let me put some gas in the car. But no, I'll catch up. I'll catch up here eventually, man. Especially the fact that I'm running every single fucking day now. You know, whether or not they're hitting, whether or not there's bites, whether or not the fish are actually biting, I'm still out here running every fucking day. The live stream's a couple seconds behind. A couple good seconds behind. Anyway, thank y'all for hanging out, man. What is currently like my front porch. Hell yeah, man. Slowly building up a crowd. That's what I said. 1,000 subscribers ain't even going to be the problem. That ain't going to be the problem. There'll be people that are kind-hearted enough. They'll subscribe. Hell, there was one dude, I remember I was ripping on him. Like, he's like, I've always went to private school where it costed like between $50,000 and $80,000 a year for me to go to school. And I was just laughing my ass off. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, your parents, like, they could have literally bought a house, like a small, like a bullshit house. But like, yeah, that's literally, they're buying a house every year that you were in school. We just come from that different of worlds. At least that's the bullshit he was trying to feed me. You know what I mean? But yeah, at the end of it, he's like, man, he's like, I'm gonna subscribe. I'll help you out, man. The saddest part is you don't even actually have to watch, man. Just help a brother out, man. Like I said, now me that I'm a small creator, I'm constantly looking for like other small creators that I want to try to subscribe to and help them bust that first 1,000 as well. Like the bigger the creator, the less likely I am to subscribe to it. I don't know. Freaking love bugs are coming back. Everybody loves love bug season. You're in the car detailing business. Woo! It's hot, man. Got me out here doing this shit every fucking day. Oh, shit. I ain't even got any kids, man. Fucking terrible, dude. Fucking working every single fucking day and don't even have any fucking kids. America. Woo! Hell yeah! But damn, what is this? I'm going on hour 10 of the live stream now. Hang on. Yeah, I can over 10 hours live. Over 10 hours live, man. Take a look at the sky. Look at the sky right now. That's what I've been watching. Look at that. Beautiful clouds. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. How you doing? It's beautiful. Beautiful clouds out here. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you being here. But yeah, pretty much this is my front yard for the time being, man. Ain't nothing stopping me from being here. Hanging out, man. Got the YouTube channel going. YouTube channel getting off the ground. It's doing its thing. Kicking, hanging, and banging. And we're out here. We're just camping, man. Just waiting on Bitcoin to go to $1 million. If it never happens, well, then hell, I'm just camping in the meantime. It don't matter. Yeah, the camera's not doing it justice. Like, this is a Google Pixel 10, but it's not doing, it's the color I'm seeing on the screen is not the color I'm seeing in person. But yeah, it's trying. Google Pixel 10. This actually, the camera on this did look better than the iPhone. Like, it looked like it was a more crisp, bright, colorful image. I don't know. So the iPhone would look darker right now, basically, based on the videos that I was watching before I bought this one. Like, the Google Pixel, they say it was basically better for catching nature. If that makes sense. Which, I don't know. It should. The wind's gonna blow this over. It would take a decent wind. Yeah, it wants to fall. One way or another, it wants to fall. It's a great tripod. Yeah, see, it wants to fall that way. But yeah, it just wants to fall, man. Oh well. Pull this down. Nope. Nope. If I go like that. Go lower. Okay, that might work. Yeah, it's got a lower center of gravity now. It's a little bit better. No shit. Those are beautiful clouds. Yeah, the whole state of Florida, it was beautiful. Look at Native American arrowheads and shit. Those are worth money. Here comes another car. Truck, sorry. I already knew it was going to be a truck too. Should I say, here comes the truck. Here comes another truck. So other than that, yeah, it's pretty peaceful out here, man. It's a good spot to hang out. Woo! How you doing? Welcome in. We're just enjoying a nice peaceful meditation. Sort of a meditation. But nah. Part of me is thinking I shouldn't go down to the beach now. I don't know, like, because I need to get the oil changed. I need to get some laundry done. If I go down the beach, I'm not going to do either of that. Yeah, I thought about just like live streaming. There's like a beach here in town. It's like a riverfront kind of thing. Like a riverfront where they got like a nice little dock and thing kind of built off of it. And I was thinking like from 12 to 4, I just go post up there and then just live stream the beach, live stream the like the front, you know, like the waterfront there for 4 hours. Not say anything, not talk at all. And just 4 hours of just like live streaming this peaceful beach, you know. Hear the ducks quack and woodpeckers peck on the wood and shit. Just like no talking at all for like 4 hours, just sitting there. I seen one guy who was live streaming, pretty much doing the same thing. Just sitting there, smoking cigarettes on his front porch, camera facing the opposite way of him. Just sitting there on the front porch, smoking cigarettes. Had like 32 people watching him. People sending him super chats and shit. Just an old dude sitting on his porch, smoking cigarettes. I'm like, why? Are you gonna send him more money for him to keep buying more fucking cigarettes? If they can't hear your truck from a mile away, how the hell do they know where you were? But yeah, I was wanting, there was a house for sale for $80K off of this road. It wasn't too bad a house. It was a way better deal than that other thing I was showing you for 75. They wanted 80K, but the only thing is, like, you had to pay cash. It needed to be 80K cash. They had 6 camels a day. Hell yeah. Yeah, fucking 5 or 6 cigarettes, there's nothing wrong with. I mean, that's like enjoying a Dr. Pepper 10, 2, and 4, you know? That camel, that's just your Dr. Pepper. That's all. It's probably actually better for you than a Dr. Pepper, to be honest. I don't know. Hang on, maybe Google might know. Is smoking a cigarette technically better than drinking a soda?
Drinking soda. While soda can accelerate aging, smoking cigarettes leads to a significant loss of life and is linked to cancer and lung disease.
Damn. Alright, well, drinking a soda is a better option than smoking a cigarette. At least we know. We're making an educated decision. But yeah, I really got to get out to that fucking other city, man. I'm not going to be able to complete this quest. Which I'm not really too worried about the quest itself. I'm not, kind of, sort of, but not necessarily. Just an incentive to do more. Poor John, man. 126 people watching. Hell yeah. Dude's killing it there, though. 126 people watching. I'm down to only one viewer. I guess Reba left. Eight o'clock. I gotta go watch Big Brother. Stop channeling your mom. What? Your mom's like the best channel to watch. Your mom, man, she's like the OG double OG. Oh, man, you got enough stuff in the back of that truck? Hell yeah. That's when that guy Jack Morgan, he was doing that a couple times in the video I was watching. He's like, "Hey, Ma!" And he goes, "Just kidding. My mom's dead. She's been dead for a while." But I like to think about her every now and then. She used to joke. She would think that was funny. Hey, Ma! She had a good sense of humor. She would think that's funny. 95, that ain't bad, man. You gotta cut your losses. That's 15 more than 80. You know what I mean? Shit. I think any year past 80, you're doing good. Every year that you make it past 80, I think you did pretty well. You lived a pretty good life where you made good decisions where you made it past 80, you know. A lot of people die between 40 and 60. It's crazy. How many people, people that thought they were going to be around 72, or they'd be like 75 years old. They thought they would still be around. And then they die between 40 to 60 for one reason or another. Like we're almost still in the old west or something. The way some people die so early. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I had a dream. I was like playing cards against the Grim Reaper. Playing cards against the Grim Reaper. And I was making him laugh his ass off. Like I was just telling him jokes and shit as we were playing cards. And we were like actually sitting there negotiating when I was gonna die. And he's like, nah, he's like, I was thinking about cutting you down at 50. And I was like, 50? I'm like, come on now, that's like, what? I was like, 50? Like, I might as well not even have been here. And he's like, yeah, he's like, I guess you got a point. He's like, all right. He's like, we're sitting there, we're discussing it all. He's like, well, how do you like this? He's like, I'm gonna let you be as big as an asshole as you want to be, but I'm gonna cut you down at 65. And I'm like, well, I was 8 years old when I had this dream and shit. I'm like 65. That don't sound bad. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I could stand for that. He's like, just don't buck the system too much and it'd be all right. But yeah, if that ends up being the case, that's why I say I'm trying to plan a way, even if I retire with nothing, just be retired by 50 because I'm only planning on making it to 65 anyway. If I make it to after that, then I might have to go back to work or go to jail or something. You know what I mean? But I can only imagine being over 65 and in jail. Shit, ain't no one gonna fuck with you. You're just chilling out, reading your fucking Sunday paper and shit. You know what I mean? Ain't no one gonna fuck with you. Prison would be a different situation, probably. But if you're just doing stupid little minor stuff to get yourself like less than 365 days, you know what I mean? Just fucking. I had a dream as a child of a nuclear bomb falling from the sky on my head. Dropped from a plane, scary stuff. Yeah. Like they say, man, you can stick your thumb out, and if the cloud is smaller than your thumb, run. But if the cloud is bigger than your thumb, there ain't no reason to run. Hell yeah. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I think I ought to be smart and just not go down to the beach. Maybe wait till Monday, go down to the beach or something. I don't know. I know it's gonna be dead around here, but at least it's safe. At least it's safe around. I mean, it's to some extent. If I go down to St. Pete, anything could happen, man. Going down to St. Pete, even the trip down there and back, anything could happen. No, yeah, I mean, I know I've been in jails myself too. It's not like the best place to be, but versus being priced out of being able to retire, like when I'm 65, if I'm out of money, I'm gonna make the choice between going back to work or just going hanging out in jail. Yeah, it's like it's not a nice place to be, but some jails are at least as nice as like a slummy ass fucking motel. I know people pay $400 a week to stay in a fucking slummy fucking tell. You know what I mean? And I ain't about to pay that if it's free to go to jail. And like I said, you're the old dude. I mean, not you directly, you know what I mean, but like you're a dude that's like 70 years old in jail. People ain't gonna be messing with you as long as you ain't fucking with them. You know what I mean? It'd be like, yeah, you might have a couple little youngins or whatever, a couple hotshot bullshit people, but you know what I mean. You just make friends with the guard, and then you're also a 70-year-old man. They ain't gonna fuck with you. Like I said, unless you stirring up shit in the pot or whatever, you running a store, that kind of shit. Right, but I mean, I wouldn't be free if I was 65 and still working too, though. You get what I'm saying? If I make it to 65 and Bitcoin didn't work, I ain't gonna continue to work. You know, it's like fucking, that shit didn't fucking work. I'm sorry, I know it's not really the best philosophy or whatever, but I don't know, man. It's just, like, hopefully that doesn't happen. Ultimately, hopefully that doesn't happen, but like they say, you gotta prepare for the worst. As I say, I think the worst comes to worst. I'm gonna do little petty, you know. I'm not gonna do a crime that's gonna land me in prison because like it's a different situation in prison. I've never been to prison. I don't know. You know what I mean? But in jail, it was mostly just people just kind of moseying around waiting for food. Especially if you got a little radio, man. The guys that had a radio, you might as well have had a car. You had a fucking car in jail, just have a fucking radio. Yeah, the key to life is living. Well, it looks like nobody reserved this camp spot for tonight because nobody's pulling up to camp here. I'm kind of glad that they put all this wood railing up and shit because there was like this big ass RV that was parking up in here and shit. But now with this wood railing, it's definitely a lot harder for them to pull up in here and think they're going to do a U-turn and get back out and shit. Hell yeah, man. And all in all, it wasn't a bad day. It was just a super freaking slow day. For it being a Wednesday and everything too, usually Wednesday pops up a little bit. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And Sunday gets, goes smaller Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Although Sunday couldn't get, Sunday can be a good night. But Sunday's not what Friday and Saturday usually are. That's all part of it, man. But, yeah. Whew. What a day. Yep, you too, man. I was thinking about closing the stream. I don't know. I do got 4 viewers now, but one of them is me. I don't know. I'm trying to decide what I want to do next. And I want to go down to the beach. Because if I go down to the beach, I can definitely get this goal busted out. It'll happen tomorrow. And then if I get the goal busted out, then it was free gas, free gas to get down there. I'm not going to be able to do it if I stay here. It's not going to happen. But it would be smart for me to get my laundry done before I take off for like a week-long journey. So I don't know. I do think it's a good idea to go up to the gym and get a shower, though. But if I go that direction, I'm going that direction. I don't know. It's a big fucking waste of gas. Go all the way out that direction. It really is. But, chair. Put that away. smoke any cigarettes. Put that away. Nope. That might work. Oh. All right.
Normal voltage. Waiting connection.
Trying to decide. I think I made the decision. I need to go up here and get a shower. Can't not get a shower. Need to do that.
Normal voltage. Waiting.
A little bit of AC maybe. Whew. What a day. Fucking bullshit. Slow as fuck. Nothing going on. Fucking bullshit day. Let me at least go to the gym and get a shower. Appreciate y'all stopping in and hanging out for a little while today. Yeah, hell, this town sucks, man. And the big city wasn't bad until they fucked up the fucking market. I mean, it wasn't as good as the little town, but now if the little town ain't fucking ordering, I ain't gonna be just hanging out there all fucking week. Stupid. In the beach town, it's really not that much busier in the beach town. Like, really only a dinner rush there too. A couple late night deliveries. That's about it. with a GoPro on his dash. Nice turn signal. Not even sure where I'm going now. Just figured I had to go get a shower at the gym. So that's where I'm heading. I appreciate y'all stopping in and hanging out for a minute. Like, I don't know if y'all know, I've almost been living in my car since September. Doing what I can out here. Basically, I spent the whole day on Uber Eats today. I should have spent the whole day panhandling. I would have made more money than to be logged on to Uber Eats for about 10 hours today. I could have made more money to panhandle for like 1 hour, I feel like. So, yeah. That's always good. Not that I'm really trying to panhandle. It's insane. Like, why do you make more money to panhandle than you do to drive for Uber? I don't fucking get it. I'll never understand that one. With a GoPro on his head. GoPro. I'm a broke bitch, and there's nothing else to say, cause it really don't matter anyway. I can't rely on my own damn money. I'm so broke that it ain't funny. I'm a broke bitch, and there's nothing else to say, cause it really don't matter anyway. Man, they had a bad night. The whole back end of their Corolla's missing. I can't rely on my own damn money. I'm so broke that it ain't funny. I'm a broke bitch, and there's nothing else to say, cause it really don't matter anyway. I can't rely on my own damn money. I'm so broke that it ain't funny. Yeah, I'm really kind of too broke to even get a fucking oil change. Oh my god, dude. It's terrible, bro. I'm getting so far fucking behind in this shit while I'm working every single fucking damn day, praying for fucking orders. Gotta get oil. sitting here thinking, like, man, I can get an oil change cheaper, it'll last longer. I go over here, grab the oil, or get oil for like 40 bucks. What do we got? Where's that? I can't see what that says. Hang on. You doing Spark or what? Gig work? Yeah, this is Uber Eats. I'm mainly an Uber Eats guy. I fuck around with DoorDash a little bit too, but DoorDash sucks. They both suck. I mean, if they were really worth it, everybody would be quitting their jobs and just running Uber. You know what I mean? They had to make it where it's like not worth it ultimately. I'm trying to decide. I need an oil change. It'd be better for my car for me to get an oil change. But I know I'm like running low on funds and everything too at the same time. I know I might be able to swipe my card to get the oil, and then might not be able to swipe my card to be able to get the actual oil change. And then, then I'm out of another 40 bucks that I could have used for gas to try to make some more money with. Yeah, but this Spark, there's like a long line of people waiting to do it. I had to wait fucking 6 months to be able to be a dasher. You know what I mean? And it's just people on top of people. Like they're ultimately not giving enough hours at the job, where a lot of people have to pick up this extra shit. Doing this extra shit and make their ends meet and everything. But hang on, I'm gonna run in here. I gotta get some oil and shit. I don't wanna just leave the phone in the car. But yeah, it's almost like the job is scheduling us where we have to go fucking find some kind of side gig to do, or sell drugs, or you gotta have some kind of side hustle to and not even stay ahead, to stay like at pace with everybody else. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh shit. Yeah, I'll buy the wrong thing. For 07 Toyota Corolla. Yeah. All right, all right. And I got the good oil and I got a good filter. That's the way I see it, man. Put the good oil in. Last time I just put some kind of Valvoline. I don't even know. And this time I got the high mileage protection for up to 20,000 miles, so I can wait a little bit. And even the filter, yeah, protection for 20,000 miles with the filter as well. So. $50 though, plus another 30 to actually get the oil changed. All right. Thank y'all for tuning in, hanging out for a little bit. Sorry, I was running in the store there. Whoop, too soon. And boom. Well, like, alright, so it's $50 for the oil, which is absolutely insane. The oil in the filter. The filter was supposed to be free. I don't know. Somehow or another. It was a lot of money. But that was the best oil you can get. Like I said, I can go like 5 times longer than a normal oil change with that oil. Whew, hot. Oil. And an oil change tomorrow morning. Hopefully if the card will swipe. Whew. Couldn't quite see if they were in the first lane or not. Man, this shit won't rotate either. Oh, broke neck. The good old broke neck mountain. Say what over and over? I say I need oil over and over? Well, yeah, I mean, I use a lot. I'll burn through it in a couple of weeks. 100 miles a day. Figure out a way to not burn through oil so fast. Where's the damn lighter? What? Lighter's gone. You fucking kidding me? The lighter's missing. What'd you do with it? Fucking, that's just like straight finished. Like somebody came in my car and took my lighter. Like, what the fuck? Yelling at me like I did something wrong. Let me the burr, and then he was gone. So be. Somewhere. Shit, worst part is, starting to get hungry again. I'm gonna have to spend some more money on food today. I'm trying to hold it off till morning. Heart spark, but I live out of my car at the same time too. And then having a bunch of groceries, they want to order cases of water, gallons of milk, dog's bag food, or bags of dog food. It's all kinds of big shit, and then they'll put it together with like 2 or 3 other orders. 4 different destinations, shit to drop off. I mean, scan all these fucking barcodes, all these fucking, scan this, scan that. Anyway. And then now I gotta get a shower, get washed up, and do all good stuff. Feel like a human for a couple minutes again. How you doing, man? I'm gonna hang out for the rest of this. Maybe smoke a bowl. We'll hang out for another minute or so. Not doing the Wednesday show. I should, but I'm not gonna do the Wednesday show tonight. How you doing? Yeah. Put the windows down, turn off the AC. Deal with shit like that. Yeah, get the oil changed. At least, like, if I get the oil, I got the oil already. So, boom. Worst comes to worst, I got a socket set. I can change it myself. It'd just be a pain in the ass trying to crawl up underneath there. And then I got the AC Delco oil filter on there. Not a K&N, so I'm gonna need a special wrench to pull the fucking filter off. But at least I got the oil. The oil, like half of the oil change is already, more than half of the oil change is already paid for. If it'll let me swipe, get the other half of it paid for. And then I'm already through the month as far as bills are concerned. Oil's changed. I should be good for a couple months there once I get this better oil in. Because like I said, this other oil is guaranteed for 20,000 miles. And then they just updated it. Now it's guaranteed for 25,000 miles. I got an old bottle, but I guess they figured they can get another 5,000 miles out of it somehow. But then again, the filter's only good for 20,000 miles. I don't go for the whole 20,000. I go for like over 10, basically, because the oil's rated to go to 20. It can last for 20,000. So I go to over 10, like 10 or 12, 11, you know, somewhere. I get 10 out of it rather than the traditional 3,000 that you get when you change your oil. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the oil literally goes 3 times as far. It's double the price, but it goes 3 times as far. Even doing it that way. But yeah. Probably because I'm smoking in the live stream and shit. Let me see what we got. He'll tell me. Is that this one? That's this one, right? Yeah. 124 views. Over 100 views. That's not bad, man. Noob were pretty much hanging the whole day. The whole fucking day. I probably got 30 hours of watch time out of this live stream. That's all I'm worried about right now. I'm not fucking worried about this fucking fiat currency bullshit. My currency is watch time. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Robin Hood. Doge went up. Every other crypto went down. Doge went up today. I wonder what my portfolio allocation is. I'm still, oh God. I try to have a 98% portfolio allocation to Bitcoin. I'm down to like 97. Lost almost, my investments, I lost almost about 200 bucks today because it was a bad day. Lost almost $200 in value today. But in the last month, it's up $600 in the last month. Just like I said, it was just a bad day. The week is still kind of showing sideways. Yeah. I'm up $1,000 in the last 3 months. And I'm up. Yeah. But if you want to send some Dogecoin, make sure it's only Doge. Make sure you only send Doge to this address, because it's a Doge wallet. But make sure you only send Doge to this address. If you want to send me a Dogecoin tip, there's either an alphanumerical code at the bottom or a QR code you can scan, and you can send as little as one Doge. I think it's got to be at least one Doge, one doggy coin. One doggy coin, at minimum. You can send a tip right now. If you want to, make sure you send only Bitcoin to this address. If you want to send a tip, a Bitcoin tip, you can either scan that QR code or you can copy down the alphanumerical code at the bottom. And just make sure you only send Bitcoin, only send BTC to this address, because it won't receive any other, and you would lost. You'll lose if you send Doge to this address. You're gonna lose your Doge. So anyway, like I said, you're losing your Doge either way, but at least it's sent as a tip if you send it the right way. Bitcoin's under 80K right now too. It's a good moment to buy. I can't buy anymore right now. I didn't make any money today. But like, as long as you $100 a month, right? Either decrease your spending by $100 a month or make another $100 a month. And you'll love yourself in like 10 years from now. Like, if you don't already love yourself, you gotta, work at it. But yeah, it's not bad, man. Not a bad thing. I don't know, everybody makes it like it's some kind of bad thing because currency is involved in the first place, but I don't know. It's just a step forward. The people that are smart enough to realize, they realize. They do. Trust me. You can't unsee it once you see it. How much the dollar's been ripping us off the whole fucking time. You worked so hard all summer, saving up all that cash. Now go on and sell that crazy Bitcoin and get your real money back. And 1 year later, it was under a dime. And just like government money, sliding down a long decline. High interest savings and term deposit, it's all depreciation to me. 'Cause I'm out here riding on cryptocurrency. 'Cause I bought me some Bitcoin. I put my whole life savings out there on the line. $400 was all I could find, but I bought some Bitcoin when it was just a dime. And my dad said, son, that's crazy. Just how stupid is that? Why not buy yourself some fresh air? Yeah, a lot more value in that. Hell yeah. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Been a long day. Long, boring ass fucking day. Oh, God. My neck, it's been killing me. Trying to squeeze into the back seat. It's like my neck and my knee. Oh, my God. My neck, though. Oh, man. The knee I could ignore. It's fine. It's not going to hurt till I'm 50. But, well, I mean, it'll hurt a little bit more each and every day. But the neck, man, oh my God, it's like I can't, like I gotta crack it, but it won't crack. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me, man. 10-second view is still a view. But yeah, I gotta do some more on that First Amendment audit type of stuff. Apparently, you could just say a bunch of random words at the beginning, and it'll tell the algorithm. Like financial market, 2008, housing crash. You say a bunch of different random shits. Republicans, Fox News. Oh, that's the wrong deal. I lost the other lighter too now? What the fuck? Okay, somebody's stealing my lighters, bro. Unless I dropped it when I got out of the car. I don't think so. Just like government money, sliding down a long decline. At least the music was so distorted you couldn't actually tell what fucking song it actually was. Numa, yay. I like to move it, move it. Do you like to move it, move it? Because I like to move it, move it. Do you like to move it? Let's see, we got W's in the chat now. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. W's in the chat. Like 12 minutes behind. So 0.21%, not 21% is, well, 21% is 16,700. So your position in Bitcoin is $158. No, you're obviously not listening. I tried DCA $100 a month minimum. I'm currently able to do more than that because I have no housing bill. There's no housing. You know what I mean? There's no housing expense right now. So I'm free to either make more money or less. But right now I'm still trying to put at least $100 a month in Bitcoin minimum. And I did that by decreasing my spending. But then at the same time, I'm trying to increase my income at the same time, but that's not happening. The only thing I can do is decrease my spending to do that. So that's what I've been doing. With $100 minimum per month. But that's basically been between 2 Januaries ago and now. Right? But that's what I'm saying. I'm doing pretty good because since I made that $100 a minimum per month, well, I mean, it's May, so you got 12 months plus it's May. So what, in 18 months time, I should have $1,800, right? Based on that logic, be putting away $100 a month, just a minimum of $100 per month. So no, my position's not $158. But in the 16 months that I've been saving in Bitcoin, I'm well over 1,600. So I'm doing really good there, as far as the being strict enough with myself to do that. I've been more than strict enough. Like at this point, I could probably ease up and then just do $100 a month. My current position, yes. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm DCAing $100 a month. But the only thing is I'm DCAing more than $100 a month. $100 a month is the minimum that I'm putting into it. And how I'm able to afford to do that is through the lack of housing bill. Because you really don't need one. It's all psychology thing that makes we think we need a house. But no, it's women that I don't know. It's something to do with that. Building houses for these women, not for ourselves. Like those we don't need a man. I just saw this short the other day. It's like, we don't need a man. And they're doing all kinds of just breaking shit. I'll have to find that again. It's like almost up to 700 subscribers. Holy shit, bro. You're telling me how much you've invested. I'm asking, what is your current position worth? Right, but see, the thing is, you must know you're not actually supposed to tell people how much Bitcoin you have. Like, it's one thing to even tell people that you're a Bitcoiner. It's another thing to tell people, like, how much of a decimal you have, or if you have a whole coin, or if you have 10 of them, or if you've been involved since 2011. You know, you don't say things like that. You know, even if you say that even if you're open about being a Bitcoiner, and you're completely anti-fiat. You know what I mean? Right. No, all I've said is that I want to double my current stack. My current stack is fine, they say. They say my current stack is fine, it's enough. I just have to wait till I'm 50. You know what I mean? Granted, it could also be enough after the year 2033. It could be a 10 years from now kind of thing. But if I can double my current stack, which, like I said, I've made this stack by putting $100 minimum per month for the last 16 months. I put $100 minimum for the last 16 months. At minimum. There's $1,600 in there. I'm not saying the exact amount, but what I currently have, I want to double. Yes, 21% of one coin would be nice. Because if you divide 21 million coins, 100 million people can have 0.21 of a coin. 100 million people on the planet. Between the exabillions of people, only you'd be in the top 100 million people if it was all evenly dispersed as well, which it's not. So having 0.21% of a Bitcoin, having 21% of a Bitcoin, that's all. That's, you're gonna be like, you're gonna have such an amount of wealth that you're not even gonna know what to do with yourself with just 21% of a Bitcoin. 0.21 Bitcoin. That's all you need. That's all you would need. Really, you don't even need that much. You can retire on just 0.1. But I figure, you'd be twice as better off just to keep building. And then I'm still here anyway. I might as well continue to build. You know what I mean? And if worse comes to worse, I can't continue to build, then I at least don't touch what I've already built. It's basic fucking math. Basic fucking base 10 mathematics. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I have a minimum because the minimum I've decided to put is $100 a month. Minimum. So $25 a week, one way or another, I put onto Bitcoin. So at the minimum, because I've been doing this for 16 months, yes, the minimum amount that I have from doing that minimum of $100 a month is $1,600. But you got to remember now, there's some months I was able to put a whole $1,000 on it. Just in the month of February, I was able to put like $1,100 or $1,200 on it. I don't know exactly. I didn't count. I know I made it to like $800 I spent on it in the month of February, and that's when I stopped counting, and I was like, I'm just gonna keep going. I mean, and worst comes to worst, I wasted 3 to 5 years of my life living in a car and saving in Bitcoin, and then, Bitcoin got deleted. Worst comes to worst, Bitcoin gets deleted. You know what I mean? And all that money is just gone because they just decided to they just deleted the whole protocol. They realized it was a virus to the market and pulled the plug on it completely. But I still feel like the world needs a global currency, though. We need a currency that stands outside of the dollar system that we trade free in. Anybody in the world should be able to, I mean, there needs to be a global currency. We don't need to be stuck under all these different national currencies where they want to say, oh, this is worth this, and this is worth this, and this is worth 10 of that, and this is worth 100 of that, and this is worth $1 million of this, and this is this and that. $1 million here is 100 billion there. It's so stupid, man. We need a global currency where everybody knows the price of the global currency, regardless of whatever your national currency's price is. You have a global currency that you already work with and you rely on instead. Your nation can do whatever it fucking wants to do with currency because there's already a global currency that exists outside of that. We've needed a global currency like for fucking ever. That's why we've used gold as a global currency. But that's the thing is, like, we're not cavemen anymore. Like, we kind of need to move past that. We're still hitting women in the head with diamonds and shit, you know? Like, fucking, can we get past that? You think we could get married without hitting women in the head with rocks to do it? I don't know. But yeah, almost 650 subscribers, bro. I think, like, once I get over that 700 mark, like, noob. $803 subscribers, bro. Like, noob has so many. If he made a couple more videos, he'd make that 1,000. You know what I mean? Because he's like right 823. That's like the perfect number. People find his channel at 823 and subscribe. You know what I mean? It's like, it's high enough a number. You know what I mean? It's not a bot. There's no way Reba's a bot, because the questions they're asking, it's like stupider than the way a bot would think. But like, I get what you're saying at the same time, though. He would be playing like a bot in Fortnite, definitely. Like, what is this dude doing? Is this guy is he just like randomly pickaxing the wall to like try to run away? Like, just fucking turn around and shoot. What is this guy doing? Yeah, it's all we're doing, man. We're literally still using diamonds and hitting women in the head with rocks and then dragging them back to our house. It's literally, it's a little more sophisticated now, but that's literally all we're doing, you know? Like, you never seen women freak out about the size of a diamond and shit. Like, they literally, I don't know. It's crazy how primitive they are, you know, with gold and diamonds and jewelry and stuff. Like, not all of them. Some of them, they have a mind past that. But it's crazy. There's a lot of them. They're like, they're a competition with each other over the size of their ring. You know, it's crazy. And they're catty as fuck. Like, really, I mean, you look at humanity and like, dude, it does make sense that we evolved. Like, we're just fucking animals that learned how to act in public. You know what I mean? Like, I still do believe in God, because the fact that, like, how much balance that the earth is still in with us, you know, or slightly more sophisticated animals. You know what I mean? Earth is just fucking stupid. Like, literally, it was a fucking rock stick fucking you know, like fucking the big fucking rocket contest, you know what I mean? Earth is it's just a fucking big huge fucking science fiction theater, basically. Home rocket building contest. Every nation's involved in. A fifth wave feminist. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, we got this whole system built up. Yeah, basically installed an escalator on the side of the pyramid for women to get up quicker. Built an escalator on the side of the pyramid using the education system so we can get up the bitch faster. Holy shit. I appreciate y'all tuning in, hanging out for a little bit. I'm just sitting outside the gym waiting to go in, get a shower for the night. I should run down to the beach town, but I need to get my oil changed. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to park in the parking lot at Walmart, sleep, and when I wake up in the morning, I'll be right there to get my oil changed. And when I get my oil changed, I'll fuck around here, try to do some orders around here, and then I'll drive down there. I really should wait around until Monday. Just because that beach town on the weekend, it's going to be people on top of people, crawling over people, and just fucking, people following other people. Babies with their babies and shit, baby girl that had like another 3 babies. Jesus Christ. Ja. If you like 16 and pregnant, we're getting ready for this summer. We've got 12 years old and pregnant. If you were a fan of 16 and pregnant, we got something right up your alley. 12 years old and pregnant. I appreciate the comments, guys. I appreciate you also trying to keep things sophisticated too, Gregory. Maybe I should just call you Greg. Oh, Greg. I'm not calling you old Greg. I'm not trying to be like disrespectful about it. You know what I mean? There's a YouTube thing. This guy, old Greg. You know anything about old Greg? If you don't know